We are ready for semi-finals in Chessable Masters, and this will be exciting because we actually have the top 4 players from the preliminaries fighting it out for a spot in the final. And I'm here with Ginger GM Simon Williams. What do you predict when Anish Giri takes on Pragnananda?
Well, Anish has been really, really strong so far, but Prag is the wonder child. So I think it's going to be extremely close, maybe a little playoff match with a win to Anish.
Exciting. And then, of course, we do have world number 1 Magnus Carlsen against world number 2 Ding Liren. So what do you expect from this one, Simon?
Well, again, I think this is going to be very, very close. The top 2 players in the world. Could be the World Championship rerun. Again, I'm going to go to playoffs with Magnus taking it in Armageddon.
Wow. Well, with 4 of the top players in the world, this must be an exciting day. Welcome, everyone, to Chessable Masters.
He's taken it.
He's done it.
Behind of the computer, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move. Wow, look at the evaluation bar. Just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn.
It's going to be checkmate.
Shaking his head.
Oh, look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second to make a move. Wow.
This just looks glorious for white. This is my ultimate fancy, getting a position like this one from an opening. Crazy tactics. Prag is just showing off now. It's just a masterpiece.
The winner is young Christopher Duda. Both Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri have played some fantastic chess so far in Chessable Masters. We could actually get a final between the two because they are playing in different semi-finals today. And the semi-finals will consist of 4 rapid games in each of those 2 matches. Best out of 4 rapid games, and if they are still tied after those 4 games, then we will head straight into tie breaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon to decide the 2 players making it to the Chessable Masters final. And Anish Giri yesterday came to the quarterfinals unbeaten when he faced Aryan Tari.
Wait, sorry, Aryan there, he was just kind of gesturing. Is that a mouse slip? That must be a mouse slip. He was shaking his head.
Really? Was there...
I don't know what Black's rook move was doing, simply. Black's rook on a terrible square now, and...
Yeah. I love what White's doing here, swapping pieces off. When you're 2 pawns up, try to swap things off.
Okay, it has happened. White has given up a rook for a bishop, but White's bishop is going to enter the center of the board. If the black rook moves away, White's rook actually goes to the corner and checkmates the black king. And there we go. I think Aryan Tari, he has resigned, about to lose even more material.
Oh,
this diagonal, and he has...
Can't believe he's done that.
All about this line now, the open H line.
Okay,
White would
definitely have fire in this game.
Yeah.
From both sides, from both players, we should mention. Almost disastrous for Black, and in the current position, after the White Queen did indeed leap forward, Mamedyarov, he's just trying to create chaos. These guys are maniacs, and they are really surprising each other, I think, on every single turn. White's just given a pawn away to deflect this black bishop, and now this very strong black pawn on the C2 square. It's too far advanced, you have to get rid of it. No, he doesn't even go for this again.
1 second.
Has he moved?
Okay.
Oh, he's going.
He's not taking that pawn.
There we go. He gives up 1 pawn to deflect the black king away. Now the black king cannot stop the entry of the white king. We have a result.
Wow, what a crazy game. Mamedyarov, he was almost about to make a comeback in the match, but it is another win for Ding.
Okay, well, okay.
Nice trick.
Another little trick. Yeah, that's very nice.
Magnus, this is dirty. Pushing the pawn forward. If the pawn is captured, then suddenly a discovered attack. White's pawn stepping forward with a check, hitting the black king, and suddenly the black rook would drop. Checkmate threatened. White's rook steps 1 square up. That's game over. I think we're in the closing stages now. 2 pawns are enough. Black gives up.
And that means Magnus Carlsen is ready for the semi-finals. In 3 games yesterday, Magnus Carlsen was able to win the quarterfinal against David, Anton, and David. What do you think about Magnus so far in this tournament?
It looks like he's clicking into gear. He had some shaky moments. He always seems to in the prelims, but he finished well there, and now in the quarterfinals, he looked in another class. So if he can continue stepping up the gears, he's the big favorite today, but he faces another man in form, Liren, really match fit from so many games recently, and it's going to be close.
Liren, he met Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in the quarterfinals yesterday. He did lose 1 game, but he also won the first 2 ones, so it was over in 4 rapid games. And Jovanka, has Liren ever played better on the tour?
No, I mean, it's looking very impressive. I mean, especially yesterday's match against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, which, to be honest, was wild.
Yeah.
I've never seen such a crazy encounter, but he managed to navigate all the complications, and he just looked like a man in superb form.
And then, of course, we do have a 16-year-old in the semi-finals. Pragnananda yesterday played 4 games against Wei Yi, 4 very long games. Pragnananda, is he a really fighting player, Simon?
He certainly is, yeah. He's very mature for his age as well. I mean, his endings are very good. He's very determined. I mean, when you're that young, you want to win everything, you know. You're so confident as well. And I think that match is just going to be very, very exciting. We saw in his interview yesterday, when you asked him, do you want to get your revenge because he lost to Anish last time? He was like, yep, I want my revenge. So will he get it today? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Pragnananda, he did lose to Anish Giri in the Oslo Esports Cup match, and today he can get his revenge because these are the semi-finals. Pragnananda against Aryan Tari, who is still unbeaten in the tournament, and then we will have Magnus Carlsen against Ding Liren, world number 1 against world number 2. So we will have some world-class action today. And we're going to deep dive into world champion Magnus Carlsen's openings today. So first, let's hear from Magnus talking about his strategy in the openings. In general, what is your tactics when playing the start of a chess game?
I don't have a general, overall strategy. Kind of depends on game to game. Some people are a little bit more vulnerable in the opening, so I might try and target them in a specific line, while others are so well prepared that it's really hard to get an advantage against them with the white pieces, or even to get a good position as black. So then you might try and get off the the most well-thrown passes early, and just try and get a game that way.
Do you enjoy experimenting in the openings nowadays as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I enjoy getting kind of fresh positions, and sometimes it's about not, especially in quicker games, it's not necessarily about the quality of the opening, but it's about knowing them better than your opponent. And when you play these kinds of a little bit weird lines, then you can usually be pretty sure that your opponent doesn't know them in and out.
There definitely has been some experimenting from Magnus Carlsen this season. Yesterday, we did see him win a game with the Birds opening, and I'm super excited now to show you guys Magnus Carlsen's opening stats in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. This is with the white pieces, and well, what do you think, David? Anything surprising you?
A few surprising things. Firstly, that Magnus has played the English opening so much, doing quite well there, but it's the second line that we see, other. That covers all other openings, such as the Birds opening, such as 1h4, pushing the white pawn to f3 on move 1, and Magnus has scored really well with those weird openings. 79% there. Of course, 100% in the Italian. Also, very impressive stats.
Absolutely. How about you, Simon? What do you think about Magnus's opening stats with the white pieces?
Very impressive, which you expect being the world champion. And the English, though, that does surprise me, just how often he's playing it. And I feel the reason for that is that the English opening just leads you into positions which are less defined. So there's nothing really worked out until the end, which there are in some other openings. You get more drawish tendencies. So the English, yeah, being a big favourite. And, well, that's kind of good for us free English here as well, isn't
Yeah.
it? So, yeah.
And now, we also have to check out his opening stats with the black pieces. Obviously, the white player has something to say, but 12 games with a Sicilian and a 75% score with the black pieces.
Yeah, 75% with black is a huge score, and the one thing we should note here, the Sicilian defense is actually a reversed version of the English opening. So Magnus scoring really well with the English opening with white, and then the reversed version, the Sicilian with black. It shows he loves pushing his c-pawn on move 1 and scoring phenomenally well with both colors.
Wow. It's going to be interesting to see which openings Magnus Carlsen will choose today when he faces Ding Liren, a player that has been through a marathon of chess games lately, trying to qualify for the candidates. He did succeed, playing 28 classical games in a month. And here is what Magnus said before the tournament about facing Ding Liren. Finally playing Ding again. What do you expect from him in this tournament?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think the match we played last time was in the semifinal was of really high quality, and yeah, I expect him to be a very tough out whenever I do face him. Hopefully in the knockouts.
And do you think he's going to be very match fit with the marathon of chess games that he has been through?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of both. I think he's going to be in very good shape chess-wise, but he also has the candidates coming up, where he's arguably a top two favorite. So he really needs to have that in the back of his mind as well when it comes to opening selection. But he has such a vast array of knowledge that I think he'll be fine.
Magnus Carlsen in this tournament is playing from Denmark. We do know Liren is playing late at night. It will be midnight when the first game starts in China. And remember, they do play a match today. So best out of 4 rapid games. And if they are tied, they will go straight to tie breaks, which would mean early morning for Liren to decide who goes through to the big final to face either Anish Giri or Pragnananda playing in that other semi-final. But we're going to follow the first game between Magnus and Ding, and these are the head-to-head stats between them. Magnus is the only player in the tour above 2,800 on the tour rating. Could Ding actually reach that number today?
I think it might be possible, but Ding will have to win all of his games today against Magnus in order to cross the magical 2,800 mark. Magnus, of course, is the #1 player out there in the world on the tour, but Ding is closing in, and I wouldn't be surprised if at some point this season Ding gets there, 2,800.
And both of them above 60 on our favorite fighting chess index. And what kind of styles are up against each other here, Jovanka?
They kind of have a little bit similar styles. You know, both players can be aggressive should they need to be. Both players don't tend to steer for wild complications right from the opening. But we have kind of seen often when they encounter each other that Magnus will try and take the game into an endgame and do his usual magic there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, we did see Magnus Carlsen's opening stats, and we do focus a lot on openings. And we, of course, also have a question of today about openings today as well.
Yes, we do. We are asking, what is your best tip to improve chess openings? And today it's a very special day because there are 2 prizes up for grabs. It is a lifetime repertoire on the Semi-Slav by Sam Shanklin, great Chessable course, and also an Air Things Wave Plus, which you can soon see on the desk. And as always, to be in with a chance to enter our competition, you have to tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps. And good luck to everyone who enters.
Absolutely.
We will feature your answers on the show.
Absolutely. It's getting close. The semi-finals, first game's about to start. Anish Giri against Pragnananda, Magnus Carlsen against Liren. Getting his energy up with some orange juice, and Magnus will have the white pieces in this game. We did see his opening stats, David. He had some very successful openings. So what do you expect? What will he play?
I think it could be anything at this point, Kaja, but one thing we do know is that Magnus respects Ding a lot, so I doubt it's going to be anything too weird or too wacky, at least on the first move, at least in this first game. So I'm expecting Magnus maybe to go something like the English opening, maybe like the Italian game, openings where he's scored very well in the past, but also quite traditional openings with not too much risk. I think he wants to see how the match progresses before experimenting and doing anything too crazy. So, yeah, we'll see. Magnus starting with white. I think that will set the tone for a really fighting match.
And he definitely looks focused, and we know Magnus Carlsen thrives from these matches against the top players. Here we go!
Yeah, and it's the Reti opening. White bringing the knight out on the first move, and one of my favourites, just a calm, quiet opening, pushing this white pawn forward, creating a nice home for the white light squared bishop. Black here has a huge amount of choice. What will Ding play? Ding can bring one of the black knights out, occupy the centre with some pawns. Plenty of choice. What do you think of this opening decision, Simon?
Yeah, pretty solid. I think it's to be expected, really, from Magnus. As you said, really, David, I don't think he wants to take too many risks. He does really respect Ding as well, so he's not going to play something completely crazy in this first game. Maybe we'll see that later on if he's able to get a victory here. On the other hand, we see Ding playing a very solid setup, kind of like a French defence, really. And Magnus now must decide which pawn he pushes, and then we go. He now pushes the D pawn, going into well, this structure I've actually had with the black pieces many a time, where you give away the centre, but you can try to attack it from the side, a bit like the Grunfeld you play, I guess.
Yeah. I agree. I was a little bit disappointed that he picked up the D pawn and pushed it 2 squares. I was really hoping to see him push this pawn, the D pawn, 1 square, and get a little bit more of a kind of thematic position. Here, it's in the realms of big theory, and also, you know, it's actually something that both players are very, very familiar with, this Grunfeld structure. And, well, white has one move more than they usually get, because the Grunfeld opening is an opening for the black side.
Yeah, so if we do jump in to explain, we're talking about openings here. White setup, especially with the bishop on this long diagonal, staring down towards the black pawn center, but along pretty much the perfect diagonal, as well as black here, white, normally castling the king. This is what we regard as the Grunfeld. It's when you allow your opponent to have the pawn center. Here, Magnus is allowing Ding these very, very strong pawns, but white is going to try and chip away at this center with his own pawns or with his pieces. And Ding just says, OK, he brings the bishop out. Normally in the Grunfeld, we have colors reversed. So as Jovanka mentioned, black would normally have his knight out on this square. So it's very similar, but an improved version here for Magnus. And instead of maybe the most common move, bringing the white bishop out, for example, trying to undermine one of the defenders of black's pawn center and trying to trade off this knight, Magnus has pushed his pawn forward. And this is really, really ambitious for Carlsen. Firstly, he's threatening this pawn, but, for example, if this pawn is defended by the black knight, then white might even consider pushing forward, kicking away this bishop, driving it away, and once the bishop moves, then a pawn in the center will fall. So serious pressure in the current position on not only this pawn, but this pawn. Both of black's central pawns under fire at the moment, and black can deal with this in a couple of ways. I think the most natural, the most simple way is to actually just trade off and capture this white pawn. Yes, you part with your beautiful center there with black, but at least now you're compensated. For example, if white takes back, your isolated pawn in the center of the board is compensated for by the fact that white also has an isolated pawn. And here, black can simply castle the king. I'm wondering if Magnus is actually going to play something even more ambitious in this position and take with his own pawn, throwing his pawn up the board to try and create an attack and at least undermine the black pieces. Yeah, it's really getting spicy already at this early stage. Ding seems to be surprised. I'm not sure whether he's seen this position before. I've looked at it very briefly myself, but it is quite rare. Quite a rare setup for white. And in the current position, this is the decision he has to make. What does he do with his central pawn? You could make an argument for pushing it forward, gaining a bit of space. But if you do this, then white gains squares in the center. White now gets a nice post for his knight. White still has the option of pushing forward, hitting this black bishop. It's very, very tense, but it's all about these two pawns in the middle of the board right now. And Ding has to do something about them. He has to make a big decision right now.
Yeah, I can just, looking at the stats on my database, I can see maybe 2013 or something, this line was popular, but then somehow it kind of, the fashion died out, you know, and suddenly no one was playing it anymore. But it has been played before, and the main move is actually to play pawn takes pawn, as you suggested. And in fact, white's most popular response to that is actually to capture the pawn back with another pawn. Yeah. So fireworks on the board already.
Yeah, you mentioned 2013. I think the last time I looked at this position was nearly that far back. It was many, many years ago. So maybe Magnus, he's actually gained a minute on the clock since we started the game. Maybe he's more familiar with this position than Ding. Ding now investing quite a long time. He does go for the most popular move. And Magnus instantly, I think Magnus had pre-moved to recapture a pawn. And the moves are flying down onto the board. White's knight in the middle of the middle now. Nice square, but he gets the bishop pair. He trades off. And now black's pawns in the center of the board. It's kind of one disappeared, and now it's been replaced by another one, but they are vulnerable on the light squares. White has a light square bishop and can start going for some of those black central pawns. First, Magnus tucks his king nicely into the corner to a very safe square. I'm not sure who I prefer here, to be honest. White's king, potentially vulnerable, but black has a nice pawn center.
But how about the black king? Will it castle?
Decision time now for Ding. He can, maybe the most logical move is to just castle the black king, but another option for Ding would be to move the black queen out the way, and the black king can actually go on to the other side. So which way is black's king going?
Difficult choice. And say if you were unfamiliar with this particular opening, you've stumbled up into it, and you have to take a choice. Where are you going to put the king?
I'm part of the chicken chess club, as they say. So I think the black king is going to castle on the king side, nice and typical.
Why is it sort of more dangerous to castle on different sides?
So maybe if we pull up the board, we can demonstrate this. So, for example, here, if black castles on the same side of the board, because both of the kings are on the same flank, it means it's harder to throw pawns up the board. For example, if white wants to attack the black king now, if white, for example, throws Harry the h-pawn up the board, a very typical idea to go and trade off and open up the black king, then suddenly the white king also becomes open. For example, the black knight could move in and start going for the white king. However, for example, the other way around, if black, say, takes a timeout, okay, he moves his king. What a move.
He doesn't castle.
He doesn't even castle. Just to show the point, though, just to finish the point here, if the black queen moves, for example, white just plays slowly. If the black king goes on the other flank, then black is happy to push pawns towards the white king because his king is nice and safe on the other flank. He doesn't need to worry about his own king safety. You can kind of have tunnel vision, just focus on one flank of the board. So black will play on this side, white will play on the other side of the board. So it's kind of just opposite attacks. One side playing on the right wing, one side playing on the left wing. But Ding's move, we've got to explain it because this move, it looks so weird, not castling the king. I guess his idea is that he actually wants to use his king as a defender of this pawn. For example, if he had castled, maybe he thinks he would have lost time. If white's bishop comes to the edge of the board, he would need to now defend this pawn. But Simon, what do you think? I mean, you're really sensitive to the weaknesses of the opponent's kings, right? And this black king, it is on an open line. Oh, well, semi-open line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why more people don't play this F4 move, because I've played the setup that Ding has played here quite often as black, and black normally gets a very nice space advantage. And the move that Magnus played, you noted it was popular maybe 10 years ago or so. I was sort of looking at it and I'm thinking, yeah, that's a good move, you know. And this is the kind of thing that Magnus does, even in these lines which are not necessarily that theoretical, meaning there's not a lot of information on. He's very good at finding ideas and bringing them back to life. So it's like a researcher, an academic researcher, you know, goes through all these papers, all these books, and he's able to find some obscure idea and just give life to it. And looking at this position here, I really like white's position. I mean, I can see him pushing a pawn in the middle, 2 squares here, because you've got a light square bishop as white. Black doesn't have a light square bishop, so you've got to think, how can I maximise that idea? And you want to open up the bishop. So pushing this pawn 2 squares, I know this allows an exchange of queens, but I don't see any obvious way to attack the black king yet. But this seems like it should be a nice small advantage to white, just because of that bishop. OK, I mean, there are, you know, it's not perfect for white, but it certainly seems better to white for me at the moment. So.
I completely agree, and I love your move. I mean, I think it's such an instructive idea as well. You know, you lengthen the scope of your bishop, especially the one that is unchallenged. Didn't you have a rule, David, about playing with bishops and just how to block them with pawns?
Yeah, so I guess because black doesn't have a light squared bishop, Simon's move on the board. Because black doesn't have a light squared bishop, it actually makes sense for black to put his pawns on light squares to at least grip, at least control some of that colour complex. But Magnus now, he's trying to erode these strongholds. He's trying to break down these pawns. And as Simon mentioned, this pawn pushes forward. So just to finish the point of a trade here, white can allow the trade of queens, the queens staring down at each other. Or white could maybe move the queen out of the way. If you want to keep queens on the board, you can maybe just shift the queen, not sure exactly where. For example, here, yes, the knight can jump in. It might be a bit annoying, but you could make an argument for the queens staying on the board potentially. But let's assume that Magnus plays the most obvious move after this capture, and he just trades in the center. And for example, if we do see everything come off the board, this is, I think, a great illustration of Simon's point. This white bishop now is just a phenomenal piece. Even if all the rooks come off, deep into the endgame, this white bishop is going to control this side of the board, this side of the board. Black's knight here is a bit stuck. It has to just block the bishop. It's not competing for the light squares at all. So we talk about the bishop pair as well. White has the 2 bishops, open position. White has the advantage in this endgame. Remember, endgames favour Magnus as well in this matchup. So that's why Ding, I think, is hesitant to trade pawns in the centre, because queens might come off and this white bishop is going to really dominate the board. So difficult decision for Ding right now.
Do you think he's actually thinking, OK, I'm playing Magnus, I want to keep the queens on?
That's what I would be thinking as well. It's just difficult to do that. I can't really see an alternative to capturing this pawn. Simon, this one looks too risky, right? Pushing forward in the centre for black.
I mean, you got to think whose king is safer. And even if you're scared of going into an ending because you're playing the guy who always beats you in endings and beats everyone in endings, you got to try to play the best move. And I think that's what Ding's done, because just compare the kings. White's king is a lot safer than Black's king. And I think just for that reason alone, you should get the most dangerous pieces off the board and aim for an exchange of queens, which I mean, if he doesn't exchange queens, it's going to get really dangerous. There's some breaks coming up with the f-pawn, so I think he really should exchange queens shortly.
Yeah, so this is definitely in the pushing this pawn forward, breaking through to the black king. So, yeah, Simon is voting for queen takes queen, capturing the white queen. I'm inclined to agree. Trade the queens off. As I mentioned, white is the one with an advantage here. That's clear. Black is just fighting for a draw, but at least you're alive. Any other alternatives other than trading this queen? For example, bring the black queen away somewhere. Keeping the queens on the board does allow the white queen to jump into the attack. And yeah, it does look very, very scary, pushing this pawn. And clear target for white.
I'll be absolutely shocked.
Yeah, I mean,
if Ding does not swap off queens.
I mean,
who wants to live there with the king in the middle of the board?
No one, no
Exactly.
one. No, I mean, that king is just like so naked there. I mean, it's really an offence to the environment, that king. You know, he's going to get arrested if he doesn't get the queens off the board there. I mean, yeah, I think you have to, don't you? I mean, just looks. I mean, maybe you can survive some other way, but just with the move David demonstrated and that real freeing move, all the white's pieces are very nicely positioned for the attack. But I mean, saying that, even if you swap queens off, it just looks very nice for white to me.
Doesn't it?
That bishop is so strong. White does. It does, doesn't it? I mean, this is an ideal position to have, right? You're better. You've got a better position, and you haven't really got any risk. So it's those two result games, you know, draw or win. You shouldn't lose this position ever at this level. So I mean, he hasn't done it. Okay,
Wow.
so he's trying to put some pieces around his king, and you know, it's probably fine to do this, but I would just be scared. You know, I'd just be like, oh, I'd just be like, my king, my poor king, eventually. But I mean,
I'm so glad I didn't bet anything, because I was so certain that the queens would come off that I would be like, yeah.
oh, another song. Could we have another song? I mean, we had this great tweet yesterday of us all in the Spice Girls band, and I think the only one who looked semi-normal was you, Jovanka.
I really apologise to everyone for putting you in that situation. But it was at the instigation of Simon. He was the cause of this all.
Yeah.
And it was a long day yesterday, you know, and we were a bit.
Can we hear
carried
more
away.
songs today? You know, maybe in the third hour or something? Yeah. OK, well, we've got to have...
It takes it all or something.
Yeah, we want voting to come in. What do we want Jovanka to sing today?
Well...
And not...
tweet
I
us your
got a
best
lot of
songs.
messages saying, OK, when you were... It was very nice, the Spice Girls, but Simon and David didn't join in. They were very disappointed.
Let's do a boy band thing with you guys today.
not a boy band, surely. No.
You can get them doing
Actually-
something really cheesy like Backstreet Boys.
Yeah.
I want it that
Dress
way.
you in white suits, and then you can...
This sounds like a nightmare.
We have done some karaoke together, though. Simon.
We have. I actually remember down the karaoke bar, David, the Backstreet Boys was a song that did come out for you occasionally, wasn't it? So,
No comment. Stay tuned for the singing.
As long as it is from the 90s, I think David can do it.
Yes.
Yes.
I literally don't know any songs from the 2010s onwards. OK, meanwhile, no queen trade, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see this because I do like seeing the queens on the board, but risky.
Yeah, risky. And the computer agrees with you 100% there, because as soon as Ding avoided the queen trade, the evaluation bar swung the whole way over for Magnus. So white now in charge. It's all about the white queen, and she does enter the fray. It's not clear exactly what she's doing yet, but she's lining up against the black king.
But was that the right direction?
But also, I mean, you could have tried this F5 move. I mean, that would be
Wow.
that would have been the first move I'd have looked at. I mean, it might not work, but you certainly, it's very, very, in this position, you know, a very thematic idea to blast it open, which David may be showing the analysis board now. And it might involve a piece sacrifice, but look at the black king. I don't care. Push that pawn, because I need to get rid of the defence around black's king. And whichever way black takes, maybe I can sacrifice a piece there. And this looks like a lot of fun. It was another idea.
Yeah,
you know,
and Simon, I took a peek at the computer here, and guess what? Your move pretty much wins on the spot here for Magnus Carlsen, blowing open the position.
Hang on a minute. Just let me. So I play better than Magnus. The one time in my life.
At least it's one move.
Yeah, one move. I did one move.
Very nice.
But you're right, the idea has been in the air for a long time. The idea is still in the air now, and he missed the one moment, the one opportunity to kind of throw this pawn forward. And just to show, if the pawn recaptures, then suddenly this diagonal is open towards the black king. This is deadly. If the other black pawn captures, then this diagonal is open towards the black king, also deadly. So Magnus missing this opportunity. Some calculation needs to be done, of course. As Simon mentioned, you need to work out that you can maybe, for example, sacrifice a piece, blow open even more lines towards the black king. But I think Magnus should have invested a little bit more time. He barely paused at all. He played the queen move instantly. And ignoring this pawn push might well have been a huge opportunity missed. So white's queen came out in the end, and now look at what Ding has done. He's so terrified of this pawn push that he's using the black knight to come over and defend. And I think this is a great idea from Ding over the last couple of turns. And yeah, now if we fast forward to the current position, white has actually won a pawn. Sorry, actually, to rewind there, white has actually won a pawn. This pawn, very valuable one. But after the bishop captured, black's rook moved, and now black's knight at least occupies and blockades the pawn push. So black's actually given up a pawn just to stop Simon's idea. That's how big, that's how scary it was.
But why did Magnus spend a whole move on just moving his rook one square behind another pawn?
Yeah, here, I guess this pawn is under fire and your bishop is stuck at home, unable to develop if it has to stay at home and defend this pawn. So by moving his rook across, now he has freed up his bishop. And as we saw in the last turn, he's moved it away. So he's replaced one passive piece, the bishop, which is now active, with another passive piece. Now he has the problem of how to activate his rook, just defending this pawn. Yeah, suddenly I quite like Ding's position. Yes, black's a pawn down, but look at black's pieces. The black rooks both on great lines, this line, and black's knight doing a great job of blockading. If white ever takes off this knight from the board over the next few moves, then, for example, here, black is very, very safe. The king has a nice square to kind of tuck itself away to.
So do you think Magnus will be sort of annoyed after the game when he checks it and realizes he had a huge opportunity?
It depends on what the result is.
Of course.
If the result is a draw, then he'll look back on this and think, okay, this is a missed opportunity. If it's a loss, then okay, he'll be kicking himself excessively. And if he wins, he'll be like, oh well, look at that, I missed the win.
But I think it's not even about the fact he didn't play it. I mean, even if he'd seen it, he might not end up playing it. He might have calculated, but he missed the moment completely. He just developed his queen without thinking. If he'd invested 2 minutes, for example, he has 13 and a half. If he invested 2 minutes, I think he would have realized that, just like Simon, that it was incredibly strong and the black king would barely survive. And okay, meanwhile, Ding has pushed this pawn forward. The reason I showed this on the analysis board a few moments ago is because black's pawn, it is a lone ranger right now. That black pawn is fighting against 3 white pawns, but it can destabilize white structure. It's going to act as a battering ram and minority attack. That's what we call it. 1 pawn destabilizing 3. White's pawn's over on that left side. They just can't move. They're a bit stuck. So white with the advantage, Simon, but it's difficult now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure which side I'd rather be now. I mean, you do have the extra pawn. Obviously, that's good, but I mean, this knight maneuver that Ding played was a really, really clever idea because it just stops all the problems that you had around your king. And, you know, when you lose a pawn, you get more open lines. And Ding loves having activity. This is where he really thrives in positions where he has open lines, open diagonals, and he's got that now. So I think Ding will be a lot happier, at least, than he was, you know, let's say 5-10 moves ago. And I don't know, Jovanka, you're a pawn grabber. So are you, David, aren't you, really? I mean, you're both in the pawn grabbing camp. But would you prefer to be white in this position?
Yeah, slightly. But
That was a.
But it was. I was not sure, you see, because you know, any time that white tries to do something in a position, there's going to be consequences. Like, for instance, white's king, not great in the corner. It's got a lot of air around it. And take a look at black's rooks on the open line. You can't challenge them at all. So I think that Magnus now needs to start to regroup a little bit and just find a way to do something. But it's not easy.
Yeah, I don't know what the right plan is, David, here for white. I mean, it's OK, he's putting his pieces on safer squares. I guess you want to exchange off on the D file. I mean, get to an ending. This would be ideal for Magnus if you could get rid of all the heavy pieces, maybe. You can then try to use your pawn advantage, but you're quite a long way from that here.
Yeah, you're quite a long way, and it's all about timing. I'm slightly surprised the black rook didn't kind of jump into the second rank. It has an entry square here, and if the black rook could come in, it does kind of stare at some white pawns. Maybe Magnus was aiming to meet this by offering a trade of rooks, challenging, trading things off here. But instead of this, Ding has met a retreating move. This is good strategy. If your opponent retreats, like white did with his bishop, then you should step forward, and black's queen has jumped in. And remember this guy, Alice the A-pawn here, under fire now. It's not easy to protect her. If the white pawn steps forward, then suddenly you lose all the integrity of these pawns. For example, at some point, if black pushes this pawn forward, it locks down, and white's pawns now are completely immobilized on this side. So that's where white's majority lies. You don't want a structure like that where you can never push the pawns. So in the current position, if Magnus can't really push this pawn or doesn't want to, then how do you defend it? For example, if you push this pawn away to kick the queen, then the queen can, I think, safely regain a pawn. This queen is now defended by its bishop. So black regains the pawn. Black is doing at least fine. Really interesting position here. As Simon said, if white gets a couple of moves to bring the rook across and trade things off, then white's doing well, but you just don't have that luxury. For example, if the rook comes across now, black will just take. And your queen cannot recapture. The queen is tied down to this bishop. So white's rook has to take back, and then I think black's rook can just jump in. Looking great. I mean, these pieces coordinate so well for black. Black's king is really safe. For example, there might even be one check, but the black king can move away now, or the black pieces can just block. And it's actually black's rook and queen that are getting into the white camp more than the other way around. So
it might be interesting to bring up Stockfish here, because I was just wondering, what does white play here? Because, you know, if I put myself in white's position, and OK, so...
I think I would give back the pawn.
Yeah.
There's too much tension in the position
and that's what the computer's suggesting.
Oh, really?
To give back the pawn, I think.
These three moves, though, the top three suggestions from Stockfish, I don't think Magnus is going to play any of those.
Yeah.
They're just not natural. So the top suggestion is moving the white queen back to this square. OK, keeping the white king nice and safe, but what does it actually do?
Yeah,
not really, not too much.
They're all nothing moves, and you know, imagine you're white in this position, and David's pointed out why you can't touch the pawns on the queen side. Well, he has. He's touched pawn on the queen side. He's given a pawn back now, in order, I think, to get rid of the queens. I think he was just too squared. Squared? Squared? Too squared. A new phrase. I'm too squared. Yeah, so squared.
You have like the square meaning nerdy.
You do, yeah. I'm very squared in this position. He was too squared, and he wanted to get rid of the queens, which means it should be fine now, at least for black, I would have thought. OK, the queens have just left the board, and in this current position, I think black is, as you mentioned there, Simon, completely fine, because the black knight is so rock solid, so strong. The only thing you have to be careful of is the white rook kind of entering the black camp. So why not challenge the white rook, offer a trade, or at least just move your black rook up one square and cover any entry points. It's looking very, very balanced, but it's the endgame, and that suits Magnus Carlsen.
And we did see the bar also to the middle looking balanced in game one between Anish Giri and Pragnananda as well. Anish has the white pieces in the first game, and we will, of course, follow the action in that semi-final as well.
It looks like Anish is trying to bore Prag to death in that game. Poor Prag, it's one of the most dull positions I've ever seen.
Really?
Wow, that's some real harsh words there, David.
Sorry.
And it's quite
I'm glad we chose this game, that's what I'm trying to say.
And yesterday we were saying how exciting Anish was and how he goes to the win, but it's not a bad idea to bore the youngster to death, is it, either? So, but
that's what I would do. Old man chess. Sometimes that's the one thing the young players can't handle. Meanwhile, surprising decision, maybe, that Ding has allowed the white rook. I said you should cover its entry point, but the white rook did go up to the 7th rank with a check. The black king moved, and white's rook has gone greedy and grabbed a pawn. So white's gone a pawn up again. But is the white rook badly placed? Black can trade a set of bishops. I'm just really surprised, because it feels like now there's pressure on Ding to do something. I mean, there must be something very good here for black, otherwise you're just a pawn down.
I mean, maybe you can just exchange bishops and bring your rook in. That would be a very logical way to proceed. Just get your rook to the 7th rank. I mean, the black knight is beautiful at the moment. So black's pieces do seem to be very nicely placed. So, I mean, bringing the rook down now, that's the most logical thing. Attack a pawn, but there's other options as well. Here.
So we're expecting, I mean, one of the black rooks to move, right? Black's knight is too good. You don't want to touch it yet, and you'll move there, Simon. And yeah, I think white might just challenge this rook. White's rook, there we go, it steps up. If your opponent's rook dominates your 2nd rank or 7th rank, if you're black, then you need to kick those rooks away. So white's rook trying to hold the fort for now, but black's rooks are now teaming up, protecting each other.
And there's a threat in the position, which is just to simply trade off rooks, and then the other rook will come down to the 2nd row, give a check, and recover that lost pawn.
For example, if white plays a very natural move, this rook is not doing much. If white brings his rook the whole way across again, tries to target black's isolated pawn, then Jovanka's point is that black doesn't need to defend it yet. Black can counterattack, trade off a set of rooks, and the other rook replaces it. And now this black rook just conquers the 2nd rank completely. And you grab this one, protecting this pawn in the process. And actually here, it's definitely easier for black to play. Black's knight has much more mobility than the white bishop, which kind of hits thin air. So yeah, this one looks very good for Ding suddenly. So this is the current position. After black's rook has come across, Magnus needs to deal with that threat of rook takes rook. And then, as Jovanka mentioned, bring the other rook down to replace it.
Looks like, I mean, if anyone's pushing, it's maybe even black here. But I say that, there's not many pawns on the board, and a draw is probably the most likely result. There's a lot of play left, of course, first, though.
Yeah,
So,
I thought a draw was probably the most likely, but then I'm quite uncomfortable about the white king, actually. White king is going to be cut off on the first... But anyway, this...
What's the idea behind this one, though? Very strange move by Magnus. Trading off rooks now, and Ding's rook comes in, as we mentioned. This was a threat, but Magnus didn't guard against the threat. It's level pawns, but the black knight is just a great piece. Magnus's idea is to just try and trade off the remaining pawns and force a draw.
He's trying to get a draw, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, this is Magnus playing for a draw by getting rid of his weak pawns, trying to exchange everything off. But he's certainly a little bit worse now with his king cut off and the black knight being just a better piece.
It's a bit scary, for example, if the black knight comes in, it just has done, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. Magnus now has had to drop his bishop the whole way back. It's just about holding together. Yes, the bishop protects the pawn, but it's very ugly for Magnus right now. The king actually on its starting square, the bishop on the back rank as well. Let's go back to the players. The pawns are coming off the board, however, so Magnus is a big favourite to hold this. Ding should be the only one who can win, though.
Looks nervous today, Magnus, and a little bit nervous player, I'd say, as well. He got a great opening in this one. He could not have asked for a better opening. Very interesting.
Played very quickly, though, Magnus.
Played very quickly. He missed some really strong moves, and even after that, is a little bit nervy. So it's a bit of a worrying start for Magnus, I think, this game.
Maybe Magnus saw that yesterday, Ding against Mamadjarov, there were a few moments where Ding lost control because he was so far behind on the clock. Maybe Magnus thought he can bully him on time, put pressure psychologically. But yeah, this game, Ding's held firm, held his own. Dodgy opening from Ding, but ever since that, Ding's been great, right?
Yeah.
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 It was, like you say, Simon, it was a perfect opening from Magnus, but there's just that one shot. One opportunity. Sometimes chess is all about timing, and I have to say, after that, Ding's defense was just incredible.
Very good. I think Ding understood the danger to his king, and Magnus didn't, which is just better awareness from Ding at the start of the game. I mean, I do expect this to be a draw. I mean, you know, there's so little material on the board, but you can see Black's three pieces are combining together very nicely, and if that black king can get into the position, but it might be a draw here. Is it going to be a draw?
I think second time we've seen this position, and there we go. A repetition of moves, it's a draw. Surprised
a little bit there. But anyway, you know, maybe Ding could have played on a bit. David, would you have played on there?
You know me, Simon. I would have tried to squeeze water from that stone, but we can't blame Ding. He was lower on the clock, and he defended really well the whole game.
Yeah, with the black pieces as well. The first game is a draw. Magnus had a huge chance at some point in this game.
Yeah.
What happened, David?
It was just after the opening, and Magnus breezed past the moment. He just neglected to go on the attack, and that one chance, it did slip past, and it was in this position. Ding has just put his queen on this square as black, avoiding a queen trade. We said that a queen trade was pretty much obligatory, and here Magnus missed the opportunity. He improved the white queen, which is very, very natural. He brought his queen to this square, but instead of this, he should have been more direct. He should have gone straight for the black king, pushing this pawn forward, and lots of calculation needs to be done. but it was very strong. For example, if the black pawn captures this way, the white queen jumps in. I think this is just deadly. The black king has nowhere to run to apart from into the open. And the other way, I think this is maybe what Magnus had missed. Pawn takes pawn. That's here, there's a very, very strong move for white. It's not obvious, however. White's bishop can actually come to the edge of the board, taking away this safety square for the black king, giving up white's bishop in the center, because if the bishop is captured, this is just a deadly check. And the black king is not going to survive this attack. Magnus, however, he should have at least looked for this move, and I think this move would have brought him the win. So missed opportunity, but a draw, a fair result in the end.
And in 14 minutes, game 2 in the semi-final between Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen will start. And Ding, he will have the white pieces in that game. So let's see if we will have some action in that one. In a very few minutes, we're gonna deep dive into the Caro-Kann opening. But first, a quick commercial break.
Today we have a very special guest, world champion and the winner of the 2021 season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, Magnus Carlsen. And today we have the pleasure of having the Ginger DM himself in the studio, the chess bra himself, Grandmaster Erik Hansen, Dutch #1 and chess superstar Anish Giri.
One of my funniest chess-related memories was connected with David. It's a good time. It was once at a Bermuda party. Very fun evening.
I jumped out the window. I landed on the porch, fell off.
I think I am capable of playing consistently at 28-50 plus level if I do everything correctly. But to take that last step, it's of course difficult, but it's not impossible.
Welcome back to the semi-finals in Chessable Masters. We are waiting for game 2s. But now we're going to deep dive into Jovanka's very favorite opening in the whole world, the Caro-Kann. Jovanka, why is this your favorite opening?
Yeah, well, let me first of all start off by saying what it actually is.
Yeah.
So it's a defense to white pushing the king's pawn up 2 squares, and black responds by pushing the c-pawn one square.
Okay, let's take a look.
Let's take a look at that, and yeah, we can see it. And as Camille Plichter said, it's because we don't have enough courage to play the Sicilian defense. And sorry. I'm very, very excited about this opening.
Yeah.
But the whole idea is that black gets ready to support a pawn push in the center, and you know, play is kind of quite normal, quite solid. It doesn't have a great exciting reputation.
Okay.
And let's move on and let's discuss how the Caro-Kann got its name, because this is where the real intrigue lies.
I was saying when these two came up that it doesn't look like a very new opening. 2 old guys here. We even have like the glass.
Yeah, they have the eyeglasses, they have Magnus Carlsen, and here we have Horatio Caro and we have Magnus Carlsen. Now, Horatio Caro was actually born in Newcastle and he moved over to Berlin when he was just a child and actually moved back to London and died in a workhouse. So a bit of a tragic story, but his contribution to the Caro is actually super clear. He played lots of games, he analysed it extensively. And then we have Magnus Carlsen. Now, the only thing that we certainly know about him is that he played the Caro-Kann in 1885 against Jacques Mises, and he won in 17 moves.
Oh!
And now this is where things get mysterious, because the kind of story in the history book goes that these two collaborated together in 1886, and they made lots of analysis and they published it in a German journal in the Schadenbrucht, which means the Brotherhood. Okay, they published it and they played it in the 1890s. Now, this is where things get super, super strange, because Marcus over here, he died in 1886. And this journal that they published was meant to be published in 1886. And secondly, we also have another mysterious fact. When he died in 1886, in his obituary, there is no mention of this move 1c6. And then it gets even stranger, because in this German article, it's just his name. There is no mention of Magnus Carlsen. So it seems to be, there seems like some wool over everyone's eyes. And everyone just seems to have assumed that he was involved. But it's really not that easy. It needs further investigation. Now, I have to say, in the 1880s and 1890s, the Caro-Kann was not popular. In fact, it wasn't popular for many, many, many years. And in fact, the heyday is having its heyday right now. And there's a lot of negative things being said about the Caro-Kann. They call it a safe but dull opening. Very nice. And I've heard this one many times. It's not the Caro-Kann, it's the Caro-Kant. And Can That Caro is another one. And most recently, even Benny Watts from the Queen's Gambit got in on the fun and said he doesn't like playing the Caro-Kann because it's all pawns and no hope.
Unfair.
But, totally, because now it's having its moment in the limelight. Everyone is playing the Caro-Kann, and there's a big fan club around the opening as we realise how flexible it is. Black's plan is very, very simple. It's just to establish a pawn centre, develop the pieces, and then, this is my favourite thing, get in a pawn break.
And if we take a look at the stats for the Caro-Kann in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour this season, well, it looks great for black.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does. You know, it's 61.8%. I mean, we've seen many players play on the tour. I can remember Jan Christoph Duda, he played against Magnus Carlsen in a critical game. Okay, he had a bad position, but he won. That counts. And then Arian Tari, he adopted it during this particular tournament, and this is where he pulled his big streak of wins. I mean, it's not as well analysed as some of the other openings, and you have a great deal of flexibility. And like I said, play on those light squares, it's simple.
That's the Caro-Kann, you guys, named after these two gentlemen and Jovanka's very favourite opening. Now, I don't know what is Magnus Carlsen's favourite opening. He's not naming himself a specialist in the opening, because for many years, Magnus Carlsen actually didn't work with a team for openings. He just worked for himself.
About 10 years ago, I used to, I guess, try and get away from theory a little bit more than I do now. Now I vary my approach quite a bit more. I gotten my preparation is better as I have very good people working with me, while then I was mostly working on my own. I'm still not like a top opening expert, but it's still very different from what it used to be, in the sense that I do these days, well, especially a couple of years ago, but still these days I still do sometimes get an advantage from or a huge advantage from the opening, which I didn't really used to do back in the days. Well, I'd certainly worked with people before, but after I stopped working with Gary in early 2010, until the candidates in 2013, I was mostly mostly working on my own, which was, it was hugely successful, but I think not particularly because of openings, probably despite it. And looking back, I think it was a good thing because I learned how to win without openings. But I think it's been good for me also more recently that I've been able to have a more balanced approach.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen. So for many years actually didn't work with the team. And it's interesting how he says that has actually helped him maybe become so good in the end games and middle game because he often struggled out of the opening.
Yeah, there are a lot of cases of players who focus on the opening from a young age. That's all they study, that's all they care about. But they can't maneuver in the middle game. They can't plan long term. They can't kind of work out their end games. So, you definitely need to cover all the bases. And I think Magnus kind of being a little bit self-taught at the beginning, or at least working stuff out for himself, that helped him kind of long term. Adding the team as you go along, that's the key. It's not just about the openings. Chess is much richer than that.
But, I mean, it cannot be like a tip to younger players to not work on the openings.
Work on it a bit, but not just 100% on the openings. Do other stuff too.
Exactly. And Magnus will very soon have the black pieces in Game 2 against Liren. So let's just check out his stats again. With the black pieces in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022, really, really good stats with the Sicilian. So do you think Ding is aware of that and will avoid the Sicilian?
So I think one thing in Ding's favour is that he naturally avoids the Sicilian. He very rarely opens with his king's pawn Ding, so he doesn't allow the Sicilian. Ding is more likely to push his queen's pawn 1d4, and then we might see, for example, the third opening on this list, the Queen's Gambit declined, another of Magnus's specialities, or maybe the Grunfeld defense, King's Indian. I think 1d4 type of openings, no Sicilian in this one, or at least very unlikely.
Okay, interesting. Magnus Carlsen doing great. Also with the black pieces, of course, in the tour. Game 2 will start in 2 minutes. So the other semi-final, are they still playing Game 1?
Still going strong.
Is it still one of the most boring games you've ever seen, David?
It got lively for a moment, but it should be a draw, I think, in the next few minutes. This game, very balanced throughout. Giri and Pragnananda cancelling each other out.
Okay, Anish Giri has the white pieces in this first game. He is still unbeaten so far in Chessable Masters. Pragnananda with some very spectacular games. Yesterday he played for a long time, and another super long game here in the first round. Liren is ready. He's going to have the white pieces coming up in a minute against Magnus Carlsen. And Anish Giri and Pragnananda just ended their first game with a draw. So their game number 2 will start in 15 minutes. So then we get to follow the action in that one as well. Coming actually out today, if we're really quick, we can show you the teaser for the next Good Night podcast coming out today, late night podcast.
And Lawrence, you've known Magnus for many years.
Yeah.
I mean, you're good friends. Do you think he's going to follow through on his kind of hints or threats to step aside from the World Championship?
I basically believe that the opponent is crucial, and I believe that if it's not a few guys I have in mind, I think he will step aside, because it's not that he doesn't value the world title. I think it's just a very intense and tiring period to deal with, and he just doesn't believe he needs it anymore. So if a certain players qualify from the candidates, then I think he will. But I think there are other players that he would just not be that interested in.
Late Night podcast with Lawrence Trent, released today if you are a Chess24 premium member. And during this tournament, there is a discount code you can use to become a Chess24 premium user to check out that special video edition of that podcast. Looking forward to listen to it, and also looking forward to Game 2 between Ding and Magnus Carlsen. Should start very shortly. Trent, he's actually playing something in Berlin now, something in Germany.
Yeah, he's playing a Grandmaster Norm tournament, so if he does very well, he might get one kind of part of his qualification for the Grandmaster title, but it's a difficult tournament, and Lawrence, I think this is his first tournament in 2 years, over 2 years at least, so yeah.
But
I wish him the best.
But he did have the best victory of his life recently. He beat his rival online,
Greg
Shahadi, which I think made him very happy. So they have some rivalry going on there. So
Nice.
anyway,
Yeah.
No.
International master Lawrence Trent fighting to become a grandmaster, and these two super grandmasters have started game 2. What opening are we seeing?
It's early days, but it's the Nimzo Indian defense, and this one could maybe transpose to some variations of the Queen's Gambit declined if Magnus now chooses to push the black D pawn forward 2 squares. But either way, this is a very decent opening choice, very rich, lots of choices for.
I think David, this opening, the Nimzo has been scoring the best for black so far throughout the tour. So it's a good choice. Yeah, which is massive. You know, if you're scoring over 50%, you know, facing the serve, we say really with the black pieces, because white has the serve, then it shows it's a very good opening. 14
games played before this, and over 60% score for black.
It's such a good opening that these days most players with the white pieces, they try and avoid it. Even if they start with 1d4, they try to maybe reserve the development of the white knight now on this left half of the board, of the white knight on the c3 square. Normally you keep that as home these days for a few moves longer, just to avoid the Nimzo. It's got such a good reputation these days. And meanwhile, up until this last move, I actually had this position recently myself in my match against Niels Grandelius. But now we might be heading towards some of the main lines. We might see a trade of a set of pawns in the centre. Magnus now just choosing. Black has so many options. Black's knight can come out now. Black can push a variety of different pawns. Black can trade off a set of pawns in the centre. White's plan is much more simple. OK, maximum tension now in the middle of the board with pawns. White is just going to castle the king, most likely. That is the main move.
And also, apparently, first time Magnus plays this opening in the tour.
Oh, really?
This season, yeah. Okay. I have 0 games in Nimzo Indian for Magnus Carlsen.
OK, Magnus, though, the reason that surprises me, Kaja, is because it has been his main opening for the last, I mean, I think pretty much since he was a child as black. So that shows on the tour he's been experimenting so much, trying to kind of show off these new ideas in lots of different openings that he's now finally, against his main rival Ding, he's come back to his old favourite.
Ooh.
It's quite interesting. I was just thinking about what Lawrence said there about it's very important, the World Championships, who is qualifying from the candidates, which is not that far off now, to decide if Magnus plays. And I'm just thinking, which names will Magnus play against and which won't he play against? And he's already said if Firouzja qualifies, he'd play for the World Championships then. But who else? Maybe, I mean, I was thinking off the top of my head, maybe Ding and maybe Hikaru. Maybe they're the 3 players that will tempt him to go for the World Championships again. But obviously, it's a massive thing. You know, I think most of us would love to see him play in the World Championships, and I kind of hope he changes his mind really about that. But, you know, I can understand why he might not as well.
Yeah, I mean, 14 high-quality games between these two to decide a world title. That would be amazing to watch. Meanwhile, we did see Ding kind of just put his hand over his eyes a few moments ago. That's because he's just trying to remember what to do here. He's definitely studied this position before, and the white king finally goes to castle. So temporarily, white is 1 pawn up, but if you look at the white pawn on the c5 square in the black half, that pawn is about to drop any moment. So we will see a position with level material, but black will have an isolated pawn in the middle of the board.
Curiously, just checking the database, I can see that Magnus hasn't actually had any games in this particular line with the black pieces, but guess what? He's faced it with the white pieces. It was in 2017 against Wesley So, and it was a game he lost.
OK, so Magnus lost with white, now he's playing it with black. You see that a lot from the top grandmasters in the world. They learn from their own games. I think that's a lesson for everyone at home. If you lose against an opening, or if you don't feel comfortable on one side of an opening, often it means you should be playing the other side. You should, for example, if you don't like this position with white, play it with the black pieces.
And do you remember all of your over-the-board losses?
No.
For me, no.
Definitely not. No, I mean, I've lived too long to remember all those ones. There's hundreds of them, so it'd be a really long list. I do remember some of the more painful ones, though. I think some games, they're like scars. They stick with you for life, and you won't forget them. And maybe you remember more bad losses than wins. I don't know. Not sure. No, what about you guys, David? I mean,
I think that's the thing. Every top player has countless defeats behind them, right? It's just about learning from every defeat. I remember, I think maybe not necessarily the games like from start to finish, but I remember a lot of the defeats. I bear grudges as well. If I've lost to someone, I want my revenge, even if it's 10, 15 years later. Jovanka, how about yourself?
No, not really. I used to, but then as I got older and older, then I stopped remembering my losses. And sometimes I even forget my victories as well. And sometimes I even forget my important novelties.
You're forgetting a lot of things there, Jovanka.
I know. I mean, one of the worst novelties I've ever... it was actually from my Caro-Kann book. And I was actually commentating with you, Simon. And we were looking at Jan Christoph's game, Jan Christoph Duda's, that is. And we were looking at his game, and I'm looking at this Caro-Kann position, and I'm thinking, it looks very familiar. But it looks very... You were like, it's very dangerous. And I was like, yeah, it looks very dangerous for black. But it looks very familiar. And then I was like, yeah, very dangerous, very dangerous. And then I went back, and it was bothering me so much. I went back to my room after the game had finished, and I went and checked my notes, and I was like, oh my goodness me, it's my novelty. This is like the whole basis of my book. How could I not recognise this? And
so annoying. I think as you get older, this happens much more regularly, because I've done this so many times. Created some courses where I spent loads of time finding some great ideas. Then I'm playing and I'm like, hang on a minute, I know this position, but I can't remember. Where's my mind gone? And it's like, oh dear. So having a good memory is such an important thing, really, and that's something for the youngsters more than the oldies like me now.
Yeah, I think the thing is though, I mean, we don't invest too much time in improving our memory. We complain, like for instance myself, I complain a lot about my memory, but am I putting in the hard work to actually do something about it? No. Are you?
No, I'm probably doing the opposite generally. So destroying those brain cells rather than building them. I mean, playing chess, it is good for the mind. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I know there's been various chats about this, but I find in general it's just very, calculating, doing puzzles. It can only help the mind develop. So it's a really, good thing to have, chess, if you want to improve your mind in a competitive way. But yeah, I mean, David, you do lots of memory exercises, get the pawns out and like, oh yes, just sort of, I don't know. I don't know what I was doing there, dumbbells with the pawns. build up those arms, while you're going through your opening variations.
No, I should do more, to be honest.
I've got that image in my mind though. Little sweatband, couple of pawns, just like, come on, E4, C5.
That's the next big thing, right? A chess gym. Just people go there to work out.
Yeah. It could be an Oslo,
yeah. I mean, I play through my opening notes semi-regularly, my annotations of my previous games, but yeah, not everything sinks in anymore, at least compared to the past.
Do you think Magnus's memory is something he's born with, first and foremost?
It seems to be, doesn't it? I mean, he seems to have some, genius is an overused word, but he seems to have some superpower with his memory, and he always has done. It's been proven time and time again. We've all got stories of him recalling things which no one else should be able to recall, and he can. So yes, he's got a superpower there, I think. Something special. I mean,
definitely. Just last week we were celebrating the 17th of May here in Norway, and then a song came on and he said, David, do you know when I heard this first? And apparently it was in my car in Wales in 2014.
What?
How did he remember that?
Incredible. And what was the song?
It was called Kaylee by the Marillions, I think.
OK, well, that's a pretty good memory as well. There you go.
That's only because he told me last week.
But it's interesting, this story, because, other world champions had similar things. There was Mikhail Tal, and a friend of mine, Joseph Gallagher, Grandmaster from England, was recalling the story where he played him in a simultaneous when he was like 12. He saw him 20 years later, and there's 30 people playing, 30 plus people. He saw him in a lift like 20 years later, and he's like, I have to sort of say something. And he says, oh, hello, Mikhail. I played you in a simultaneous in England, and you're thinking that you would have no idea at all. And Mikhail goes, oh, right, oh, yeah, just got a bit more information. He said, oh, it was this variation. And Mikhail said, oh, yes, you should have played blah, 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 like bishop takes f6 on move 22, and then you would have been winning. And it's like, how on earth could you recall from 30 games one move variation from 20 years ago? When you're, can you remember any simultaneous games you play? I certainly can't.
The ones who gave me some trouble, yes, I remember them.
You can remember them, right? Yeah, it just goes in one ear out the other for me. This simultaneous is generally, but it's an incredible stories you hear about these super feats of the mind, really. To do with chess, and Magnus certainly has it. Recalling that song is quite incredible.
It is incredible. I think the trick is just keeping the mind active. Magnus, he constantly does quizzes. He's constantly trying to research new things, keeping his mind active as possible. So I don't think he's specifically trying to train his memory or just his memory. I think it's just kind of, obviously he has that kind of natural sponge-like brain, but he's definitely pushing himself all the time. And meanwhile, if we get back to the current position, it has changed slightly, but not too much. Right now, Black has regained the pawn that he temporarily sacrificed, and White's queen has just come out. Black's pieces are nice and active, but Black's pawn structure is slightly compromised. So just to jump in to show what is likely to be a factor over the next 10, 15 moves, it's all about this isolated pawn. And we've talked about this a lot, actually, throughout the event, throughout the Chessable Masters. This isolated pawn comes from a whole variety of openings. It comes from the Queen's Gambit, it comes from the Caro-Kann, it comes from the French defence. And here they will be using pattern recognition to try and figure out how to compensate for this weakness in his position here, Magnus. This is a weakness, but also White's queen, at least for now, attacking this pawn. So you can defend that in a couple of ways. For example, you can bring your knight to this square. It looks a bit weird, but at least you defend the centre. You block the White queen. Another alternative would be to try and maybe just bring the Black queen out to challenge the White queen. Lots of options here. At some point, Magnus will be looking for an opportunity to maybe push this pawn, to trade it off, to trade off his weakness. But for now, White is covering that square with his knight and with his pawn. Could
he go active here, David? Could he when you've got the isolated pawn, you really don't want to generally exchange queens and go passive, but could he throw a knight into the centre of the board? I don't know if you can just take that pawn in the middle, but you'd like to do something active if you can, I feel.
It's a common idea, right? Having an isolated pawn, the benefits are that you control a lot of squares. This one, for example, you have an open line for your rook later on if you need it. And Simon, as you mentioned, this is definitely on Magnus's radar. If you can play this move, it will be very good.
Yeah, even if queen takes pawn, you've got a lot of play here, haven't you? Even if you, play something like knight f6, but maybe there's something stronger than that move in the position. It seems you're least active here.
We could see a scenario like this, as you're right, Simon, that Black actually gives up his isolated pawn in the centre just to create active pieces. The rook now, fantastic. The knight now, fantastic. And definitely some compensation here. And all these things are going through Magnus's mind. Does he sacrifice this pawn? Does he passively defend it? I'm not sure whether he's disconnected Magnus. We don't see his camera right now, but he's 5 minutes down on the clock now. It is a critical moment. He needs to deal with this pawn. The threat against both of these pawns, actually, a dual threat here from Ding, but he needs to move. He needs to come up with something.
Yeah, definitely. And, interesting move there that you suggested, Simon. And I just wanted to talk about our quiz of the day, because we're asking, what is your best tip to improve chess openings? And a lot of people giving great advice. I have to say, I do like Mikolai's British sense of humour when he says that my way of improving openings is being brutally beaten by much better players. That's how I fixed my Queen's Gambit accepted and picked up the infamous Budapest Gambit. Sometimes you've got to know when to quit and choose something else. But, I liked it. And Ryan Baker gives the advice that they recommend finding an opening that sets up a position that suits you as a player. We had that advice as well from yesterday's guest. Yeah, that's true. And, of course, Chessable. Absolutely. Chessable is a fantastic resource to use. I use it quite often, and I find it does help with my memory. I can actually I just remember things.
Just because repetition.
Yeah, because of the practice. And I try to kind of make sure that I'm like 80% error. Sorry, not 80% errors. That was not the word I wanted. I wanted 80% success rate when I practice, because it means that my mind is still learning. So that would be also my tip. Great advice from everyone. And if you two want to enter our quiz of the day, then you can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and there's an amazing prize up for grabs. It's a Semi-Slav lifetime repertoire by Sam Shanklin and this Air Things wave device.
Yeah. Big prize today.
It is.
You get 2 for answering only 1 question. So do tweet us, hashtag #ChessChamps. And Sam Shanklin's course, it has a value of $210. So it is a great prize in addition to the Air Things device. And we did see Magnus's air quality stats a little earlier. Remember, he is playing from Denmark this time, and it was looking good for him. Looks like Denmark is good for Magnus Carlsen. Suddenly temperature is okay. Looks like it's good.
It looks like it's good. I don't think the internet connection in Denmark, however, is very good because we've lost Magnus's webcam.
Again?
And also, look at the clock times. He spent more than half his time on this one move.
Oh, wait, is he offline?
That makes me think he might be disconnected because, yes, it's a critical position. Yes, it's kind of a middle game position where you have to start planning, calculating, but it's not like Magnus to spend this much time on one move this early in the game. Magnus normally trusts his instinct, or he finds a move that's good enough. To spend 6 minutes in this position, something must be up.
He's moved, so...
and he didn't get any time back, it
Didn't get any time back, so wow, he really did invest 6 minutes in this one move. And he just steps back with the black bishop. Interesting idea here. He's actually offering a sacrifice in 2 different ways. And the question is, can Ding win a pawn here? Can Ding just get greedy? Is greed good in this position? And Magnus, he probably then spent the last 6 minutes working out whether white, for example, can take this pawn with his queen. If this happens, that at the very least, black's rook can activate. Black's rook can kick the queen away, and when the white queen continues munching on pawns, the black rook can jump into the position. And maybe this active rook is good enough. It's decent compensation for the sacrificed pawn. White's queen, meanwhile, offside in Siberia somewhere, not doing too much. So this is one option for white. It's still complicated, but if we backtrack after Magnus's move, retreating the bishop, other than taking this white pawn, other than white taking this pawn, sorry, he can grab in the center. And this is the most critical because this is a key pawn. If black can't get compensation, he's just a pawn down for nothing. I think the idea might be, I'm trying to figure it out here, Simon, but to trade and then move the black knight.
Yeah, or knight c5 maybe immediately could also be an option, I feel, here.
I was also wondering whether the black knight could actually jump in immediately to e4 square.
So this is one idea. This is another idea, eyeing up this bishop.
Getting very complicated, isn't it, already?
Very complicated. All of the knights jumping into the centre of the board.
I think this is a great decision in general because I felt that if he hadn't played something like this, David, that his position might just be worse. You know, he has to sort of defend passively, and I think a good bit of advice for everyone out there, you know, if your position is going downhill, it's getting worse and worse, which it seemed like Magnus' position, okay, it might not be massive, but it was. You can try to do something a little bit drastic, as in you can try to, sacrifice a pawn just to complicate the position, gives you some chances rather than sit and defend passively. So in general, I like it, but that's without analysing it at all, of course.
And I just want to show something a bit funny here, Simon. So, for example, the black knight is kind of indirectly attacking this bishop. Say white defends it, and black's knight jumps into the centre of the board. We could see a situation with... look at these.
Please, let's have that. That would be... Can they just have a draw then? It seems like appropriate to...
No, you can't do that.
But you don't want to ruin that position either. Hang on a minute. Can they get the bishops around them as well?
Anyway, just looking for patterns. But in the current position, if Ding, for example, does play this move, knight takes pawn, then you guys are right. Jovanka thinking, OK, maybe the black knight can jump in here. Simon mentioning the black knight can jump in here, attacking the white queen. And he has played this, so he has had to calculate all of these options. Also, in the current position, I was looking at ideas like this one, setting up a really sneaky threat. The white queen now undefended. If white is careless, for example, just improves the rook, then suddenly this undefended queen drops off the board. LPDO, loose pieces drop off, and bishop takes pawn is a check. Getting rid of the bishop, gaining time against the white king, and when the bishop gets captured, then it's a discovered attack against the white queen, and black's queen pounces. So lots and lots of options here for Magnus Carlsen in the current position. Which knight is he going to move? I think he's going to move one of these knights. And
he's gone for your plan, David.
Goes for this one. I'm not sure it's gone the other way. Oh, he's gone this way. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. So the idea is that this knight is offering itself up for bait, but if the knight is captured, then this actually was a bit of a pin, and black's bishop can jump in.
And Bart jumps up for Ding Liren.
I mean, we were surprised by this move. Just, I'm not sure what the exact threat is as well in the current position, as Magnus maybe wants to lift his rook up the board and start hitting the white queen. I don't really see the threat, and if there's no threat, then maybe one of the white rooks can come to the centre of the board, or the white bishop, for example, can step forward, hitting this black knight. I say there's no threat because if there's a trade, the important thing is that now the white bishop actually covers the white queen, so that the tactic I showed a moment ago of black's bishop taking this pawn doesn't really work. For example, here, now black's queen can take the white queen, but it's just recaptured by the white bishop, and white actually wins a piece. So what's the idea? I don't really understand. It feels like Magnus has spent a lot of time.
Maybe you can try that rook lift after your move, David. So bishop c3.
Yeah.
Magnus has to play something aggressive. And then now, I guess, well, let's see what happens if you grab another pawn. Is there something on h2 here?
Oh,
this is why he might have invested a lot of time.
So the idea is to drive the white queen as far away as possible from her king, and then after a trade, maybe possibly here, jumping in, sacrificing everything to break through to the white king, and this will end in checkmate. That's really nice, actually. I think this is what Magnus has in his mind. The white king now is caught. No way to stop the black queen coming down. And, checkmate. So, OK, it is scary, actually, this rook move. Maybe this is Magnus's hidden idea.
So would you say a win for either player is the most likely result right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice.
I mean, white's material up, but Magnus is attacking. So, you know, either white wins with the extra material or Magnus' attack comes through. So very exciting moment on the board at the moment, definitely.
And Ding Liren, he is definitely up on the clock, but thinking for 2 minutes now. Game 2 has also started between Pragnananda and Anish Giri. Apparently, it's a much more exciting game than the first one. Ooh. We will go to that one when Magnus and Ding finishes their game 2.
Yeah, and for Ding, it's all about survival right now. I think if he can navigate the next 5 to 10 moves successfully, if he can just survive, cling on to his extra pawn, he's going to win this game. I just don't see Magnus fighting back, but it is about those tactics, those attacks, those tricks, those sacrifices, breaking through to the white king, and that's why we see Ding with his head in his hands. It's just, I mean, super complicated right now.
It's a very good time to have a think.
Yeah.
And this is, again, what strong players do very regularly. They get to a position which is critical. This position could be the turning point of the whole game. We just saw that if white plays it badly, he can get checkmated. But if he finds the right way through the calculations, he could be a pawn up. And again, I think it's a great learning tip. You can play generally in chess, even in a very long time limit, a lot of moves very quickly. Well, most of us can, David. Sorry. But you can generally. But then when there's a critical moment, you have to spend a lot of time on these critical moments to work things out. But I know you do it, David, to try and work out your plan and to just to get yourself comfortable. So
I was reading a book about this exact same thing, that, you know, the top players, the super grandmasters, actually, you know, they first of all orient themselves with like the actual position and then the choices. And then once they've kind of decided, they really go deep into it and they calculate, which is something that lower-rated players tend to actually intuitively try to feel their way around the moves.
Right, just calculation.
Yeah.
I mean, for the top players, they always joke, and I think it's actually true, that their minds are actually a bit of a muddle at first. So, for example, Ding, Magnus, they're so good that you show them a position, immediately they'll see 3-4 moves ahead in one variation or maybe another variation, but only then do they have to stop, take a step back, make sure that they haven't missed anything on the journey. So often here, for example, that line we showed that ended in checkmate, Ding will see that instantly, but then he'll take a step back, he'll spend 4 or 5 minutes trying to work out, oh, where can I improve on that line? Is every move forced for me? Is every move forced for my opponent? Where are the options? And that's why they spend 4 or 5 minutes. You always see them thinking longest as well in positions where they have to plan and where they have 4 or 5 moves which look roughly the same value. So, OK, eventually he moves his rook across. Very logical. But now the big question is, can black's rook lift up the board? That's what we showed a moment ago. This rook move actually, maybe it's a bit clever because the white king does have an escape route towards the centre if it needs. So the big question for Magnus, how can he justify his pawn sacrifice?
We could have a look, maybe see if the same line as before actually works out. I mean, let's go for it. So the rook does the same thing. I guess white grabs that pawn, and then black's kind of in an all-in situation here.
2 pawns down. Yeah.
So he has to take on f3, opening up the bishop, and here white's got to take with the bishop, keeping his king closed. Now, does bishop takes h2 work? And they both must have looked at this quite deeply. I mean, I guess you can get away with it here just by coming to the centre, right?
The difference is now the white king in this position, it looks like this is checkmate, and it is inevitable, this queen coming down. But yeah, Ding, he's evacuated with his rook move, he's evacuated this key square, and now the white king can just run. It can just make its journey into the centre of the board, and it doesn't look entirely safe there, but white is actually a piece and a pawn up.
Well, you have queen c4, though, and he's... Oh, no, queen takes f3.
Yeah.
Oh, no, but then still queen c4. And then the king comes back. OK, so it's just
to show what Simon means, there's a queen check here.
Yeah.
So, for example, if the king walks into the wrong direction, there is a checkmate. But I think, unfortunately, the king walks back this way, and after the queen swings across again to try and checkmate, now white can safely, for example, just push a pawn, and the white queen actually keeps some key squares defended.
But
for example, this check, and you run again.
But you're right, Jovanka, this is the difference with these players, that they see these kind of things immediately, you know, straight away. They better calculate that this is safe. But if that means, what's he done? OK, he's come in then to c2, which is also very logical.
It's logical, but now this rook, it does, I mean, it feels like there's a disconnect between this rook and the rest of its army. This rook is just going pawn hunting. Everything else is defended, but somehow it's a bit loose. This knight is a bit loose, this bishop is a bit loose, this bishop, it's all on an open line.
Is there any, like, immediate try? I'm thinking of bishop moving to the c3 square.
So white's bishop can clear out the way. Now trying to create a pin. I guess black can, for example, take this white bishop.
And then bishop takes knight is the idea, and then I guess you have to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, this looks very good for white, to be honest. There's a pin along this line, so black's bishop cannot take the white bishop, because now after queen takes queen, remember as well, this is a back rank checkmate. Black's king lacks escape squares. Yeah, suddenly, I mean, I don't know if Magnus calculated this right, or it feels like there's something wrong with Magnus's play somehow.
I mean, all the bishop moves are possible, actually. Jovanka, you've mentioned bishop c3. You can go to b4 or even a5.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, you know, all of these...
True.
Or this one.
I know, all of these actually, to me, look quite scary to Magnus, because you're forcing things on the d file, and you're a pawn up, and I think it's actually Ding Liren who's got the initiative. This could be starting to be really scary. I mean, you know,
does this win him some material?
Wow, I mean, this is this is a scary move. Bishop b4. The more I look at that, I mean, I mean, they're all scary. What do you do? You know, they're all very.
This one attacks the black queen, and it unleashes the white rook. So now you're attacking this bishop with your queen. And as Simon mentioned, this other bishop jump is more flashy and maybe even more effective, because you're attacking this bishop. And remember, if this black bishop moves, then black walks into this pin type of idea. Queen takes queen, and once again, this check. It's not deadly this time because the black bishop can come and block, but white has won a rook for bishop in the process. So, yeah, all these moves looking good.
I just cheated. You have to go flashy. This is
Flashy.
is a good move.
And bishop a5 doesn't work.
It wins on the spot, actually.
Really? Wow.
Wow,
Really?
this move wins on the spot for Ding.
Yeah.
OK.
Oh.
And
What about bishop a5? Does that win as well? I mean, just...
Maybe
That's
we can bring up...
not mentioned.
It's not
Let's bring up the
mentioned.
Stockfish suggestions. What moves does the computer want to play? We're thinking moving this bishop, but 3 big choices. And, OK, this computer at least thinks that the bishop move to this square is good. It thinks that white can simply take this black knight in the centre of the board as well. It thinks that white is doing well if you push a pawn. But as Jovanka mentioned, maybe with a bit more time, the computer will realise that this move for white is winning.
So are we saying the computers can't really work this out either? We're having different views and different computers here.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it depends on how quickly the engine processes things and sees things. But yeah,
It's all about this pin.
yeah.
Anyway.
And the key point is actually after knight takes knight. That's the only recommendation.
Yeah.
That you don't capture with a bishop. You capture with a pawn.
Oh, wow. Oh.
This is difficult. It looks unnatural to take with a pawn, open up your own king.
It's incredible. If he finds this, I mean, OK, any
We know
betting
he's a
on...
genius, Ding, but
yeah,
this is another level.
This is different gravy, as we say in England sometimes.
Why would that be better, though, taking with the pawn, now that you...
I've no idea either.
Yeah.
I think the idea is actually it's findable, because after the white bishop takes, suddenly the black bishop can give itself up, go on a suicide mission, give a check, then after white takes back, now the black queen jumps in, and now because you've opened up this line, if your bishop was still back here, this wouldn't work for black. But because you've opened up this line, the rook and the queen combine on this square. So black jumps in with a check, the white king moves, the black queen gives back with a check. And look at this, it's a miracle, but black saves by repeating the moves. Black's queen just goes back and forth, and it's a draw. It's a check white cannot escape from.
And it is possible for Ding to calculate that if that is on the board.
I think Ding would see that this is a draw, and then by process of elimination, you backtrack. Then you trace your steps back, and you realise that in this position...
So he's gone for the fourth bishop move. Wow. I can't believe it. So we looked at the other 3 moves, and he's gone for number 4. Yeah. It's your favourite move, though, David?
It's my favourite move. And it makes sense. We just showed this variation where the black queen ends up on this square. Oh, it takes only a few moves, but now he's protected this square with his bishop.
Yeah.
Maybe that's really cunning from Ding. I mean, it's so unnatural. Normally, you look forward with a bishop, you look this way, this way, this way. You're attacking pieces no matter where you go. He's not attacking anything at all. He's just taking a step back. He has, however, opened up this line, remember. And, yeah, still very, very complicated. And maybe Magnus can fight back. Ticking down on the clock as well, I think we're going to see a blunder from one of the 2 players.
Ooh.
Because it's that type of position. It's impossible to play perfectly. It's so complicated.
Typical that Magnus has internet connection problems with his webcam in this game.
Yeah, I wish I could see his reactions. OK, so black's rook snacked on one of the white bishops, and now white has recaptured one of the black knights. So level material again. White just has 1 extra pawn, and this bishop's under fire.
Ooh.
This bishop's under fire.
Ooh.
So
Hang on, I saw a trick.
OK, Jovanka.
So basically, the light square bishop can actually retreat itself to this particular square.
To attack the queen?
Yeah, and, you know, you could go queen takes bishop, and you go, well, why are you giving me a piece? And I go, well, the joke's on you, because I'm going to play rook takes bishop and distract your rook away from the defence.
Deflection tactic, as we call it. This is a check. White's rook needs to move away and capture this black rook, but then the white rook loses control of its own queen. And black emerges with an extra queen. So, yeah, that would be a nice tactic from Magnus, dropping the bishop back. I guess here Ding would spot the idea and just retreat to a safe square. I'm not sure exactly where, though. Maybe just back 1 square, keeping an eye on the knight.
Magnus has ticked under 2 minutes on the clock. Will he lose the first game in the semi-final? Can Ding Liren win this?
Yeah, I mean, Ding... How did he play that bishop move? How did he even find it? I mean, it's such a clever idea dropping white's bishop back, but as we just showed in Jovanka's line there, that white bishop is actually a target as well, so...
Even bishop takes knight here is incredibly complex. It looks like it can't be played because queen... Oh, no, it can't be played, just queen takes queen, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just, basically, yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to... Oh, no, because then rook takes e1. Yeah, so bishop... Sorry, again, so bishop takes knight...
Bishop takes knight on the board, OK.
Is also...
possible.
Because you've got some... I mean, can you play the ridiculous queen takes, rook takes e3? I mean, just...
Let's show this. We keep cutting off short variations, so we have to show this. It's on the board, but here black would be able to win the game, actually, by giving a check and then picking off the black queen. 2 bishops will beat 1 rook. So if we backtrack, this was played. So instead of queen takes queen, which looks winning but doesn't actually work, he took this bishop, and now Magnus, as you mentioned there, Simon, took this pawn. So he's unleashing an attack against this rook and against this queen, and after queen takes rook. It's level material now, but Ding is going to be in charge after this bishop joins the action. This white bishop is going to start threatening the black king. Still
calm down a little bit now.
No, I'm not so sure, Simon.
It's a little bit less tactical. We can just take a breather for a second, you know. It's like, but it does look like white's in control here, right? I mean, just with the bishop is so strong.
Yeah.
And the queenside pawn is on as well over. So.
And as David is highlighting, you know, just have a look at the dark square bishop and its targets as well. And I always say, you know, whoever has the initiative, whoever has the attack going on opposite colour bishops, middle games, has the advantage. It's very, very difficult for black to even think about defending on the dark square colour complex.
I agree. It does look nice for white still. White must have an advantage, but is it going to be enough here?
Yeah, so opposite colour bishops, if the queens and rooks get traded, it's just going to be a draw, but temporarily white has the attack on this square in front of the black king, but also this pawn, as Simon mentioned. And actually, Ding gets greedy. He doesn't even go for the black king in the current position. He just went and grabbed this pawn. Maybe greed is good, but now Magnus is able to centralise, and black's a pawn down. Again, it won't matter if the queens and rooks come off. Opposite colour bishops will just be a draw. Black will blockade on the light squares, but can black survive to that point? Still, white's bishop is much better than black's bishop. It's definitely Ding who has the winning chances. Magnus cannot really win this game unless there's a big blunder. And look at Ding's last move. After the black rook moved across, he just pushes a pawn, creating some space for his king. You need to have some luft, some air, just to avoid any checkmates, and black does the same, breathing space. So now the game will slow down. It was a bit crazy, but at least in terms of the position, it will slow down. The clocks are ticking.
And do you think Ding is fighting to win this game now? He wants to spend some time now to find a winning plan.
Yes, I think this is going to be as good an opportunity as Ding will get in any game against Magnus. It still won't be easy because opposite colour bishops and trading queens. I'm not sure I like that one. But
he's allowed a check as well. He's obviously not scared of the rook coming in the same tactic, which you pointed out, Jovanka, a couple of times here.
I don't like that move at all, and the reason I don't like it is actually because of the check that you highlighted.
Yeah.
And then I think the rook can park itself on the f1 square. I mean, then maybe there might be even a trade.
Okay, so just to show this, black can... Okay, we do see a trade.
We'll see.
And black gives a check if he wants, and the white king moving. Jovanka, you think the black rook will just move across one square?
Yeah, no, maybe not, actually. I've changed my mind.
Just to show your point again, if the king moves, for example, now you can force a trade of rooks. And after rook takes rook, bishop takes, this is going to be a draw, most likely, because yes, white is one pawn up, but black can blockade all these pawns on the light squares. Opposite colour bishops, you cannot break through on the white squares. Instead, Magnus brings his bishop away. He just wants to reroute his bishop back to this square. It's going to be a long, hard, difficult defence here from Magnus. If Magnus was white, I would say this is going to be a win now with one extra pawn. But he's such a good defender, Magnus. Ding, meanwhile, trying to push his majority. It's 2 versus 1 on this side of the board.
Still not easy.
No, still not easy. I mean, Ding's been in charge of the match, hasn't he, so far? I mean, the first game, he did very well. Magnus missed his chances, and in this game, he's the only one with winning chances here if he can get a pass pawn on that side of the board. So, David, you're saying draw. I
mean, again, it's the Magnus factor. If it was anyone other than Magnus as black, I would say white's going to win. Yeah. Or if Magnus was white, I would say white would win. But because it's Magnus, I'll say draw.
OK, I'll go win. OK. I'll go win. Jovanka?
I'm going to go draw because it's Magnus. Magnus always draws these things.
OK.
But the bar is creeping up again for Ding Liren with these last few moves.
Yeah, it feels like he should have some way to keep the white pawns safe. If the white pawns can push forward to dark squares, where they can be defended by white's bishop, the pawns on the queen side, on the left side, then I think white has great winning chances. But at the moment, the white pawns are stuck on light squares, so they are targets for the black rook and the black bishop. So it's just about whether white can safely push his pawns somehow. Ding's trying to work that out under 1 minute now. Yeah, I mean, if Michael Adams, the English #1, was on the white side here, he would win as well. He wins every single opposite colour bishop endgame with rooks when it's white dark squared bishop against the black light squared bishop.
OK. But is this the clock's ticking. Ding is down to 40 seconds on the clock. Is it a position where you can make blunders?
Not really. I think if you make a blunder, you just lose a pawn back, and then it will be a draw. So I think Ding is playing for 2 results, a win or a draw.
Okay.
I think a win for Magnus is out of the... it's just not on the cards right now. And there we go. He pushes one of his pawns forward. Black forces some weaknesses, though. Black is going for the white king and the pawns around it. Magnus playing very fast. It's committal. Black is trying to win a pawn back, but he's completely ignored white's pawns. And there they go. The pawns are marching.
It's pretty sharp still. I mean, this A pawn is only a couple of squares from queening, isn't it? If you can just bring the bishop back and just shove the A pawn up the board or something similar, just try and queen it. I mean, the black rook is out of play at the moment, so he has brought the bishop back.
Gaining time.
And I don't know if you need to push it now, but it looks scary if you do.
Yeah, I definitely think Magnus has been... OK, I really like this move from Ding. Magnus is trying to hustle here on the clock. He's trying to play as quickly as possible, as tricky as possible. Now I think the white king is going towards the black bishop. Black has won the pawn back, so it's level material, but it's all about that 2 versus 1 majority on the left side. I don't see really how Ding is going to stop them long term. That being said, the white king not entirely safe at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how things have developed, actually,
I agree.
just now, because, I mean, suddenly Magnus has done his thing, where he puts his pieces on their best squares and white's pawns on the left side are just paralysed.
It looks like a good diagonal where black's got that bishop, because you can't push the a-pawn, because the black bishop is tying down the queen side a little bit here. So I think I would change my idea to it being a draw now, if I'm allowed to. Can I?
No, you're stuck with your prediction, Simon.
OK. And, I know this from a rule. You never bet against Magnus in an ending. It doesn't matter what side it's on, what colour he is, what position, you always go with Magnus every single time. Whenever I bet against him, I always lose. I mean, every single time. So it's just, you know.
He might be a pawn down, 2 pawns down.
Yeah.
The computer might say +2, 3 for the opponent. He'll draw.
Yeah.
And likewise, if the computer says 0.0, he'll win.
Yeah.
That's just Magnus Carlsen in a nutshell. OK, the white rook going active. The white rook protects the pawn next to it, trying to free up the white a-pawn from to push. So Simon indicating that the black bishop was holding up those white pawns. It's still definitely Magnus on the defensive. It's the kind of 2 versus 1 majority. Now, black has won on the king side, but the white king will hold up any black pawn advances. It's just about the other flank. If white can somehow win the black bishop for his pawns on the left side, then he has great winning chances. OK, Magnus just waits. And is he going to offer a trade of rooks potentially here? What is black's idea?
Yes.
If the rooks come off the board, remember, black will blockade on the light squares. White can't break through on that colour complex.
So then they will immediately sort of agree a draw somehow?
It'll be very quick, quick path towards a draw. So can Ding keep the rooks on the board? That is the question. For example, white's rook can go up to the top of the board and give a check. But no, trades off.
I thought that check would be happening, and maybe...
I think he needed to, unfortunately, and the players go. It is a draw.
It is a draw, game 2, but Ding Liren with the white pieces. Wow, he was pushing for a win in this one. But after 2 games, it's still tied in the semi-final between world number 2 and world number 1. Game 3 will start in 15 minutes. So we're going to go into game 2 between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri. Game 1 ended with a draw, and in this one, Prag with the white colors. And, OK, bar is slightly to the middle. What do you think, David?
It's complicated. Praggnanandhaa has given up 1 pawn, so black is actually a pawn up in the current position, but look at the black king. It has no defenders, and it's on an open diagonal. White's queen at some point will go up and check this black king in the corner. Also, look at Harry the h-pawn, that white pawn on h6, like a thorn in black's side. There's going to be checkmating patterns all over the place against that black king. Anish Giri is living life on the edge. Meanwhile, this last move, he has just grabbed a piece. He has just won the white knight in the centre. So the fact that the evaluation bar says 0.0, even though black has an extra knight and a pawn, means it's there's something in the position.
Oh.
I'm trying to look for it right now, to be honest. I don't quite see what Prag's idea is. The white queen has so many options. Jovanka, I saw you get excited there.
Yeah, it didn't work, though. I thought the queen could perhaps threaten to come to the f6 square. But
let's just show this, because if the white queen can kind of sneak onto this diagonal and give a check, if black's king has to move, then this is checkmate. This is the kiss of death, checkmate. But unfortunately for white, this check can simply be blocked by black's pawn. So that's maybe why Prag is taking the long way around. And in this current position, he's just moved his queen 1 square. He's creating a pin, actually, on this line. If black's bishop takes the white bishop, then white will take the black rook. And not only that kiss of death checkmate we showed, but the back rank checkmate as well on the cards, the black king trapped, all because of Harry the h-pawn taking away its escape route. So interesting, tense position.
It seems like, now Prag is the new King of Harry, isn't he, really? I mean, I see so many of his games.
So he's King of Harry. He can be the Prince of Harry.
OK, thank you. Yeah, he's Prince Prag of Harryville. I'll be King Harry of Prag. Yeah, OK. Yeah, something like that. And but we saw it yesterday. He won against Wei Yi by pushing the h-pawn all the way to h6, and that gave him the win in that critical game. I've seen him play it so many times in other openings, other games, and he's done it again here. So he does certainly love this tactic. And well, back to the game. I mean, that pawn's causing black all the problems really at the moment. This 1 pawn just keeping the black king tucked over there in a bit of a cage.
First, however, you need to win your piece back. You need to capture this black bishop. The question is, do you take it immediately with your bishop, or do you first maybe give a check? Flicking this check, remember, it has to be blocked by black's pawn. He's done this, and now, for example, you can capture this bishop in the middle.
Look at Black's knight. Black's knight looks so horrible.
It's in the stable, Simon.
It's in some bad stable there. I mean, going back to Van Winkle's very antique book on chess and fishing, which we're still trying to find a copy of. If anyone can find a copy out there, then please let us know.
We should explain what the stable is for viewers who didn't see that, Simon. It's just that the fact that the bishop completely dominates any square the Black Knight wants to use, right?
That's it.
Stable.
Von Winkle's stable. And, well, he's taken with a rook, but it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Logical move. And it seems like Black is just in a bit of trouble here, actually, somehow. To my eyes, White's pieces are so good, and that extra pawn means nothing at the moment. And yeah, it's very tricky to defend.
It's all about this one. I mean, if this white pawn was back kind of on h2, then I think Black would be fine, completely fine. It's just, Black has two big problems here. One is this knight stuck off in the stable on the side of the board, and the other is the king. All the checkmating patterns are going to exist around this king. I mean, how are you going to save yourself? How do you even trade things? For example, if you offer a trade of queens, this was my first instinct, then White will simply capture and move his rook across. And
the stable is real.
Yeah, you're playing without a piece. This Black Knight is never going to re-enter the game. White can win this pawn at will. White can just walk the king forward at some point, start marching up. Black's king is stuck in the corner.
I was going to say, the king totally stuck.
Yeah, Black is playing without these two pieces.
Yeah.
Black's rook is battling the whole army.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, White will just have the freedom of choice. And, yeah, incredible. And it's all because of Harry.
Yeah.
Simon, you were onto something before everyone else was.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the pawn is doing a lot of damage, isn't it? And I mean, it was strange. I mean, when I was looking at this, and I don't know who it was who mentioned it, maybe David the other day. I mean, when I was pushing the H pawn up the board like 20 years ago, I never really put it on the square it's on now. I'd always try to capture and open up the H file instead. But the new way of playing since Alpha Zero is to put this, and Alpha Zero just showed that if you put the white pawn there against the fianchetto position, you just cage in the black king in so many cases that's useful later on. So this is kind of the sort of modernish way that White is playing a lot of positions nowadays, and
only been discovered the last 5 years
which is remarkable, isn't it? It's remarkable that in chess, you know, there's a new idea, you know, because it's been around so long, so many, you know, millions of games in chess have been played. I mean, I sometimes get asked, will there ever be a new opening that comes along that's going to be invented? And the answer is really no, because there's just so many, and they've been tried so many times. You can't just make a new opening up. It's so hard to do, but new concepts can be made up as we're seeing here.
Variants, maybe?
New variants.
Even variants, maybe even hard?
Yeah, I mean...
There's been a few new variants, so
yeah,
I think that's possible.
Definitely more, yeah, maybe to catch on as well, some of these variants to get out of theory, possibly as well. But, yeah, I mean, there's still certainly a lot of life left in chess, I think. And, OK, well, we have another move, David, rook c8, and I don't know if this helps Black at all, but this could be Anisha's first loss. White so well centralised. If he just puts his queen in the centre, rook in the centre, for example.
Yeah, it does look like that. You know, you can just move your queen to a square where it won't be attacked.
Yeah.
At
least of choice.
At least this way, Black's... Oh, hello.
Oh, even nicer. Actually, I've noticed Prague is the king of counterattacks. And, you know, your idea, David, it's coming into the fore.
Yeah, so White's queen was under fire. We can just show this. Black's rook looked like it was about to gain time against the white queen. If the white queen moves, then the black knight can actually leap back towards the centre. It's out of the stable. It can actually park itself on a very nice central square, also gaining time against the white queen. But Prague said, no, I'm not letting you gain any time at all. I'm not even going to move my attacked queen. I'm going to counterattack. And the white rook now threatening the black queen. It's key that the white rook is defended by his own queen. And actually, where is this queen going to go? I don't really see too many safe squares. If, for example, you try and trade queens, then this is just deadly. This is fatal. The white rooks on the 7th rank will actually team up, and this black king is just caught. Even with queens off the board, this will end in checkmate. And, OK, Prague, with this really clever counterattack, attacking the black queen, this has been met by Giri's offer of a trade. So at least now, if the queen trade does happen, Black covers his 7th rank. It still looks really bad, to be honest, for Black, but he's alive for now. So that's the question for Prague. Do you trade or not trade? If you don't, then where do you put the white queen? if you keep the white queen on the board, then black does have the luxury of jumping back. I'm not sure which square to, but for example, with his knight, perhaps. Just hoping to meet an infiltration on the 7th rank with another counterattack, hitting the queen and the rook at the same time. So it's very, very complicated still. I think it's a key moment, though. Pragg, should he trade or not? Simon, what do you think?
I would never trade queens here. No, not in a million years. I mean, if I was white, because a lot of the problems of black's position, I guess, are keeping the queens on. So I would just, I don't know where I'm going to move the queen to, but I just wouldn't want to exchange queens.
Maybe tuck her away nice and safe in the corner so she can't get attacked.
Not a bad idea. Yeah,
diagonal. I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. He's gone, and this also seems tempting because some attack. Well, he's got an immediate threat of the rook coming into the 7th rank, and also the black rook is nibbled. You know, it's got some pressure against it. But
I guess the knight is suddenly coming in, though, it's going to the dream e5 square.
Well, that's if he gets the knight there, that could turn things around.
He gets the knight back, yeah, and I think he might. So white's queen has jumped in, hoping again for this trade. But now the white rooks get to the 7th rank.
So can you take that knight? That's the big question, right?
Meanwhile, the black knight has jumped back, trying to cut the coordination between the rook and the queen, and he's played it.
What's happening on the bar?
Let's keep an eye on the players if we can. Let's just show. I think he's found a winning idea, Pragg, and has Giri realised? Because after the rook takes this knight, after the pawn recaptures, white conquers the 7th rank, and white will deliver checkmate.
And there's a key point that queen check. All the way down to the 7th,
in this
first
position,
row,
it's blocked by white's bishop.
Rook,
and we will see this. White is just completely winning. This game is going to end in checkmate. And
with his queen takes pawn.
Look at Anish shaking his head. He is about to lose. The bar saying 100 for Praggnanandhaa, the 16-year-old about to win.
Yeah.
The first game in the semi-final match.
Going to see a result any moment, and we'll go through this in a bit more detail, just to highlight Pragg's genius, but it's over. Plus 100 on the evaluation bar means checkmate.
Look at Anish. This will be his first loss in Chessable Master, and it is to a 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa, playing some fantastic chess here. What can Anish do? Will he just resign? Will he try a little bit more?
I think maybe he might give a spite check, but it doesn't really help.
Might as well give a check with the black queen. There's literally nothing else you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise you just you resign now, or you just play a few moves and let your opponent checkmate you.
And look at Pragg, he knows he has won this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really clever tactic. He set up this trap. I don't think it was actually working. I think Giri had a way earlier to get out of this, but he walked straight into the trap that Pragg set for him. And, yeah, wow, what a game. The 16-year-old now a big favourite for the final.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Incredible.
Look at Anish. He is so frustrated.
Okay, he gives a check, but as mentioned, the white bishop blocks. If the white king had run away to the corner, then the black queen could actually go all the way and capture Harry the h-pawn. I think here Anish thought he could do that anyway, but that would end in a checkmate nevertheless. So I'm hoping he plays this, and now Pragg shows us the finish. This is a check on the diagonal. The black king now has to move to a light square, and the bishop will give the killer blow. There we go. We got a result. Pragg wins again.
Pragg takes the lead in the semi-final match against Anish Giri, causing Anish his first loss in Chessable Masters. Look at the two players. Anish obviously here going through the game. And Pragg, I don't think I've even seen a smile on his face, but we know he is out for revenge against Anish after losing in Oslo Esports Cup. He must be bursting with joy inside.
Yeah, he must be. But, you know, he has a very calm temperament. And I saw that even on the camera, that Anish kind of gave that kind of like, well played to Pragg. What a great game. What a great finish. And, yeah.
Incredible stuff. Anish Giri, he has to make a comeback now. 2 games to go in this semi-final match. He will have the white pieces in then 15 minutes. Magnus and Ding starting game 3 in a few minutes. So, before we go there, we'll have to take a look at this fantastic game by Praggnanandhaa. David, what happened?
Yeah, it just all got sorted. It all got decided in one move right at the very end. And it was in this position where Praggnanandhaa had set a fatal trap, and jumping in with the white queen, hoping that the queen is captured so that the white rook can enter the 7th rank. Instead here, Giri could have defended by bringing his rook up 1 square, but this was not easy. And as we saw, the black knight jumping back, this did allow a killer sacrifice. Praggnanandhaa worked it out perfectly. He captures the black knight, removing a key defender, and then breaks through on the 7th rank. This is guaranteed checkmate. And as we saw, Giri resigned because after this check, the black queen captures, and this final check is deadly. The black king has to hide on a light square, and the white bishop delivers the killer blow.
Ooh, drama in the semi-finals. Pragnananda takes the lead, winning the first game in the semi-finals today. Magnus Carlsen and Liren, they are tied after 2 games, played 2 draws, world number 2 and world number 1. We can take a look at the results so far. So remember, they play 4 rapid games in each of those 2 semi-final matches. And if any of those are tied, they will head straight to blitz tiebreaks. But Prag, he is now in the lead against Anish Giri, and Anish, he has to win one of those 2 last games to take it to tiebreaks. Magnus and Ding, it's all tied, and Magnus will have the white pieces starting in a few minutes. Will we see something strange, Simon? Or do you think he's going to go for one of his favorites to just win that game?
I think he'll just go for one of his favourite moves because it's not really the right time to do something crazy here. I mean, he's struggling already. I mean, I say struggling. Ding seems to have the better of him from the first 2 games. So I think he should just play his normal chess. Could be his last time with white pieces. He's got to use that advantage. And, well, you can see him. It's good to see his cameras back now. I'm
Definitely.
glad that the Danish internet have sorted themselves out there. Maybe he's up in the mountains or something, who knows. But
no mountains in Denmark.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I've been there once. I mean,
Like the highest point in Denmark is like
really?
300 meters.
I assumed it was like Norway.
No, it's all flat.
Yeah.
Oh, right,
We
okay.
just love that, you know.
Oh, right.
Flat Denmark. But Magnus, he looks ready for game 3. And Jovanka, will Ding now have momentum? Oh, the game has started.
The game has started, and it was
Wow, here we
actually a
go.
line that I wanted to see in the first game, and they're playing it.
What's happening, David?
Yeah, so it started as the Reti opening, and now it's gone into a variation we call the King's Indian attack. Not the King's Indian defense, which is normally for black, where you kind of react to 1d4. Here, white has set up in this exact same way, the King's Indian formation. If you look at the white king, the white bishop in front of it, this is the King's Indian, but it's the King's Indian attack simply because you have white. You have the extra move, you get the center, and there's actually a pawn sacrifice on show right now from Magnus Carlsen, but I'm not sure whether Ding is going to accept the sacrifice. Clearly, the computer, look at the bar, it thinks black can get greedy and grab a pawn. Ding, meanwhile, smiling slightly, head in his hands, because he's trying to work out what is happening. And right now, black has a nice pawn structure, but if you want to be ambitious, if you want to be greedy, you might grab this pawn in the middle of the board. This pawn is actually under fire twice. After a recapture, the black knight can pounce, but Magnus's whole idea is that he's not materialistic, he doesn't care about pawns, he's just going to jump into the center with his knight. And look at this white bishop. Suddenly it has a whole bunch of targets. And this sacrifice is actually long-term as well. Even if we see a trade of knights, even if we see a trade of queens, then in this type of position, Magnus has a huge advantage because black's bishop is locked in at home forever. Look at the 2 white bishops pointing towards this side of the board. Black's pieces on that side, under pressure, never going to get out. And I think despite the pawn deficit, white has a winning advantage. I don't think Ding should get greedy. It's tempting, but here you have plenty of choice for black. You can just maybe push a pawn forward. That's very typical. What else could you play? I mean, you could move your bishop maybe. Lots and lots of choice. Simon, do you think he's going to capture this pawn?
I don't think Ding likes defending too much. So if he takes there, he's gonna go into defending game for the rest of the game. Okay, he's material up, but I think he prefers sacrificing material. And this setup from Magnus is actually, to my eyes, very, very unique. Black's gone for the French defence, a setup I do very often against the King's Indian attack. And I've never seen this kind of A4 move. And the other advantage of Magnus's pawn over here is it stops Black's normal plan, which is advancing his B pawn. So you're trying to get some space on the queen side as well. So I'm just wondering what Black should do here. It's not so easy to find a straightforward plan, and Magnus has a number of ways he can proceed. So an interesting position to my eyes, at least.
If it is the French defense.
It's a French defence setup that Black's played, yeah.
And then I can tell you that before today, that had been played only 6 times so far.
I mean, when I say it is, maybe I'm not really sure. It kind of is. I might be cheating there a little bit. Black's kind of gone for a French defence, but not against E4. I don't know.
It's like half a Reti opening, half a French defence, half a King's Indian
attack.
It's a
hybrid, a love child of the French defence.
All right. Well, but if it is a French, then that has a very good score for Black this season, 58%. Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Especially for an opening which kind of has been frowned upon at the very, very top level for years, the French defence. I mean, it's a perfectly viable opening. It leads to really fun positions for both sides, but you very rarely see the world champion, the top few in the world, play it. So.
And Reti, 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah. Only 10 games played. 10 games played. And it's 50-50. 4 wins for Black, 4 wins for White.
We've seen 2 Retis now between these two. So the first one was a draw.
Let's grab the pawn, David, as well.
50-50 opening then.
Yeah. He is a pawn up, though, and I actually showed this on the analysis board a few moments ago. It looks pretty good for White if Black kind of just goes for simple trades and swaps everything off, and he has done that.
Yeah.
Look at the clock times as well. Magnus, he's played every move instantly.
I mean, this must be home preparation from Magnus, you'd imagine, because you sack a pawn, you must have looked at it at home, even if you can see there's compensation. It's not something you really should go into blindfolded. So he must know that White's just got at least adequate... Well, you thought it was really good compensation, David. You really like White's position, right?
At least if I'm seeing this for the first time, fresh, I haven't studied it for Black, I would be terrified to take a pawn. And look at those white bishops now, they're just beautiful. Maybe there are ideas such as counterattacking against the white bishop in the centre now. Maybe Black could offer a trade of dark-squared bishops.
Yeah,
I think you shouldn't rush to trade the queens. The tension, you should wait for your opponent to take the queens. You don't want to lose a move, spend the move, exchanging on your opponent's terms. So I think queen takes queen here would be a mistake from Ding.
Yeah, it certainly improves the placing of White's rook. But I agree with you. I mean, Black probably should be looking at locking out the dark-squared bishop, as you mentioned, because White's light-squared bishop, that's a beast. Mm-hmm. It's never going to be challenged. Yeah. And it's so difficult for Ding to even come up with a way to even think about developing all his pieces on the left side of the board. Challenging times. And whilst we're waiting for Ding to make a decision, well, we do have a quiz of the day where we're asking, what is your best tip to improve chess openings? And everyone has been so helpful and so generous. I mean, it's so lovely to see. And Warren De Silva says that their top tip for improving chess openings is to find, and this is really good advice, a top player who has mastered and regularly plays the respective chess opening you're interested in and analyse their games. Mm-hmm. So don't choose like what I called jokingly a hobby player. You know, a hobby player is like, actually, I'm going to rephrase that because it came out wrong. So don't place out, like a top grandmaster who like occasionally plays one openings. Yep. Choose one who consistently plays it.
Got it.
So, okay, well, we have seen Ding make some trades. I didn't expect that at all.
I don't really understand. Could he not have done the same thing with the queens on the board? I mean, here it just feels like White's rook now on the open line. It feels like such great compensation. Black has ignored the threat against his own knight. He's counterattacking against White's bishop in the centre of the board. But, I mean, I would be tempted to either allow that trade or to push a pawn to support White's bishop now. Maybe you could move that white bishop away. Lots and lots of options for Magnus Carlsen, but it is all to do with White's active pieces. White's rook on the open line, White's bishop's pointing towards the left side, where there will be serious pressure later. Simon, what do you think?
Yeah, I kind of liked your pawn move. Kind of looked nice. I mean, the problem is if you take the bishop here, and maybe we can show that, which bishop takes bishop, a natural move, can't be bad. The knight recaptures, and it seems like the black knight is quite well positioned here to help the black bishop develop. I mean, it's all about Black developing his pieces here. So I don't really want that knight to get to that square. So that's why if we go back a couple of moves to the current position, the move pawn to f4 seems quite interesting because, again, if you have the exchange of bishops like before, the difference now is that Black's bishop can't move and the black knight is also in some trouble here. Where does it go? It might be lost. It might just be losing this position. Well, OK, you can maybe defend it somehow. But I kind of like the pawn move. I mean, that feels like a logical move to me. But maybe there's, there's a lot of ways you can play this position. Even playing bishop takes knight is maybe not ridiculous. but I wouldn't really want to do that move. That's kind of the last move, giving you the bishop pair, unless I had to, really. So
this bishop pair. I mean, you're right there, Simon. Just by process of elimination as well. If we backtrack to the current position, White's pawn pushing forward, what can Black actually play here? His knight is completely, utterly trapped. The Black knight is under fire. You have to trade off these bishops. I think you have to support it with the black pawn. And at the very, very minimum, there will be lines such as capturing this knight and jumping in with the white knight.
I mean, maybe knight c3 there, David. I mean, it gives you a horrible, or knight d2, but knight c3 before capturing on e4. Because, again, it's all about Black's queen side. How does Black get his queen side out? And you could get this kind of position where it's so hard for Black to develop. And the a-pawn's very well... It looks very comfortable for White. And I would say that, again, Magnus's preparation has been a notch above Ding. But last time this happened, Ding did take control later on when Magnus made a mistake. I mean, saying that, though, Magnus has a very easy position to play here, so it's very hard to go wrong, I guess.
I actually love this position for White, and I love the move that David's highlighting, but also the white rook on the corner could also mobilise up a3 and start attacking some pawns. And, looks
Black's bishop is just stuck at home. Black has no control over the dark squares. Black is temporarily one pawn up, but, I mean, I think it's more than sufficient compensation for White here. And as Simon mentioned, this is pretty much instantly possible in the current position. That position is almost forced if White pushes his pawn forward now and protects his bishop. I mean, just looking at all the options, this looks by far the most tempting. You also have very many alternatives after a trade. And in this position, for example, the other one I mentioned, just trading off, yes, you kind of have this knight for bishop imbalance, but if you compare the pieces, White's knight is about to regain the extra pawn for Black, and it's going to sit on a beautiful outpost that Black can never challenge in just a couple of moves. It looks like a Magnus type of position. It's not just the fact he might have an advantage objectively, it's a Magnus type of position. It's not a type of position that Ding likes to defend. And that makes me think that, okay, Ding now head in his hand, makes me think that the opening has been a success for White.
Yeah, and you both mentioned how Magnus has been very well prepared in this particular line, and I just want to talk to you about a question from Stardog, who says, do you think that Magnus is still training as befits a full professional, or does he no longer take the whole chess thing so seriously? It says, maybe David knows.
I mean, I don't think we can question Magnus's professionalism, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's still #1 by a big distance. He's still a world champion. He still wins most tournaments he plays in.
But do you think he's kind of like, do you think he's training like 8 hours a day?
He talked about this in the Puma interview, right, with Karsten Warholm, that his aim now is to reach 2,900, right? And he said that if I want to do that, I have to give it 100% every single day. Everything I do, everything I eat, everything I sleep has to evolve around that, because it's going to be so difficult. So maybe it's about having that goal for him.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has some goals left. I mean, he's talked about the World Championship. That's one thing I think let's keep that separate for now. But he still wants to win every game. You can see that day to day on the tour. We talked about 2,900. I mean, he works out all the time with a view to chess. He still has full-time coaches employed, like Peter Heine Nielsen. You don't do that if you're not professional. So I don't think that could be questioned. I think he's still got plenty to give. And okay, interesting moment. I just got distracted by the game because White's given up another pawn. And here, White is 2 pawns down. But he's got maximum control over the position. If you look on this long diagonal, the white long diagonal towards that black rook, everything is just trapped for Black. Black can never move his light squared bishop out. Interesting decision, and a very professional decision from Magnus Carlsen, I feel. And yeah, I mean, I would already be terrified for survival for Ding, despite the computer saying 0.0. It's just about whether Magnus can improve the white rooks. 2 pawns is a lot, but
yes,
it's White in control.
So I do love games like this because, okay, it's 2 pawns, but it's like you're always thinking about what your opponent can do. And just look at Black's queenside pieces. He's 2 pieces down. He's a rook down in the corner and a bishop down in the corner. And these guys, they need to get out at some point, otherwise you just lose. And it's quite artistic that they just can't really get out. I mean, you can't move the bishop because it gets captured by the rook. And if you can't move the bishop, you can't move the rook. You can't fianchetto the bishop. So if you try moving the b pawn, well, you'll lose your rook. It'll be captured by white's pawn, for example. So how on earth do you ever get those queenside pieces out? And it's really, I find these positions extremely picturesque. Just real torture, like, tying your opponent down. I mean, you still have to win it. You still have to progress somehow, which is the next stage. But it's very tricky for Ding, I think, this particular position.
Yeah, and for example, Simon, if the black bishop goes back now, I think Magnus will instantly push this pawn forward just to stop black from kind of pushing in the center and freeing up his bishop here. And I mean, for example, if you give black a timeout, maybe he can push this pawn, get his bishop out somehow. Maybe he can survive if he frees his pieces, but Magnus will not allow that. Magnus will just push his pawn forward and he'll say, okay, now you can't break here. If you can't break here, it means your bishop, rook are trapped, as you mentioned there, Simon, and I don't see what black's going to do over the next 10, 15 moves. Still, you need to win it as white. I'm not sure exactly what the winning plan is. Maybe you could combine pushing on this side of the board with maybe putting some pressure on black's queen side here. You can kind of combine two ideas, but how depressing is it going to be for Ding if he has to just sit and wait and do nothing?
Yeah.
Also, this black rook can never challenge the central line as well. This open file is completely dominated by white because this key square is controlled by the white bishop. Black's rook can never fight for that key line.
I do feel that white can probably take his pick of the plans, maybe advance as much as possible on the right side of the board in a very safe way that keeps control. And then when he chooses to, he can initiate operations on the left when it's great for him.
What about this plan? At some point, bringing the white king over and just winning and entering the position.
I love
Maybe you
it.
have that luxury. Maybe you have the time.
I think it's great.
Yeah. Okay, he doesn't push this pawn. I'm surprised. Instead, he goes after this black pawn. Maybe it's still good. Maybe this black pawn push in the center, trying to free up the black bishop, is not actually so effective, but I'm surprised. I thought, why not lock it down as much as possible if you could? So I'm expecting Ding at some point to try and push this pawn just to free up his trapped pieces over here. And yeah, meanwhile, I'm very surprised the evaluation bar says 0.0 because we're miles away from any draw here. Ding has to fight just to survive.
Wow, and
just to get his pieces out.
Clock is ticking for him. He has 4 minutes less than Magnus on the clock in what David describes as almost a desperate situation.
Yeah,
getting close to it, maybe.
Yeah, it's just a full bind. It's as if someone's just kind of trapped you in a prison cell and you just can't escape. Thrown away the key. How do you get out?
Python strategy at its finest, right? Just totally squeezing the life out of the position. I think this is my favorite type of chess, like Simon referenced as well, because every move comes with a point and it comes with intelligence. And just take a look at Black's, pieces. Those on the left can't move, and those on the right, they just don't know what to do. And it's like you kind of bamboozle your opponent.
Literally, what can Ding even do here? I mean, he has to push a pawn near the black king. Well, now he finally pushes his central pawn.
Yeah,
I think he needed to do this.
I still like your move better, David, your f4, than what Magnus has done. Probably don't tell him that, I don't know. But because at least Black's getting his pieces out now. We were talking about Black's queen side. And, I mean, again, Magnus moves the rook, but you have some chances to get your queenside pieces out now because you've been allowed to at least free your position up a little bit by that last pawn move. Yeah. But what's Magnus' plan now with this rook e3?
Just wants to win some pawns back, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned there Black's bishop can come out at some point, and for example, it can come out now and attack the white rook, gain a bit of time. But even if the white rook just moves, I'm not exactly sure where, for example, but if it just slides across one square, now there's a double attack against this pawn, two white rooks lining up. But also this black pawn is about to drop. For example, if you guard your central pawn, it's not just the fact that this pawn drops to the white bishops, but once the black rook moves away now from the attack, it's the corner pawn that drops, and suddenly white has a passed pawn on this side of the board, and we might see something similar in the game later. Meanwhile, in the current position, Black has indeed guarded in the center, and I'm expecting Magnus now to try and make use of this pin to try and push his pawn forward.
And we're only in move 21. Would you say this is a success out of the opening for Magnus?
Massive success.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very one-sided traffic again. I think in order to save this game, Ding needs to give back his extra pawns and then get his pieces active. But that's still a long, long way away. It's a distant dream at the moment, Ding. Just getting his pieces out, let alone equalizing, let alone holding the draw.
And it's actually Magnus Carlsen's main man, his trainer, Peter Heine Nielsen's birthday today. So I guess a good way for Magnus to celebrate him by playing something great in the opening that probably Peter has been involved in somehow.
I think it's Eric Hansen's 30th birthday as well.
Is it? A happy birthday to Eric Hansen and a happy birthday to Peter Heine Nielsen.
Yeah, birthdays galore.
Yep.
And Peter Heine, I definitely feel the kind of Peter Heine Nielsen's touch on this opening. It feels like he's fed Magnus with this type of idea, and Magnus has taken it to another level, put it on the board. And I mean, no great chess player can come up with great opening ideas every single day. You need that team around you. So.
And do you know how old Peter Heine is turning today?
Yes.
Do you know it?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not allowed to answer.
Okay.
Oh no, I hate getting ages wrong.
If you're going to guess.
Oh no, 50, 45, 46,
47?
40.
It's actually 49.
49.
Because I was just
okay.
super shocked.
49.
When I saw it, he looks like, and I mean, not even as a compliment. I really mean it. I thought maybe 40, maybe 40.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, he's getting close to 50.
My maths was wrong there. I remember playing him in a youth versus experience event in 2010.
I know he's been around a bit, so that's why I knew he's a bit older. Yeah, so
I mean, he was in the experience section at 2010. He was only in his 30s. What's up with that?
Wow.
Oh wow, that's a bit cheating. So, yeah.
Great player though, as well as a second and coach.
Yeah, and helping Magnus to some great success, probably in the opening of this game. Still liking it for Magnus?
Yes. I like the fact that Ding's bishop is out, that Ding's at least not completely trapped within his prison, within his cage any longer, but still some serious questions to answer. We mentioned White's light squared bishop going and taking one of Black's pawns. You still have to defend against that. Black's pawn in the centre of the board is about to fall, and I don't think you can keep everything intact. I'm trying to find a move here for Black, to be honest. I'm still struggling, and Ding, 5 minutes down on the clock. It's an endgame, but it's not a typical type of endgame where you can just calculate your way out, where you can rely on previous knowledge, pattern recognition. This is very unique, this type of situation.
Yeah. If I had to choose, I probably would try to hold on to the b7 pawn was what I was going to say, give up the centre one, hope that one gets taken off, because at least then the bishops get some freedom. But Magnus is not going to he's not going to just get greedy and capture pawns. I think he's going to try to keep control.
Yeah, I mean, how do you keep control? That is the question for Magnus Carlsen now. Because there is the option of capturing Black's central pawn with your own pawn, restoring some semblance of material parity, but what next? That's the big question. And if you don't go for that, as you mentioned, Jovanka, what are the options? Do you just push pawns forward? For example, White's H pawn can step forward one square, attacking Black's light squared bishop.
That was my vibe.
Maybe that's the start. Yeah.
Take some space, ask questions where that light squared bishop is going to go.
Yeah, this light square bishop doesn't have too many squares, so you could kick it away, hit it first of all, and yeah, I'm not sure where it's going, to be honest. Okay, Magnus takes the kind of more direct approach, the route one approach. He captures this pawn in the center, and if Ding recaptures, then suddenly a bit of a question for this bishop. This bishop doesn't have too many squares. It's only real safe squares, this one, and then White can actually gain back both of the lost pawns. So now it's level material. It's not just level material, but White still has this target long term. Okay, Ding didn't want to go for this. He didn't want to open things up, but he's now, with this pawn push, allowed White a very nice passed pawn. There is a threat in the position. Black's bishop wants to come and skewer the two White rooks. They're both on the same diagonal, but this White pawn is surely going to be fantastic strength.
A mistake? It feels like feels like there's something wrong here, because the White rook has now the possibility of going to the 7th rank. I realise there is a trick, but as you mentioned, I
mean, I'm not sure if it's anything direct. I don't think you need to be direct here for Magnus Carlsen. I think it's just a bit too desperate for Ding. And for example, let's just do nothing. Let's give a check. I want to force the Black king in the corner, and then I just want to get out of this this kind of skewer. So one of the rooks, I mean, the White rook can go this way or it can go back. But say I just play an unambitious move. Let's go back. I, again, don't see really what Black is doing long term. You have to keep an eye on this pawn, which means your rook is tied down forever. and at some point this white pawn is going to push forward, tie down this black bishop. I don't think you need to be direct. Black's pieces are still not great. The king, the rook. One-way traffic, I feel. I mean, maybe there's something direct there. Jovanka, as you mentioned, maybe...
I thought maybe kick back the bishop.
Okay.
Oh, no. Hang on,
attack this bishop.
That's not possible.
You do possibly allow counterattack against these rooks. So, I mean, I just feel like Magnus has done the hard work. He's still one pawn down, but it's not a pawn that's important. And why not just retreat, just keep everything nice and safe. At the right moment, bring your bishop in or bring your rook in and or push this pawn. What is Black doing in the meantime? I don't really see it.
Yeah.
Okay, Ding, meanwhile, leaving the board briefly, but he's back, and Magnus still thinking in the current position. Lots of choice for him. I think, this pawn might be the winner long term. What's the name of the e-pawn, Simon? You know all the names.
Well, I always called him Eddie, after Eddie the Eagle, who's quite a famous character in Norway as well, right? I mean, it's where he trained, but he was the ski jumper who was pretty terrible, but everyone loved him because he was the only ski jumper from England.
There's a movie about him as well.
It's a great movie, actually, Eddie the Eagle. Yeah, really, really worth watching. But yeah, I just agree with everything you're saying. I mean, it looks really hard for Black. It's a horrible position to have to play for Black as well. I mean, you're under pressure. You haven't really had any chance to break out. This last move I also don't like. I think he should have exchanged some pawns off and just try to pray of surviving in some ending. But by keeping more pawns on the board, you're also allowing White just have this very strong pass pawn in the middle of the board. This pawn that can maybe just win the game at some point. So yeah, Eddie. Yeah, that's it. So in general, I think if Magnus is careful here, it could be really tough. And that also, I mean, the way things are going, the final, I wanted to see. I'll be honest, nothing against the other players, but these two have had some great matches and they've always gone in Prag's way. It would be Magnus Carlsen versus Prag, and Prag has beaten Magnus on a couple of occasions now, and I just think that would be a great final, maybe a future world champion against the current world champion. So that for me, I mean, again, nothing against Anish, who's played brilliantly, nothing against Ding, who's a fantastic player, but for me, that's kind of the final, I would like to see, just because I think it'd be fascinating.
I completely agree.
If I could pick a final before the whole tournament, that would be it. So it's like, yeah, so it's looking like that is possible. There's a lot to happen still yet, of course, but
I have to say there would be excitement in many of those matchups. Imagine also like Ding against Anish. Ding is ready for the candidates. Yeah. Anish just about missed it, and he would then be eager to show that I should have been in the candidates.
Yeah, and Ding mentioned in his interview yesterday, he's made it to the semi-finals several times actually on the tour, but he's never got to a final yet. So it'll be depressing for Ding if he gets beaten again. He always seems to meet with Magnus Carlsen in the semi-finals. It's just like this big boss blockading your path to the winning the tournament.
Always on the wrong side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Ding, we're writing him off. I mean, this game is looking very, very difficult for him now, just because Black can barely move. But he will have White in the last game. Even if he falls to defeat here, he can strike back. So, yeah, all four finals. I mean, anyone could get to the final here.
And then, of course, Prag again. If he goes to the final, he has to start off tomorrow with exams.
Yeah.
And then start playing again.
I wonder whether he'll get like special dispensation or something,
I was wondering, why on earth is he bothering? I mean, he's clearly going to be like a chess professional. Just pull out of school. You don't need to go. Why is he even bothering?
Kids, don't listen to Simon.
Stay in school.
No, I'm just saying, unless you're going to be world champion, and then it's okay to pull out of school. But I mean, if you're that strong and your future's going to be chess, who doesn't need to learn about some engineering stuff? Okay, bad advice, but I can see why he's doing it.
Sometimes you have to finish the school with certain qualifications, right? It's a must.
Yeah, you probably have to, and it is obviously good to get an education.
Yeah,
I hear. But I mean, he's playing the world champion, maybe. So that what's more important?
Exactly. Well, I do see the bar maybe slightly over to Anish Giri's side in Game 3. Anish has to make a comeback because Prag is in the lead in that match. And in this one, the bar is, creeping up for Magnus more and more. David has been saying it for a long time. It looks really good for the world champion in this game.
Yeah, and he's really playing with all the angles, all the geometrical kind of motifs here. Magnus, he's just lifted his rook up one square. This rook's gone a real journey, but the rook now on the 4th rank pins Black's pawn on the f-file. to the black bishop. So just trying to completely immobilize black. And Ding, he's trying to be active. I think he's doing the right thing. He's pushing pawns. He's trying to create a distraction. If white's pieces get distracted, or if white's pieces get traded off, especially the bishops, then Ding might be okay. Temporarily, he's still a pawn up. So, okay, can Magnus up the pressure? And if so, how? Maybe the white e-pawn can step forward, maybe white's dark squared bishop. There's so much choice. I think the one trap that Magnus shouldn't fall into in this position, because he is a pawn down, is taking this guy. Viewers at home might wonder, why not take a pawn back? Why not restore the material balance? The reason is because after a trade here, for example, black can start getting pieces off the board. Black can start trading rooks, trading pieces, and maybe there will be a path to survival. Maybe black just moves across and starts targeting your pawns. I think you shouldn't free up your opponent with exchanges, even if you win a pawn in the process. So in this position, Magnus has brought his bishop forward, kicking away this black rook. And I think the reason is, if the black rook, for example, challenges the bishop, he might well offer the exchange, but he'll offer it in a way that gives him a passed pawn. Still not convinced by this, to be honest, but white does have a very dangerous passed pawn now. Eddie has become David, the d-pawn, and meanwhile, this pawn is still under fire as well.
It's certainly good for Magnus, but it's not winning by any means here. I mean, I think what you're showing on the board here is very likely to occur, but there's going to be more exchanges, and black can start attacking that d-pawn now, maybe by, I don't know, rook d8 or rook f6, one of these moves.
But, yeah.
And, OK, I mean, yeah, you might win the a-pawn, but pawns are getting swapped off pretty quickly here. And the more pawns that get swapped off, the nearer to a potential draw. And I think Ding Liren would be very happy just to swap some pieces off and get out the bind. He's been under this bind for so long that this looks like quite a big improvement to me, actually, for black on what's happened previously. So.
Yeah. And I was just going to add, you know, the optimist in black should actually be looking at the fact that Ding also has a passed pawn, Freddie, the f-pawn, which, you know, if Magnus misplays things, could be something to be happy about.
Yeah, it's not that far away from promotion at some point. So, yeah, this one is definitely something to keep an eye on. In the current position, Ding's rook is under attack, however, and he should move it. A couple of squares he can choose from. He can slide across one square, as we just showed, or he can maybe slide across the whole way, but that looks a bit odd. It's just stuck behind his own bishop.
Much more natural to play the attacking move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And only 2 minutes left on the clock for Ding now.
Yeah, that's one worrying thing. I mean, if he can't just kind of completely clarify the tension, if he can't trade bishops, trade rooks, get rid of pawns, like Simon was indicating, then the clock will become a factor. But if he can get rid of pieces, then I think he'll be much happier. Okay.
I'm not sure why he spent so long on that move. It seemed pretty obvious. And, OK, he's gone for a much more passive approach here. And this is where things can go wrong. You know, he's been passive the whole game. I don't know why he doesn't want to get out of that passive, you know, that passive kind of way of going. And you know, this move might be all right, but now Magnus can maybe cash in on his good play so far, can't he? Just by starting to capture some bits.
Yeah,
capture b7, capture a6, this kind of stuff. And he's going to have a lot of passed pawns in the position with the white pieces. Start
with this pawn. If the black rook moves, you can maybe consider this pawn. I guess Ding's idea is that he wants to get active with one black rook, and actually the white king might be a bit of a factor. The white king lacking some safe squares. For example, if you step forward, the black bishop can start coming to check you on this diagonal. Magnus, therefore, before going pawn hunting, before getting greedy and grabbing this pawn, which isn't really running away, he captures here. And after black takes back, maybe the same idea. Maybe you just take this pawn. Maybe you just bring your king forward and start going after Freddie, the f-pawn that Jovanka mentioned as a potential kind of threat for black. This pawn is quite strong. Okay, key moment. Does Magnus get greedy, cash in? I think it's very human. I would be too tempted. I think I see a pawn, I take a pawn. But Magnus has hesitated.
Yeah, there's a couple of tempting moves there, aren't there? But maybe... And he's gone for another option. He's trying to activate his rook on the 7th rank. This is the kind of position he plays very well normally, but, OK, you can see the valuation bar has changed. I don't know if that's going to give black some hope.
So you don't think it's a bad move?
I don't think it's really a bad move. I don't think it's a
very logical.
blunder,
Yeah.
but it's maybe there was some better moves here in the position previously. And
But it's the kind of move that puts pressure, right, on
yeah,
Ding.
yeah, especially with
Ding.
the time situation.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
it's a very practical move as well. And his internet's gone again. Look at it, God, here. But he does look so happy. I've never seen him smile so much in a picture.
He should win this game with that smile on his
Can't
face.
you get a miserable picture of him for the last one? You know, just him like, oh,
that's
scowling.
true.
You know, so he's
According to the position that he's in, have like
yeah.
smile.
Yeah.
You can change it depending.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be clever. Yeah.
Well, but we prefer the webcams because then we get the live image of that, right? The big smiles and the frustration.
Yeah.
And it is frustration for Ding. Look at him. You can see it on his body language, how frustrated and nervous he is. I mean, 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, and still a lot of problems to solve for black. We mentioned some of the pawns under fire, but it's the white rook coming in, and Jovanka mentioned this is an annoying move to face. Here we see the stockfish evaluation. Stockfish moves. Only one move keeps the balance for black. It's not that obvious, I would say. It's definitely possible to find this. The best move for black is to actually move the black rook on the f-file down the board 2 squares, hitting white's pawn in the middle, the d pawn, the far advanced pawn, but that does require some calculation. Do we think he's going to find it? Is that natural?
Well, he's only got 40 seconds now. I mean, I would imagine if he hasn't found it by now, he won't find it. I mean, it's so much more normal to try and swap some pieces off. I mean, who wouldn't put the rook on the open file here? I think most people would just go to swap off and pray.
Yeah. Is he going to find it, this rook move? It's the best one by quite a distance. As Simon mentioned, it's maybe more natural, however, to bring one of the black rooks across to challenge white's rook. That's the second best move. It's not losing, but it does give white a big advantage. So, OK.
10 seconds.
10 seconds to find this move.
Seconds.
Is he going to find it?
Yeah.
Rook to f6 for
I think
Ding.
he might.
5
He
seconds?
needs that move now.
He's found it.
Oh, he's played it. Wow, that's amazing. With so little time, this is why he's world number 2, right?
Yeah.
To find moves like that is incredible with so little time left on the clock. So
he's
well
attacking
done,
this
Ding.
pawn now. Yeah, very well done, Ding. And maybe one of the ideas is actually to go after the white king. So you've actually cleared a path for your other rook to swing across. For example, if the white bishop takes your pawn, the other black rook's going to swing across and start hitting the white king now. And for example, if the white king moves forward, there are ideas such as the rooks lining up. And it's an endgame, but you're going on the attack. So it's still very complicated. But he found the best move.
This is the difference as well with these players. I mean, they can cope so well with the pressure. I mean, most mortals there would just start crumbling. They look at their clock, 10 seconds left, and they would do some desperate move. But these guys, they find rook f6. That keeps the game alive. Really impressive stuff from Ding. And it's not, to my eyes, this is just not so clear. I mean, white is better, but it's not that obvious. We're also you've called it David the D pawn. But maybe it should be Ding the
D pawn.
Ding the D pawn, or Ding Dong. If it queens.
Ding Dong if it queens.
Yeah, as we go down.
King Ding if it queens.
King Ding, yeah.
King Ding. OK, but key moment now. This pawn is actually under fire, so Magnus needs to defend it. And the only way that I see to defend it is to move your bishop out the way. For example, by taking this pawn, now you defend it with your rook. But as soon as this bishop moves, as we mentioned, this square is lost. Magnus has lost control of. So this would be a very annoying check. So Magnus now, he's spending his time just trying to work out the consequences of this check. He decides he doesn't want to allow it. But now stepping his bishop back, he's keeping an eye on the square, so the black rook can't use it. But he's lost a lot of time, and Ding is lining up now against the D pawn. Black's rook indirectly is going to start attacking it soon. And things turning around.
Do you think he's going to... I'm going to say he's going to hold it now.
Yeah.
OK, we've got to have a little
it was
bet.
all due to this move, rook f6, the star move that he found with 5 seconds left.
If he wins that, if he wins the D pawn, then he should be OK, right?
Yes,
So,
totally should be. I just thought of a rhyme from The Wizard of Oz.
OK, let's hear it.
Ding dong, the pawn is gone.
I
When he
like
wins,
it. Ding dong, the pawn is gone.
Isn't it like ding dong, the witch is dead? Is
Yeah.
that how it goes?
It is, yeah. I think that was used for something else, wasn't it?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, it's all yeah. But yeah, no, that is from The Wizard of Oz. I can remember the only time I watched Wizard of Oz. If you watch it to Dark Side of the Moon, it's in tune. That's something I did at university. I don't know if anyone else has done that. No. Okay, move on quickly. So no. But yeah, I think he's going to hold it now. I think he's got great chances, and Magnus now has slowed down as well. So, which indicates he's not maybe as happy.
I wish we could see Magnus, because I have a feeling he's shaking his head right now. I have a feeling he's just thinking, oh, I had full control, 100% control of the position. Look at the black bishop in the centre of the board. Look at the black rook behind it. Those pieces were on their starting squares just 10 moves ago. Stuck, immobilised, unable to break out. And now those pieces, they're in the game. They're about to improve even further. And remember, black is still 1 pawn up. Magnus, he was going after a few pawns. He had the option of grabbing another couple of black pawns. He didn't take that option. And he's got nothing to show for it, Magnus Carlsen. I don't really see what he does now. The white rook in the centre of the board can go up to the 7th rank, but actually everything's defended in black's camp.
He's having a big think about it, and what's he going for? So he's bringing this in, and now...
Check.
Yeah, and black's got his pieces out of the position. And that the bishop coming to c6 is going to be tremendous as well in some cases.
White's king is actually a big target. White's king is not safe.
Could he lose this one? You know,
it's... might see a full 360.
Yeah, it's possible. At least.
Ooh, wow, what a tense match. These two are really bringing their A game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this. We've seen this all the time, you know, that one side puts the other under pressure and the other one rises to the occasion. And here, it's phenomenal defense by Ding. I agree with you, Simon. I think he might be in trouble, Magnus.
It's quite hard to adjust, isn't it? When you know you're doing fantastically well and suddenly, like, hang on a minute, I should be doing well. You have to tell yourself not to try win too much, and that's when you can end up losing the game. And look at this bishop now, striking across the board, combined with a black rook coming in. You can also maybe just try to take this pawn in the centre. You know, Magnus is okay. Don't get me wrong, in this position, but it's changing, and that's when it gets different psychologically, difficult psychological, even if you're the world champion. So. I don't know. I mean, he's got to be careful, right?
I mean, if Magnus loses this pawn, he has no winning chances at all. He's destined to just defend a difficult position. So I'm wondering what happens if Magnus pushes forward, trying to keep this pawn alive. It's defended now by both white's rooks, but the black rook is going to start breaking through with a series of checks. And here, for example, rook takes rook simply, and black can remove this pawn from the board. Maybe with his rook, maybe with his bishop, and black is 2 pawns up.
2 pawns. Maybe even here, white's just about OK because of white's activity. But Magnus didn't like that, so he understands he has to keep that pawn on the board. But now
he's going for a rook trade.
I mean, is there an immediate perpetual if black wants it? Maybe.
Oh,
so possibly. Black could give a check, hitting the white king. The white king has to step back this way to defend its rook. And Simon, you think maybe a check? The white king is stepping back and a draw.
Well, I mean, I think here, he's
playing for the win.
He's playing for the win. He's bringing his king in. He's a pawn up. Why not play for the win? Yeah. Your bishop is fantastic. You're material up. You're bringing your king to the centre. You've got to take advantage of these opportunities.
Playing for the win.
Magnus has to be so careful now. I mean, you're just a pawn down at the moment for nothing. I think you have to really try and find a genius way to save this game at this point. OK, the white bishop's stepping back. The thing is, the black king can enter the centre of the board, actually helping to attack this pawn. But I think the pawn is just going to step up, and maybe you can't round it up. Maybe that's the one problem for Ding here. This pawn is kept alive by its rook and its bishop. It does tie down black's army in the meantime, and we're going to see this position. And Magnus, he has nothing else. He does have to push this pawn all the way forward. What next for Ding? That is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Magnus is trying to get rid of the bishops to get to... OK, that's an interesting move, but to try and simplify, I thought he was, but maybe that doesn't work. To try and simplify into rook and pawn ending and get a draw that way. But it's black who's pushing here, definitely.
You have to keep your bishop defending this pawn, most likely. I mean, you could move away, or you could step back. Stepping back would make a lot of sense, just defending this pawn. I think this is the most likely, the safest. But, for example, you could contemplate taking this pawn off the board.
I was going to say, why can't you just take it?
Yeah, suddenly you lose control over this pawn. So black can now remove... OK, we have seen a different move, but here we could see, for example, pieces getting traded. I think this would end in a draw. Instead, we have seen, if we go back to the game position, the bishops have left the board, and now it's all about this pawn. Black is going back to take it with his rook, but now white is going on a hunt as well for some pawns himself.
I mean, I thought this was fine for Magnus. I thought this is his idea to swap the bishops off, try to simplify into this rook and pawn ending.
And
I don't think he should. I think this is now too many things are getting exchanged off. I think it's calming down eventually here, heading towards a draw now.
So black's still 1 pawn up, but this pawn is attacked and this pawn is attacked. We might end up in a rook endgame with the same number of pawns, and it's just going to be a dead draw. And here we go. Ding. Yeah, he has secured the draw pretty much. All of the pawns are just getting wiped out. We're going to end up with just king and rook versus king and rook. Nothing else to do here.
Yeah. Wow, very exciting game. I mean, there was a lot of action there. I mean, Magnus, brilliant opening idea, but then he kind of allowed Ding to escape there. And, you know, there's not much between these two, are there, at the moment? So.
And we did see a reaction from Ding. I'm wondering if that was like frustration. I didn't actually win it, or just, all right, a draw, white pieces in the final rapid game.
Yeah, I think that game was just extremely stressful, so he needs to get out of there as quickly as possible. He needs to refresh himself, needs to reset, and yeah, white in the last game. I think Ding is maybe the favourite now. After defending a difficult position like that, he will feel unbeatable.
What a semi-final match, you guys, between world number 1 and world number 2. They are bringing some thrilling chess, but it's still tied. 3 draws, and Ding will have the white pieces in the final game. This is his reaction when Game 3, having the black pieces ended with a draw. Obviously, we're jumping into this one, Anish Giri against Praggnanandhaa. Game 3, Pragg in the lead. Anish Giri has to make a comeback, and look at the bar.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Anish Giri. If we do a quick count, black is actually 1 pawn up, but it's all about the quality of pieces here. Look at white's heavy pieces. They are stacked up to the maximum. They have maxed out their potential. Those 2 white rooks and the queen in front of them, the white knight, the white bishop, they're all pointing towards the black king, and there's got to be a knockout blow at some point. It's so close. How is that black king going to survive? I don't think it will. And also white's pawn in the middle of the board. Again, it's David the d-pawn or Ding the d-pawn on the d6 square, 2 squares away from promotion. That is going to act as a distraction for black's army. You just need the killer blow, though. Anish has set it up perfectly, done all the hard work. How do you put the finishing touches on? I'm trying to work it out here. It might involve a queen sacrifice at some point to break through to the black king. It will involve a sacrifice of some sort to crash through the barricades.
That queen sacrifice actually looks very tempting in the current position, and the whole point is just simply to capture the g-pawn. But, you know, Anish says no need to go in for any fancy things, and instead retreats the queen.
Yeah, and wow, the evaluation bar shoots up, and Jovanka, I've just taken a peek. Apparently, it's checkmate in 11 moves. I don't think Anish is going to calculate 11 moves in advance for both sides, but I've seen him do that before. I remember giving him a quiz once, and he calculated a forced mate in 12 within seconds. So right now, white can break through by sacrificing one of the white rooks. I think there's a few options here. You don't even need to rush. One of the white rooks can lift up to the g6 square, going for the black king.
That looks like the most human move, just to introduce a new piece into the attack. But
we can show this on the board because Anish Giri, maybe we can keep an eye on the players. We might see a big reaction, fist pump even from Anish Giri if he wins. But this is the most natural move. Bring the rook up to this square, trying to crash through at some point, trying to break through and at least.
So the idea is actually,
Sorry, Karen.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I was going to suggest the exact move. I got a bit carried away by that. So, yeah, breakthrough on the h6 square. Looking forward to that.
The direct win, though, apparently starts with this rook sacrifice, but it's not easy. I don't really see the follow-up after white gives up a rook. I think the idea is to now bring your rook forward, and now you have 3 pieces lined up against this mere pawn that's only defended by a knight. But I don't think this is human. I don't think Anish Giri is going to find this. I definitely wouldn't find it myself during a game. So this is the winning sacrifice, but is there something else? Maybe the white knight needs to relocate. Maybe the white knight can step back or into the position. So many options. Anish Giri, he knows if he wants, he can gain a bit of time by giving a queen check, but we've seen this position before. Still no way, no means closer to the black king. Okay, this is the current position. What do you think here? Jovanka, Simon, what is he going to play? Okay, he does bring his rook up to this square. This feels so logical, but now Pragg actually indirectly has locked down this square, overprotecting the black queen, the black rook, the black knight. They are in the worst positions ever, but in terms of defensive formation, they do hold all the important squares. Okay, now the white knight coming around. Is the white knight later going to use this square, maybe? Is the white knight just going to eliminate the black bishop? He's on the brink, Anishgiri, but putting the ball in the back of the net is the hardest thing.
We've got to remember this is Anish to, if he wins, he just levels the match, doesn't he, with 1 game to go. So it's a really, really important game for him. But it looks like it should be winning this for white. I mean, you can maybe use the H-pawn, throw the knight in at the right moment. Some sacrifice somewhere must work. Prag now trying to get some activity on the queen side. It's the only thing he can do. But you have to find the killer blow, right? So that's what Anisha's got to do.
Yeah, there was an amazing kind of computer resource, but here Prag is holding firm on the dark squares. I was also instinctively drawn to your idea of actually using Harry and trying to launch a piece onto the G5 square.
Yeah, and maybe this is very strong because, for example, pushing the white pawn up the board 1 square doesn't look like much on its own, but as you guys mentioned, giving up the white knight now, this is a deadly check. It has to be eliminated, this knight, and suddenly you replace it with a pawn. And yes, you've lost a knight, but this white pawn is going to act as the ultimate sword, and battering ram is going to break through black's defences here, definitely.
And he kind of looks, that's the way Anish was trying to play, because he moved his knight away from that square last move, so he's trying to obviously reroute the knight or take the bishop. But I mean, here you don't need to look at the queen side, right? If you're white, just look at black's king and look at any way you can increase pressure, and you've got to look at focal points, weaknesses in his position, and the only points you can really break through are G7 and H6, these 2 squares highlighted. So if you can do that plan, that puts more pressure on those squares. So it kind of makes some common sense as well, doesn't it, just to play this?
Doesn't go for this. He lifts his rook up the board, but what does this do? I don't see it unless he wants to bring his rook across and really crash through, but I think this pawn is defended sufficiently. Maybe now black can start taking pawns and start bringing the rook into the game. Okay, he doesn't go for this one. Instead, he tries to eliminate white's far advanced pawn after white lifted up the rook. Black's rook now coming across. Every move, the evaluation bar is saying white is completely winning, but you need a knockout blow. Clearly, it's a beautiful position, but what next? That's the big problem for Anishgiri.
Do you have the time to be super patient and just, I was thinking, move the rook to the H4 square and then get the knight round to the G4
I think that's a lovely move.
But that's like so long, though.
No, but why not? Why not do it? I think that's a really nice idea, because you're trying to break through on those squares, aren't you? And I really like your idea, Jovanka.
I don't know, it takes a long time.
There we can see the stockfish moves, the stockfish suggestions on the screen, and in the current position, the computer, at least, thinks that black's best move is to drop the king into the corner. That is not obvious at all.
So is there a threat here? I mean, let's say you go rook takes pawn, which is the most obvious move. Okay, he's played it.
Okay,
so
why did we doubt him, Prag?
Yeah.
You're right there, Simon. I think maybe the idea was to break through in this position with a bishop sacrifice. I don't see it, to be honest, myself, but clearly both of these players realised that this move, this is the key for black. Maybe the idea now is that after a capture, black's rook at some point will be able to swing across and block any potential checks.
So I really hope we see your idea now, Jovanka, just getting every single white piece attacking H6. Literally every piece. You'll have 2 rooks, a queen, a knight and a bishop. So that's 5 pieces attacking 1 square. I mean, that would be a lovely way. I mean, that must be a very strong threat if you can get that on the board.
I'm not convinced.
You're right, Simon.
by
one
it,
piece, 2 pieces.
I think it's too much, you know, because everything is attacking at one point, and this king move is such a great defensive move, which allows the f7 rook to kind of create some shield for the king along the 7th row.
It's very if you're got the white pieces in this position, if you're a niche, you start to get very frustrated because you probably know there's a win because every piece looks fantastic. Your opponent's king is there, really, you know, just traffic jam on the side, and you're starting to get your fun. Why can't I find the win? You know, and your time's ticking down, and it can actually go horribly wrong. This move, I mean, does it help?
I don't see it at all.
Has he lost the win?
Maybe he's trying to change the position. He's trying to change it significantly, but he's traded off a key attacker, the white knight, which we thought was going to help the breakthrough. Yeah. Especially in such a block position, you need your knights. Bishops aren't going to help. Instead, he's traded off for black's bishop, and his idea is to keep his pawn alive, the white d6 pawn. He wants to use the white dark square bishop to go and protect it, but now there's no way to break through. Now it's a completely different type of game. The nature has changed. No more attack.
Look at Anish. It's dramatic for him. He is down in the match.
I mean, this could go wrong now again. I mean, you're looking at the wrong side of the board, Anish. Your opponent's king is on the other side. Checkmate ends the game. Stop looking at that side. Go for the king. Do a Jovanka. Bring the knight around. Sack it, even if Jovanka doesn't like it. Do it anyway. Just get on with. It's like.
I don't know. I can see this going so wrong for Anish. I can see Pragnananda mobilising his rook and...
OK, but he's taken this one, allowing the bishop to go. I mean, it's still just so murky, isn't it? I mean, I didn't really like this move because now the bishop can come over.
Yeah,
so I
might mobilise.
Yeah, I mean, bishop maybe coming to b4, David, would you think here?
Yeah. Cementing the bishop. You can always protect the bishop with a pawn if you need to. He doesn't even do this. Right. But the whole idea is to keep this pawn alive, and you can keep it alive eternally, pretty much. It's going to be a real nuisance for black to deal with later. But first, white brought his rook back. I guess the trick is that if the black rook captures, you can actually create a pin on this line anyway, so you don't need to rush. But in the current position, after the black rook moved across, now you really need to defend your pawn, and he has done so. Yeah, the white pieces, it's as if they committed in the wrong direction, and now they need to kind of take a step back. The white rook maybe needs to step back across. This is the real target now, the g7 point. But the white queen, where's it going? Black is playing without a knight, however. I
mean, maybe now you just try to take over the c-file for white. So, you bring your rooks, and I like your point, the black knight can't really move anywhere, ever. So maybe you do come towards the queen side in this position. Try to get a rook in on the c-file by slowly manoeuvring them around. And you can't get... It doesn't look like you're going to get through against black's king now. It's cementoed in. So...
But now, look at this. Anish has lost a bit of control, so Prag has jumped in with the black rook, and maybe the black queen is going to swing across at some point. Black is the one actually utilising this file. So, I mean, I'd play rook g1 here and try to get rid of some... OK, he's still going for the king side. He's really insisting on some checkmating ideas, but everything's defended. Everything's defended by this black pawn and by this black knight. No way through there. He's tried it before. He didn't succeed last time. Why is he going to succeed now? I don't know what Anish Giri is trying to do, but meanwhile, OK, he's just defended his bishop, and still very difficult for black to get the queen and knight into the game. I mean, so if black tries to go queen in on the open file now, getting his own threats, is something nasty going to happen? Probably. So has he played it? No, he hasn't. I wanted to see this, the black queen coming in. I don't see what white was actually doing there, but OK, black is just waiting. Pragnananda is in waiting mode with 20 seconds left on the clock. White's queen jumping back. Maybe Anish wants to get his queen in on this diagonal. And OK, the black rook going back. I think Prag is just stuck for ideas. He has no time on the clock either. It's still looking very good for Anish. I mean, even though Anish, he's got more time actually, but I think Anish is in control of this position. OK, wow, he goes to this square. Did not expect this one. The white queen maybe is going to step up at some point and jump into the black camp. Still looking very, very good for the Dutchman, but he hasn't finished it off yet. It's been winning for a long, long time.
10 seconds now for Prag.
Yeah, and OK, interesting decision. He pushes his queen up one square. White now, if he wants, can win the black queen for the two white rooks. If the kind of further advanced white rook takes the pawn in front of it, the black queen recaptures, two white rooks would disappear for the black queen. I don't know. That's a gamble. Is it worth taking, though? Anish Giri, it's not a Giri type of decision. He wants to keep control. We've seen it before. He doesn't want to crash through, risk things. I still like this idea of just taking the c-file. Just go rook c2 and then rook g2. I mean, because you're playing... I mean, again, I can't predict any of Anish's moves. I mean, like, that is just... Why? I mean, that's just... Is that just saying, I'm just going to make a move, just see what you're doing? Hopefully your queen goes away, then I can come in.
Under 10 seconds for Pragnananda.
White king is
maybe a very clever decision, actually. Just to, OK, now he's improved his position because his queen can come up. So actually, king g3, brilliant, you know.
Well, hang on a second,
hello.
It's going up the board.
I mean, I don't know what he's trying to do with that king. So.
Some viewers at home might recognise this famous king walk from Short against Timon in 1991. The white king is trying to march up the board into the black camp, but there's no way through. Don't try this at home.
Yeah.
Black is sacrificed, meanwhile.
Yeah, I was going to say, the momentum has changed.
Why did he sacrifice?
I don't know.
I don't understand.
He was defending so nicely.
The black rook is now just going to fall to the white bishop.
I think he was terrified about the king coming down and getting, I don't know, touchdown. So he thought, I've got to do something desperate before that king checkmates me. But yeah, we see Prag done this a couple of times. A little bit of lack of patience, but I can understand the decision. They're both under a minute. He wants to get the initiative here. He doesn't want to defend and wait until the sword of what's it? The sword of something.
Damocles.
That's the one. Yeah, comes down. Yeah, I couldn't pronounce it, so I thought, so I thought I'd leave it to someone else. I know,
I might have mispronounced it as well.
Yeah, it's the sword of Damocles, I think.
Give it 10 seconds. Meanwhile, he needs to move. He can just take the black rook off the board.
Why didn't he take the rook?
He did it again. The white queen, maybe there was a delay, but the white queen moved while his hands were on his head, and Ishigiri. Interesting stuff there.
And the bar goes down again, you guys.
He shook his head
1 second.
Now the black knight jumps out. The white rook is on the wrong square. Black's knight has broken the pin and is attacking the white rook. And Ishigiri's lost control again.
It's now the time to kind of change the balance of the position. OK, no, he steps back with his rook, and I think that both the players are just panicking now.
Yeah. What is the white king?
Yeah, I was going to say that. You want the white king back where it came from. Why is the king in front of the pawn? I mean, it's crazy. OK, and now it's changed yet again, David.
Now it's changed again.
I mean, this could go any result here. Any result is possible, I think, now.
I still feel white is the favourite. White's queen about to sneak into the black camp. Black's king still a bit open. And now without the black queen, I don't think white's king feels too uncomfortable anymore. But then again, how are you going to break through? This black knight is a great defender.
And black's rooks can come in. I mean, black's rooks on the G file, on the C file, they're also dangerous. So, I mean, the white... What? Hello? Hello?
It's the king, March.
If Ishigiri gets checkmated in this game, he only has himself to blame.
He's trying his hardest, to checkmate himself here.
The bar has gone over to Prag's side.
I mean...
Now the black king sliding across. The black rook is ready to come over to the G-file and trap that white king.
I mean, is the idea bishop F8 here, trying to stop that rook and then get the queen in? It's your only...
Bishop can just be attacked, though.
Hang on. You're trying to put your king on the worst square you can.
He's completely trapped his own king now.
Incredible.
Now the rook can just come over and cut the king off.
There's never a check, though. But there's no check.
Can Prag win this game?
He certainly can, I think.
And if he does, he's going to win the match.
Yeah, I mean, there is a rook G5 and knight F6, but that's a bit optimistic. Yeah, if he wins this game, he wins the match. So, I mean, I don't know what the white king's doing there.
You can actually move the rook all the way back to C8 and get the rook via...
Yeah, then, I mean, get the rook around the back. He's going for it.
He's going for it.
Yeah. White is just stuck. White's bishop can barely move. White's queen is just a purely defensive piece, trying to stop the infiltration of the black rooks. It's one-sided traffic now. Prag, I think, is the only one who can win, barring a big slip-up.
And I just want to mention, Game 4 between Ding and Magnus has also now started. They are tied. So whoever wins that game will win the match. We will jump into that, of course. And if it is a draw, then we will head to tie-breaks in that semi-final match. Will Prag win this one, though, to end the match in Game 3?
But he has an idea of getting a checkmate net now. I don't know why he didn't try to come to H1, come right down into the position would have been one way to set up a checkmate net.
Maybe we can show this. It looked like a great option.
He can still do it. Let's say he goes for it now, like rook to C1, and the point. Okay, well the game's going so quick, but
he could have come in, for example, and now because of this pin. White is just completely busted. This would be a checkmate. The white king caught in the middle of the board, the corner of the board. But
now is it happening now?
There's something happening now, Jovanka.
Like the rook is going to swing across to the G7.
Okay, and then what is coming next? It feels like checkmate. Maybe white can't stop it. Now in the current position, the black rook can just swing across.
Bishop F8 just about saves it.
Does it though? Because after the bishop move, maybe he does. There's no way. If white had been one move too slow, the black rook would have swung across and the black rook would have given checkmate.
What a weird position. I mean, it's like so weird. The kings, they're so strange. Yeah. I mean, is this some weird draw now? I mean...
Maybe there's no way for Prag to trap the white king, but it's definitely white's king that's playing with fire. Black's king, protected by the black knight, is safe.
I mean, I can't see how black can progress now. The white queen's got very good diagonal, hence why he's just moved the king back there.
Like tucking away in the corner, at some point you will try this idea of coming behind.
And Anish still trying to win, I think, with that last move, taking the pawn with his queen, bringing it into the game.
But Anish, he's really allowing Prag's ideas now after this queen move of the black rook coming behind.
So why? I don't know why Prag's not going active for that rook. Maybe he will when he pushes this bishop away,
I don't know if he's seen the idea.
Yeah.
OK, the black rook now attacking this white bishop. Is the white bishop forced to retreat? That is the question. Can the white bishop go and grab, harry the h-pawn, go and grab a pawn? That looks suicidal, but what else? You have to retreat your bishop if you're not going to play that move.
Yeah.
10 seconds for Giri.
Look at the intensity on their faces as well. Now, surely, I know, why do you... no.
Why retreat?
Bring the other rook around, Prag.
Exactly, yeah. Put it on h1.
I know. All he needs to do, and again, it's the plan that David showed, put the rook on h1 and then go rook g5 checkmate. I mean, can you do it again now? Come on, rook c1. Why can't he do it, David? I don't understand. He's doing it. Yay!
We will find out.
But, I mean, it would have been better with the rook on another square because of this move.
The bishop has to come to attack the rook.
Okay.
Rook's going to move.
So the whole point is that black has a checkmating threat in basically 2 moves. White has to slow down black as long as possible by attacking the black rooks. If black's rooks can find safe squares, as we showed, 1 on the g file, 1 on the h file, it's simply checkmate.
What is this?
Prag, though.
Why is he? Is he going for a fortress now?
He's going for a draw, Prag.
This is probably
Giri frowning.
Wow, I can't believe
there's nothing for white to do. This is.
Oh, look at the bar again.
I can't believe that.
But I think it's a draw.
Draw, yeah. Unless it's a queen g6, but queen g. I mean, probably not. Yeah.
The white pawns. I mean, the only pawn you can push for white is the a pawn. It gets traded off.
Yes.
The white king can never move. The white queen cannot attack anything. Everything's protected in black camp.
I think
computers. The only positions they don't understand are fortresses. That's why the evaluation bar says white's winning. It is a fortress, however.
Whew.
I mean, I can
adrenaline.
I can understand why he did that. Actually, I mean, he's been defending the whole game. He's found a very clever draw. We think it's a draw because the king's just going to go backwards and forwards. Why not just take the draw? You're still up in the match, but really exciting game. I mean, I actually think it was much more complicated than I thought, obviously. But I mean. But what was Giri's king doing? It's crazy.
This is one of the craziest games I've seen.
Yeah, it is. It has been one of the craziest games, definitely.
Giri's going to be kicking himself because he played the opening perfectly, the middle game perfectly. Yeah. He actually had a forced checkmate on the board. It was a difficult one to find, but a few moves later, he was defending.
Didn't Magnus say there's no such thing as a fortress? Yeah, I mean, I think he said that, right?
Yeah,
In fact, fortresses don't exist, so there must be a way you can win this, and I guess.
The problem is, black's king just moves back and forth, back and forth. There's no way to stop that plan.
No, you can't. I thought you could go. No, there's nothing else you can try even here. You have to get rid of the rook, sack your queen, but then it's nothing. It's a draw, and it's a weird fortress, very strange fortress.
Yeah. And it's primarily because of the white king.
Yeah,
it's just saddled there.
Yeah.
So frustrated.
He locked in his own king, and only bad things happen if you do that.
Yeah.
So a draw, a fair result in the end after a dramatic game. But
what a game!
So many turnarounds.
I mean, what a turnaround from the first game, which was a bit positional and rather dull.
The most boring game I've ever seen.
And this one was the craziest game I think we've ever seen. So,
yeah, and it's drama for Anish Giri. With a draw here, he will be in a must-win situation in Game 4 to take it to tie-breaks. It's looking good for Prag.
Yeah.
And here we go. Prag can almost pre-move the next few moves with his king, and no way through. Anish Giri agrees to the draw.
And look at Anish. He is obviously very disappointed. He had amazing winning chances in this game to tie the match, but now he is still down by 1 point. And in 15 minutes, he will have to win with the black pieces to take it to tie-breaks. What a game this was. Definitely a great moment for the Lisoveta learning point.
When you're attacking, you need to bring every single piece to the party, even pawns sometimes, in order to break down your opponent's defenses. And here we saw Anish Giri with white struggling to break through the defenses of Pragnananda with black. And I think it started going wrong at this one moment. Actually, Anish Giri had a checkmating idea just a couple of moves ago. That was difficult, but he still had a winning concept here that Simon Jovanka did mention. And it's all to do with adding one final piece into the attack, pushing the white pawn forward. Harry the h-pawn. It might look very innocent, but no matter what black does here, say black plays a move with a pawn on the other side of the board, every move is the same there for black, then the white knight jumps in with a deadly check. This is actually a fork. The knight has to be removed, and after the pawn recaptures, white now does have a devastating attack. Yes, you've given up a knight, but it's all about breaking through on this key square. There's simply nothing black can do here. For example, again, if he moves his rook, white can even trade a set of pawns and break through on the g8 square. This is a winning attack. The white queen next move will give checkmate either on this square or maybe even this square, and this would have been a win for Giri. The key was bringing another pawn to the party this time, and Anish Giri didn't find that idea and never broke through the defenses.
And that means Anish Giri has to win in game 4. This is game 4 between Ding and Magnus. 3 draws, they are tied, and Ding with the white pieces. The bar is over to his side. If we have a winner in this game, that will be the winner of the match and the one going through to the final. Do you think Ding can win this game?
It's definitely possible. It's early days. I'm surprised that the evaluation bar is so far in White's favour because everything looks pretty balanced. White, however, does have the bishop pair, and White's 2 bishops give a long-term advantage. White also with slightly more space if you look at the pawn structure. They all add up to a very pleasant position. Black, though, is rock solid.
So heading into this in move 15, do you think we will have a winner of this match in this game, or do you think we will have tie breaks?
I suspect we might have tie breaks, but I was just going to ask this question because one of my favourite things to do in the Queen's Pawn openings is to do a technique that I kind of call the big clamp. And it goes like this. You attack the bishop retreats, and then you pick up the F-pawn and you lock down the centre by pushing it 2 squares.
Yeah, so you clamp down on this pawn break ever happening. You've controlled this square twice. And, OK, we see this position on the board. And another idea that I've seen in similar positions to this, I've suffered on this side of on the black side of this position several times. Black needs to break out somehow. If you break out on this side of the board, White just locks things down again. White just creates a stronghold. This is just a trade that actually favours White, if anything, because now there are weaknesses in the black camp. Black can't play on the left side of the board. Black should not touch these pawns. Instead, I think Magnus needs to find an idea, such as moving the black king into the corner, and you need to chip away at one of these 2 guys. Next move, no matter what White does, for example, if White gains space, next move, you bring the black rook across and you try to open things up. If you sit and do nothing, you will eventually just be suffocated as Black. White's pawns and pieces are going to start pushing forward, so you need to go for some active ideas such as this one. Let's see if Magnus plays this. It is a known idea, going for this pawn push, but you have to prepare it, and even then, it might not be possible. Thinking about it, the black king, if it goes into the corner, the white bishop might well just come out and pin you. Oh, to be honest, this looks great for White, and Magnus, maybe just in desperation mode, he brings his bishop out to the side of the board before it's too late. Notice how it's really blocked the pawn structure, and in blocked positions, knights are better than bishops. So here he wants to remove White's knight at the cost of his own bishop.
I can see Jovanka's hand is up in the air, and it does look like there's a one. I don't know if that's a hello. That's like, you know, it does look like there's a tactic here, right?
It does look like there's a tactic.
There might well be, but
at least trade of queens, right?
Yeah, I mean, well,
I've always found that favours the side with the clamping pawns.
But he's gone for it.
He's gone for it.
You know what? I think it might be a very clever decision, because I actually think Black's position was so bad after that big clamp that he had to do something.
Look at Magnus's face.
Yeah, it was frozen on that face. I don't know if we can go back to it, but it was frozen on the most surprised, grumpy face I've seen in ages from Magnus. And he's surprised because, yes, White has won a pawn with a tactic there. White's knight jumping out the way, gaining a pawn in the process, and White's bishop snacking on the black bishop. But if you look at the quality now, Black's knights are fantastic. The black knights are about to jump into the position. On the e-file, Black's queen and rook have been opened up.
I mean, you know, the position you were showing, David, in that plan of the king and the rook, you also mentioned that it maybe just wasn't very good in that particular position. Yeah. It looked like White had such a ready-made attack on the king's side. I think what Magnus has done here is very clever, actually, even if the computer doesn't like it. I think it was such a bad long-term prospects that he had to change the nature and give himself some play. And he's got some play for the cost of a pawn on the open line and with a big square in the centre of the board. It's still probably bad for him, but the opening's gone again. Well, the opening, not again. This is the first time it's gone very badly, I think, for Magnus.
And you mentioned the word clever there, Simon. Talking of clever, Ding's last move, bringing the rook up the board 2 squares. That's clever for 2 reasons. One, you might shift your rook across and start going for the base of Black's pawn chain. The base is always the weakest part of the pawn chain. But secondly, there's a trick in the position. It looks like Black can regain his pawn with a queen capture, winning a pawn back, trading queens, but at the very end, you always have to look for checks in every position. Also for loose pieces. This is a loose piece, and you can actually win it by throwing in a check. White's bishop giving itself up with a check, and after it drops, the black rook falls. Here, it's a decisive material advantage, a rook for just a knight, a rook and a pawn even for just a knight. So Magnus can't actually go and regain this pawn, but as Simon mentioned, there are other compensating factors, especially this square in the centre of the board, ready for one of the black knights to jump into. And this is just what we call an outpost. especially in front of backward pawns, like this pawn for white, outposts are glorious for the knights. And for example, we might even see a trade, but now the black knight is just going to hop into the center again very shortly, once the queen moves. And I think eventually you might see a situation that we call good knight versus bad bishop. For example, if white, again, just doesn't do too much, the black knight is going to position itself on a beautiful square in the middle, far, far stronger than the white bishop, which is actually doing pretty much nothing.
I mean,
on the edge of the board.
I think it's a key moment, Dave. Maybe we can just pop back there, because this game's now going to go into a manoeuvring stage where Ding decided to take the pawn, and I expect every single computer would also say this is the right way to play, right? Yeah. But was it the right way to play? I mean, Magnus, I don't think he's just going to fall into a one-move blunder like this. He wants white to take this pawn and take the pressure off. I mean, I would kind of been, I don't know, maybe he had to take it in the position because otherwise Magnus was going to take on c3 and do that plan anyway. So yeah, I mean, it probably was the right plan, but a clever move from Magnus there, I think.
Very, very clever from Magnus. And in the current position, yes, the computer says nearly +1 for white. That's because he's one pawn up. But in terms of ease of the play, maybe it's easier to play black here. That being said, white does have some targets. I'm especially looking at this pawn. It might tie down black's pieces somewhat. And I don't know how Ding builds up the pressure on that. You might see, for example, a second rook lift later on, the other white rook trying to kind of sneak across and add pressure onto this point. But in the meantime, Magnus will surely start trying to jump around with his knights, but also maybe start to push some pawns forward.
Jump up, and get down.
Exactly.
So,
and the knight jumps up.
That's my stinging for the day. So I've done mine.
All right.
House of Pain.
Yeah, jump around, right?
Jump around, yeah. Classic.
Jump up,
Classic.
jump up, get down. Yeah, that's it.
It is, yeah.
And there's a big threat on... No, there isn't a big threat. Yeah, there is a big threat on the board.
There is a nasty one. That, yeah, you have to defend against that knight jumping in. And, I mean, I guess it should still be good for white, this position. I mean, like, you are a pawn up. You can maybe start pushing your kingside pawns. Maybe your B pawn can run up the board, but it's a bit murky now, isn't it? I guess. I mean, white's got to be better, right? I mean, Jovanka, you take white, have any extra pawn here?
At first, I was definitely I would take white, but then I understand that it's actually not easy. And take a look at white's extra pawn; it's backward, can't move, and the two knights handle the bishop pair quite well. So I think it's just a fairly balanced game, actually.
Yeah, I mean, maybe black goes for g6, knight g7, kind of. We can maybe show it out on the board, but I mean, white does have some pawn pushes, right? White's a pawn up. White can use the pawn in front of his king at some point to go forwards, and he's also got a pawn. Barry, the B pawn, can come up the board as well. So black, on the other hand, doesn't have any breaks at all. So it must be better for white, I think, in the long run. And this B pawn coming up seems quite scary, actually. Can maybe combine with play on both sides of the board. I mean, Ding's got a good chance here, I think, actually, yeah.
Actually, what is Magnus doing? I don't really understand with his last move, bringing the queen across.
Is he just waiting like he's done before? Is he literally just saying, I can't do anything, I've got to sit and wait, which is because he can't actually do much, can he?
I think
if he wants to double up his rooks, he wants to use this square for his rook. For example, if white, I don't know, pushes a pawn, the black rook comes up, the other rook comes across. I'm not sure what's next, but just to show your other idea there, Simon, another plan could be, as well as this move, for example, stepping forward with the pawn, and if white just kind of waits, the black knight could come around to attack this guy. But this just provokes white to maybe play a move at some point that he wants to play anyway, of the white pawn kind of trying to control this knight coming forward.
Yeah.
It's a very, very double-edged position. It's all about strategy right now. And no direct tactics for the next few moves, most likely.
Yeah.
I thought Magnus's move was quite nice as well, because it does allow the knight to come into the e4 square. And should that happen, that doesn't necessarily... The rook can capture the knight, the bishop, if there's a trade.
For example, in the current position, Jovanka, OK, he wants to actually move his knight the whole way back. This is really weird, just defending this pawn and freeing up this rook. I don't really even know what he's doing with this guy, this rook. I guess Magnus's idea is if the white bishop comes to the edge of the board, he's just going to jump into the centre. And he's going to hope that this strong knight, or if it gets captured, this strong rook is going to give him compensation. To be honest, I think it's turning in white's favour, especially if you eliminate a bishop for a knight later. If it's just heavy pieces on the board, only white can be better.
Yeah.
But still a long way to go to turn the extra pawn and the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I expect white was better, maybe not as much as the computer said after winning this pawn, but I still think compared to the other position that Magnus could have had, it might have been a wise decision because it just looked like at least he's got something to play for in this structure, the E file. I mean, the open line that black has, you like my hand movements. I do this when I'm playing chess all the time, you know, like open line. That's my open line movement. And what's the outpost movement, Jovanka or David? Can you help me out here? Or is it just me doing hand movements?
I don't know. An outpost is like a square that can't be challenged. I don't know. It's just a nice square.
That's your outpost. So when you're playing, you do that, yeah? I like it.
That square. Look at that square.
All right. Any check? We have a check from you, Jovanka? Or okay, yeah, Kaja. I like it.
I'm not playing this game.
Able to play
Okay, Jovanka, you've got to do one now.
This and having everyone doing hand movements. No.
Okay, well, it'd be quite good if introduce them to the tournament scene. I think could be quite fun.
Well, checkmate could be.
What?
No?
Yeah, I like it.
I do have a video to show you guys later of some hand movements by Simon Williams, maybe at a pub we have mentioned before. That is coming. That is coming.
Ah, dear.
But in this one, well, do you think we will have tie breaks or do you think we will have a winner?
It's hard to call. I have a feeling maybe tie breaks, but a long way to go in this one. This one, I mean, at the moment, we prefer white's position. We think Ding should be in control, but black has reasons to be happy too. I could definitely see this one being a long, long grind where Ding just tries to slowly start stepping forward the white pawns on both sides of the board. Magnus, meanwhile, rock solid, one pawn down, but no other weaknesses.
I mean, what if, I don't know, I mean, this B5 idea, you try to break through a pawn because
it's so long to arrange.
I agree, but can black do anything? Let's say I go rook A3, something ridiculous, and we can maybe just show the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to move the rook all the way up, but I'm worried that black's knight might come back or something. I'll just avoid this.
You're worried the knight will come over and
maybe. I mean, I'll just move the rook one square to the side with the simple plan of going for a pawn break. So,
for example, if I wait, you push forward.
Yeah.
And say I continue to wait, you move the rook, and eventually now you get this pawn push.
Yeah, and that helps my position massively. If I can get this pawn push in, I get play on at least the queen side.
Yeah.
So, and if there's nothing you can do, well, I'll just do it, why not?
You'll open up some lines at least for the rooks and bishops.
Yeah.
So, very long plan. It might take 6 or 7 moves, but maybe you have that luxury in the current position. It's not 100% clear what black wants to do. We mentioned planting the black knight in the centre of the board, but apart from this knight jump, what else has black got up his sleeve? And, OK, he actually jumps in.
He does go in, OK.
Maybe your idea, just a different version. And, OK, the black knight leaps into the centre of the board and white's bishop steps back. Mysterious play from both sides. This bishop retreat, to be honest, I don't really understand it, but still this idea on the cards for you, Simon, pushing these pawns forward. And, meanwhile, Magnus locks things down. And, OK, we do see the idea. The other white rook is going across. Okay. Both rooks are lining up against this pawn.
So he's just trying to double up against the B pawn and then get rid of the defender of that one with his bishop, right? This is clearly the plan. So,
for example, if black just sits and waits, the rook will come across this square defended by black's knight. But at some point, the white bishop will come, most likely this direction, to try and get rid of this black knight. Once that knight drops, then this pawn will drop and the whole of black's pawn chain will fall. Yeah, interesting. Black has one beautiful piece, but white's... this one. But white's just playing around it. White's just ignoring the existence of that knight.
And I guess you can even just take it off, if you think your plan's going to work well. So Magnus has to find a way to deal with this, at least.
We also talked about, in a previous game, this bishop. I love bishops on these squares, especially if you compare it to a knight. It looks like the knight dominates the bishop, but actually the bishop dominates the knight. The knight can never jump forward into any square, into the white half, any dangerous square, at least, because the white bishop kind of keeps it cut off. Meanwhile, the white bishop can go this way to take this knight. It can even go this way later on. It's such a flexible piece, this white bishop, such a long-range archer, in a way.
Magnus, he is thinking again. we were talking about those hand movements, gesturing, Simon.
Don't look at me like that.
And you guys, let's take a look at Simon.
No, don't start with that. The British way, no. What is that?
Oh, it's like now breathe. What is this? Checkmate! Boom! Here we come! Checkmate! Yeah, there we go! Boom! Put your hands up!
Oh my words! Nothing like bullying a young girl, is there? To make the day go by. I have to say she was giving far better than I was giving earlier.
Yeah, we went in a little bit late
yeah.
in that movie, in that video, but apparently that is the checkmate movement. Checkmate on the board. I love it. And tomorrow, Simon, we're sending you to the good night.
Oh, it's going to be a hard day tomorrow. So very much looking forward to that. We're going to get down the good night and do a bit of reporting from there. Let's see what's going on. So if there's anyone out there watching who wants to go down the good night tomorrow, I'll see you there.
Basically. I mean, even if you are in China, I would make the trip to the good night tomorrow to see Simon in his A-game.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's so bad. It looks so bad there, doesn't it? It does look bad, but I have to say she was giving, she was giving as good as she got.
That was the great, actually, then you were playing in the Chess24 company, and she was bantering as well.
Yep.
We do have moves in this game. Will we see any checkmate?
We're seeing something quite cool, and Ding has set this up already for a couple of moves. White's king is going on a long, long journey over to the left side of the board. And Ding has done this before against Magnus Carlsen. There was a great game in the Berlin defense where it was completely blocked up, similar to this in a way, bishops against knights. And Ding took the luxury of marching his king to the other side of the board, and then he launched an attack against the black king. So once the white king is safely tucked away on the left, white might attack on the right. And it looks contradictory, it looks kind of counterintuitive because white's rooks are now on the left side of the board, but he just wants to play on both flanks, Ding. He knows that Magnus's defences might be stretched later on. Magnus, meanwhile, using every corner. Both players just showing off here with their understanding of squares, angles, geometry. But here we go. White's king is just going to tuck itself away to safety.
So, game 4 between Prag and Geary has started, and that's a must-win game for Anish.
Do you think the white's rook will now relocate itself to the centre, getting ready to go back to the right?
Yeah, I think the white rooks on the left side, they've done their job. They've tied down black's pieces. They're about to get kicked away even. Black's knight now is about to go to the d7 square. Let's show this, just to kick away the white rooks. So I think white needs to take, a step back to square one. And this knight is going to come and hit this rook. For example, if Ding, I'm not even sure what he plays. For example, if he moves his king across, then this rook will step back. Slowly, we'll see one rook step across, the other rook step back, and the rooks are going to start relocating over this way towards the black king. And it's all because white's king and the black king now sit on opposite sides. That normally means white will attack on the right half, black will attack on the left half of the board, but black cannot attack the white king now because there are no pawn breaks, no way to open lines against it. Okay, meanwhile, Ding didn't choose that exact move order. First, he brought his bishop back to this square, indirectly, maybe threatening this black rook. And a small trap. If the black knight does indeed leap forward, then white steps back and this rook is trapped. No escape squares. But in the meantime, a lot of manoeuvring ahead. I could easily see this one stretching out another half hour or so. Both players will be playing low on the clock at some point because there's so much tension. First, Magnus instead brings his rook across. And still no breakthrough. It takes white a long time to, I think, favourably arrange this pawn push. First, white might want to, for example, push a pawn, hide his king as far away as possible from the right half of the board, and then he's going to start launching pawns towards the black king. That's just good strategy, having your king on a safe square, the safest square possible, before going for your opponent's king, especially before you open up lines.
I have to say, Magnus doesn't look stressed at all, even if, I'm looking at the bar, and the bar is definitely over on Ding's side. But Magnus looks very comfortable, very not stressed.
Something in the air in Denmark, maybe. Looking very, very confident.
He is. And if we do have a winner in this game, that will be the player heading to the final in Chessable Masters. hopefully it is a draw, because we then will have tie breaks between these two. Did we have tie breaks when they played the match in Charity Cup?
No.
Magnus finished it in the rapid portion.
Yeah, he won a game, and then it was really close, and Ding just couldn't do it. So yeah, Magnus won again. So, but it was exceptional chess.
Yeah, that was an exciting match. And if we do have blitz tie breaks, I know you're going to say Magnus is the favorite, but how is Ding in those even faster time controls?
Ding is good. I think he's actually better over the board than online. Ding is not as quick on the mouse as some of the players who've been playing online for much longer. Also, remember, if it goes to tie breaks, it's likely to be 4 a.m. in the morning. Imagine playing blitz chess at 4 a.m. in the morning. Nobody's at their sharpest. I've done it before.
David,
done it before my whole life. Even I struggle at 4 a.m. in the morning with blitz.
Yeah.
And I think Ding, who doesn't do it as much as I do, he won't be at his best. Meanwhile, for Magnus, it will be late, but not too late. So I think Magnus is a big favourite.
And I just realised his webcam is probably frozen again, so maybe he's not that comfortable.
No.
Who knows?
Meanwhile, both sides not changing the nature of the position, just pushing pawns, kind of small pawn moves, maybe just to create some space for the kind of respective kings. Yeah, it's hard to imagine this one livening up in the next 15, 20 moves. I think it's still going to be all about positioning rooks, positioning minor pieces before the pawn breaks happen.
I think these positions are very, very good for people at home, maybe, who are training. Yeah, definitely, because there's nothing immediate. You've got to watch out for little tactics like we just saw a minute ago, but in general, it's all about planning. So you've got to think, how can I improve my position? I mean, there's a couple of key elements when you're trying to do anything in chess. It's timing. Do I have time to manoeuvre? In this position, you do, clearly, because when the pawns are locked, you have a lot more time. And if you do have time to manoeuvre, what is my ideal setup? And as well as thinking that, so we were talking about pawn pushes earlier, we've also got to think, what is my opponent's plans? Are they scary? If they are scary, you try to stop them. If they're not scary, you can just get on with your plan. So this is exactly what both sides are doing. I mean, Ding's put his king on the queen side. At some point, he's going to have to break with a pawn. He can't progress unless he does a pawn break. So he's doing everything else possible to improve his pieces before he does that. And on the other hand, Magnus has got both his knights into the central position, and he pushes first. Wow. Okay. I mean, that he's going for it. He doesn't want to sit there forever.
Yeah.
So he's got the push in. Yeah, why not?
We thought Magnus would be the one getting attacked on this side of the board, but he's doing the attacking. Very surprising. Especially, I mean, this pawn push is understandable if the white king is on this half of the board, but the white king has just journeyed the whole way to safety. And now you push. I think he's playing for squares, for control, rather than an attack. But Jovanka, what do you think of this? You love pushing pawns?
I love pushing pawns, but I did not... Well, I did. This was my natural instinct. But I thought, no. Wheel that back in, play it quietly. You, after all, it's 2 knights. And why should you weaken your king? Because there's no need. But I don't know. I think it's too double-edged. Maybe, I don't know.
Magnus gambling slightly, maybe. Just both sides around 5 minutes. He knows that he's very comfortable low on the clock. Ding maybe less so.
So playing for squares, you said then?
Playing for squares.
Is that what is very AI?
Yeah, exactly. This is actually, you're right, Kaja. This is a really good point, because computers, even in the kind of strangest circumstances, they push pawns in front of their own king. They don't care about king safety because they know that they can calculate, they will always keep them their king safe or find a way to survive. Humans, of course, we get checkmated all the time. We walk into trouble. We struggle when our kings are open, especially when we have no time on the clock. But here it's playing for squares. For example, if we just check in, this pawn push, so controversial, so brave. But if white just, say, does nothing, if white just moves a rook, then black could consider, for example, pushing his pawn forward even further. And now, if there is a trade, then look at these 2 black knights. They're on outposts for eternity. White can never challenge these 2 squares with pawns. And not just that, but at some point you'll swing your rook across, and maybe once you move your knight again, you can enter this file. For example, you can even do this now. You can enter with the black rook. And okay, meanwhile, look at the white bishops. A bit of symmetry here. The white bishop has stepped back, and these 2 bishops at the bottom of the board, they're controlling a lot of squares. But I think it's all aimed against Magnus pushing forward even further. He could start by moving his rook across. I think the reason he's played and pushed his pawn in front of his king, and I think the reason he's happy is because the white rooks are on the opposite flank, and it takes them an age to kind of relocate over to the right half of the board again.
And it doesn't really look like an open position. So is then the black knights better than those white bishops, even if they are controlling a lot of space?
Definitely, yeah, you're right there, Kaja. The white bishops have potential, but right now they don't look great. In the meantime, it is these two black knights that control the most squares, or at least control the most important central squares.
Yeah. I must admit, I was surprised by this pawn move because instinctively I would be so reluctant at pushing that pawn and potentially giving white the dark square colour complex, especially if a bishop were to arrive to h4. But then again, maybe that's just too difficult to achieve. And I was once playing against the computer and I was so surprised at how it just abandoned those positional ideas and said, yeah, you have them, but you're not going to do anything from them.
I think this was almost forced for Magnus, though, this pawn push, because if he allows white to push forward with the pawns, for example, if he waits one move too long, if white breaks it open, then all of these guys, I mean, they're just going to be blown off the board. The lines will become open, and then the bishops will come to life. So you need to keep things blocked to some degree. You can open your king as long as you keep things relatively blocked, and that's why Magnus did indeed block things up. And Ding, taking this pawn, oh, big decision, Simon. Do you take back with your pawn or do you take with your knight?
I don't know. I mean, like, there is something to be said about taking with a pawn because, you know, you might get a passed H pawn later on. You're holding the light squares very nicely as well. I mean, I think in general, it seems like Magnus has made a lot more progress than Ding. I know Ding's put his king on the other side of the board, but somehow it seems to me that he should have stopped this plan. Or ideally, he wouldn't want to allow this plan because he was in total control of the position. Black didn't have any pawn breaks going back like 20 moves, and he's just allowed it to complicate. Even if it works out well for him, I just feel like losing control a bit, allowing your opponents to do things when you don't need to, is a bit unnecessary. So I don't know. I mean, I think Magnus' position has improved, but white still must be better, I guess. Yeah.
And, OK, this pawn pushing forward. I'm slightly surprised Magnus didn't think for a bit longer there. One kind of strategic thing that I once had in a game, it wasn't this exact position, but similar kind of situation with the knights and bishops, is this pawn push would actually lock in this white bishop completely. Jovanka's idea of bringing the bishop to the edge of the board would no longer exist. Meanwhile, Magnus just pushed his h-pawn forward. Maybe he's aiming to push this pawn and then this pawn slowly but surely gaining space. Ding is trying to hold up that advance with the white queen. And now maybe heading to the square with the white queen. Not sure where it goes from there. Maybe heading to that square with the white bishop instead. The black pawns are temporarily blocked. Now, is it time to start relocating the knights, the rook? It's definitely a bit of a standoff still. It's still so blocked despite that last exchange of pawns. And the black king has to be very, very careful of not allowing the white queen into the position.
Wow. And in the other semi-final match, Game 4 has started, which is a must-win for Anish Giri. I can see the bar is slightly over to Prague, very early days, though, in that final rapid game. But I guess then looking good for Prague to qualify for the big final.
It's a very interesting opening over there, Kaja. Yeah, it's Anish has played something I've never seen him play before in a must-win situation, which is really interesting to see Anish play like a complete hacker, which is not really his normal style. So that's also interesting there.
All right, we are keeping an eye on that as well. But in this one, let's see if we will have a winner or if we will have tie breaks. More moves on the board.
More moves on the board, and as expected, the white bishop has found this really nice square on the edge. Jovanka highlighted there wasn't really much of a future for that white bishop anywhere else. That white bishop is acting as a blockader of black's pawns, but also hinting at the threat, or at least concept, of trading itself off for one of the black knights. And that black knight says no. Magnus wants to keep all his knights on the board. He doesn't want the bishops to trade off. Evaluation bar shooting up, though, for white. Does that mean there's something direct in this position? I don't see it, to be honest. It still looks like Magnus is doing some great manoeuvring with his pieces. And just to show Magnus's idea, it looks like he's doing some really weird dancing with his knights. But
can you go bishop g5? Is the only move I'm thinking of here?
Can I just finish? Sorry. The black knight wants to relocate into this outpost. If he gets this, black is dominant. So Simon, there, your move, the bishop jumping in. Yeah, attacking this pawn. Maybe Magnus can defend it with his king. Is this too brave? King's marching up the board. We've seen it today already.
So do you disagree with the bar?
I think humans wouldn't have no idea the evaluation of this position, and it's just very double-edged chances for both sides.
Wow.
So maybe the black king could protect this pawn. Instead, this bishop putting pressure on the black knight in the center.
Yeah, that was my initial reaction as well. You know, once you've improved the dark square bishop, maybe threaten or keep it in your pocket a potential bishop for knight trade. And, you know, I think the position is so tense, though. I mean, you can wait a while before committing to something. And, yeah, every move seems to have consequences. And, well, there's one direct consequence already.
Talking of the consequence, yeah, the knight attacks the rook now, deep in the white camp. And
can you just go for?
I mean, can you play the bishop in now?
Yes.
I mean, if you know, why not? If you can win the h pawn, then you might win the game. So, we do have some moves, and it is one of the options by the looks of it. But other moves are also strong. It seems like, you know, I don't know. It seems like now black's kingside advance, which I thought was very clever, it could backfire a little bit too extended here. But
yeah, these pawns are definitely weaknesses, and we see the stockfish moves. The top computer move is bring the rook back, but that was less aggressive than Ding's move. He brings his bishop in, and I don't know what Magnus is doing there, or whether he's calculated or bluffing. He's just taking the white rook, but maybe that white rook is irrelevant. Maybe the white queen is just coming in now. Okay, Ding goes back to capture this black knight, but how are you going to stop the white queen taking this pawn? Maybe you don't.
This looks horrible now for Magnus.
Really?
It's like dominoes,
really
all of
bad.
the black pawns are falling.
Yeah.
Wow, and if he loses this game, he's not going to make it to the final. That will be Ding Liren, and both now down to 2 minutes on the clock. Wow.
Yeah, and it would be the first final that Magnus hasn't played in a regular event. He's been absolutely superb in previous tournaments. But here, yeah, I agree with David and Simon. It just looks like, well, his position is a bit of a pack of cards. And once the h5 pawn falls, everything is going to start tumbling.
Yeah, so black might actually be up temporarily on material, but as soon as the black pawns drop, it's not just material that's falling, it's the black king. There's nowhere safe for it to hide. If you could pick up the black king and do what Ding did and kind of put it in the left corner of the board, maybe you're safe, maybe you're doing quite well, but the black king is miles away from safety.
Yeah, you need a helicopter king.
Simon, this is the perfect position for you as white. Attack for free, basically.
Just looks very nice. I mean, it was all... I mean, this is the danger that Magnus was under, that at some point Ding would just break through. And he's got the two bishops. They're both working fantastic. It's also black's knight, right? If you could helicopter, I think Jovanka just called it, I like that, pick the black knight up and put it back into the middle of the board, then maybe that's okay. But if you ever move the knight, white can always capture it. Might be other options, but capturing it looks just very simple. And the white queen is just going to invade. There's no way to stop that queen coming into the position and causing havoc around black's naked king there. So it looks really bad for Magnus here. I mean, and he's also only got under 25 seconds.
Oh,
so this is really worrying for Magnus fans.
Okay, he does actually play the move you predicted there. And okay, we actually predicted the exact position. But yeah, how do you stop this check? He stops it with his rook, but now the white queen can slide across, either to this square with a check, or even better, into the center. Queens in heavy piece endgames, queens in the middle of the board. They're just deadly. And okay, the black king trying its best to take away squares from the white queen. The queen can't use this square anymore, but look at this. Ding is just opening the position up. If there's a trade here, then the white rook can just move, and this bishop is going to find a great diagonal as well. It's just almost game over. Everything opening up against the black king.
Ding is so good in these positions as well, isn't he?
So good.
He's so good with the initiative, so good at attacking, and he's just got a natural flair for this type of structure, you know, type of position.
Yeah. We should mention Magnus's camera is frozen. I don't think he is this chill in real life.
Unless he already knows he's losing this game and he's just given up. But yeah, I think if we saw Magnus now, he would be shaking his head, he would be devastated. He's just been outplayed.
Really well played by Ding. I mean, throughout the match, I mean, all credit to him. This is why he's world number 2, and outplaying Magnus. How many people can actually do that? There's not many. Good sign for the candidates.
I think apart from the opening of Game 3, which was a bit dodgy for Ding, the rest of the time he's been the better player today. And I don't think Magnus can argue at all if Ding goes through.
2.5 minutes for Ding to find a solution.
The problem for Ding is there's too many options, there's too many good moves here. White's rook can move to any square. I think, okay, he can also just capture this pawn back with his bishop. I was a bit unsure about this one. It just feels like the bishop is clumsily placed temporarily.
Because that has been a problem in other games we've seen on the tour. Too many options.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But Ding does have a couple of minutes more than Magnus, and now, okay, this check. Where's the Black King hiding? Okay, it's running away.
It's trying to run to the corner, but it's got a long way to go. And he's opening the position up more. I mean, this is a very harmonious way to play, isn't it? Just while your opponent's king is there, your king is safe, open up as many lines as you can. You've got 3 pieces attacking, 3 pieces is the magic number. Normally, 2 pieces not often enough, but 3 pieces is nearly always enough. The king is trying to get there. It's just got, I don't know.
I mean, it's only halfway to the corner. It's still stuck in the centre of the board, the Black King. And
yeah,
one of the Black Rooks was pinned by the White Queen. Brute force now just open things up even more.
Yeah. I love what Ding has done. I love the way he's opened everything up and the diagonals, and just look at how he's forced Magnus's 2 rooks on the defensive, and he's just got free reign with his 3 pieces, as Simon highlighted. It's so bad. I mean, I just don't see any hope for Magnus to think about saving this.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even material up on the board anymore. White has a bishop and 2 pawns for one of Black's rooks, but the Black rooks are just immobilized right now. White's bishop dominant. It's just the consistency. As soon as Ding gave up some material, opened things up, he pushed 1 pawn, pushed another pawn, broke through to the Black King, and this rook is getting ready to deliver the final blow to the Black King.
That's a killer, isn't it?
That's a killer.
That's a killer, moving the rook there. And it's very accurate, because if you'd have taken the pawn first, you give the Black King another escape square. But this way, the Black King has nowhere it can run to, and it's just trapped in the middle there. Yeah. So, I mean, you could try castling the king and queen. That'd be the last-ditch attempt. But you can't even do that online, can you? I mean, it's...
The queen can't make a move, and the Black King can't really escape, like you guys pointed out.
It's over.
What to play?
We'll see a result any moment, just to show why the Black King can't run away, as Simon says. The Black King is only 2 squares away from reaching the corner, but the problem is diagonal checks. This check from the queen forces the Black King back into the firing line, and this is a discovered check and ending the game. Magnus, last-ditch attempt. Instead of trying to run in this direction, he moves his queen up the board, but you can do anything here. You can even just get greedy, grab a couple of pawns, discovered check. Yes, the king gets to the corner, another check, but you've won so many pawns in the process. Maybe there's something even better. Okay, he allows the Black King to run.
This is nice move, and the rook can come in as well. So it's just, I mean, well played Ding, though. He's been fantastic, and he is a deserved winner.
All he needs to do now is keep the White Queen safe. You can even just capture the Black Queen, but if you keep the White Queen safe, winner is the right word, Simon. Okay, he does an even better job, brings his queen to the 7th rank, conquering the 7th rank.
And I've noticed when he's confident, he always has a sip of this massive bottle of water, so...
we have a result.
It's over. Ding Liren, you guys, beats world champion Magnus Carlsen, world #1 in their semi-final match. That means Ding Liren will play the big final in Chessable Masters. Magnus Carlsen is knocked out after a fantastic game and maybe also performance by Ding.
Yeah, Ding's been great all day, apart from one blip in one opening, as I mentioned. The rest, the middle game, the end game, he's matched Magnus toe for toe, and that last game, he outclassed him. Ding taking his chances when they came.
Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight this one moment, the clincher for Ding in a way. And we kind of rushed past this moment, but the Black Knight jumping in, attacking the White Rook, and it would be many people's first instinct here, mine included, to just move this White Rook out the way, keep the White Rook safe, for example, just moving it. But then the Black Knight could jump back and the game would continue. It's a long grind, very tough maneuvering position. Ding spotted his one opportunity, though, to go on the attack, ignoring a knight for rook. That's not a big sacrifice anyway. He first brought his bishop into the attack, opening up a line for the White Queen. And after we saw knight takes rook, the rook recapturing, simply the queen infiltrating, breaking into the Black camp, it was inevitable. No way to stop it now. And as we saw a bit later on, checkmate was coming. The final position, this was this one. And here, Magnus resigned. The Black Queen is under fire, and no matter where she goes, the White Rook would jump in, and along the 7th rank, the Black King would meet its death. Just a great win for Ding.
Wow. Ding Liren. He will play the candidates tournament in a couple of weeks, and he is definitely looking super strong, ready for the final in Chessable Master. We hope to get a comment from him. But we have to figure out who he's going to play in that final. It looks like it's going to be Pragnananda. He is up by 1 point in this match. That means it's a must-win situation for Anish. And with the black pieces, we can see the bar over to Prag's side. What do you think, David?
Yeah, it might be over to Prag's side, the evaluation bar, but this opening, the King's Indian defence, the evaluation bar is always in White's favour. It's all to do with the blocked pawn structure. White has more space in the centre, at least, so computers love White's position, but Black has a ready-made attack, and it's level material right now. White is playing on one side of the board, the queen side. Black is trying to play on the king side. And if we just show the idea, Simon actually alluded to it earlier, these positions are so double-edged because if it was Giri's move, if Black just gets one move and punts this pawn forward, throws this pawn down the board, for example, if White is too slow, then suddenly it's just disaster for White. The stakes are higher here for Prag than they are for Giri, because if Black gets his pawn to this square, blows open the defences around the White king, then it's deadly. Look at Black's pieces, they're all lined up now, ready to pounce. So it's all about timing, and in the current position, of course, Prag won't play a slow move like pushing a pawn. He'll want to do something quickly, but this is a big, big idea in the position. It's all about the safety of the White king.
Pragnananda fighting to qualify for the finals, and we're joined by Magnus Carlsen, who just lost that match to Ding. How are you right now, Magnus?
No, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm really disappointed with my play in the last game, but I think overall this match could have gone either way, and I played a lot of close matches with Ding, and this one went his way, which is it's disappointing, but that's the way it is.
And what can you say about the way Ding has been playing in this match? Some fantastic games by both of you.
Yeah, it's. I think we both made a few mistakes here and there, but I think we also did a few things at a high level. So I think it was a pretty good match overall. I think I had my chance in the penultimate game, and I didn't take it, and he took his. So I guess that's fair enough.
Yeah. And we do know, of course, Ding is playing candidates in a few weeks. So for his opponents, do you think he is now a big favorite in the candidates?
No, I don't think. I don't think that's particularly changed because of this. Everybody knows his ability.
Absolutely. And for you, Magnus, obviously playing Norway chess starting next week. So what is it about for you now the next coming days?
We'll see. I mean, I'm of course happy about the opportunity to strike back quickly. So that's a good thing.
Absolutely. Magnus, thank you for joining us, and thank you for all the entertainment in Chessable Masters. Best luck in Norway chess as well.
Thank you.
And we're also joined by the first player ready for the big final, Ding Liren. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you right now after winning the match against the world champion?
Yes, very happy. A little bit unbelievable.
What an unbelievable match,
I lost to Magnus so many times. I haven't beat him in any of the knockout stage in this Magnus Carlsen chess tour. So it's my first time to knock out him.
And you do it in the semi-final to reach the final. What are you most happy about today with your play?
I was happy about my 2 white games, since in the second game I played very, very well. In the opening, I missed a very difficult winning line, but in good quality as when I was white pieces. But when I was black pieces, I was caught in preparations in both games. I was both worse in both stage, but finally I tried to hold and it just works.
Fantastic. And well, beating the world champion today in a match in a few weeks, you're gonna play the candidate. So what does this mean to your confidence heading into that?
Well, actually, I did not take this tournament that seriously until I play against, until I reach the knockout stage. Since I would like to hide some preparation and save some energy for the candidates, since it's already very late. But today I slept a lot of times. Before the match, so I'm very conscious during the game.
Fantastic.
And first of all, congratulations, Ding. So you know that you'll face now Praggnanandhaa or Anish Giri in the final. Who would you rather play?
Well, I would like to play against Praggnanandhaa, since I haven't played against him many times, and he's a very newcomer in this circle, and he plays very entertaining chess. His style is attacking and calculating. It's very rare in this stage.
Yeah, that would be such an entertaining and interesting match. Ding, congratulations on a huge match win today, and we wish you best of luck in the big final.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We are about to decide who will play Ding. It's a must-win situation for Anish, and any other result means Praggnanandhaa goes to the final. Anish needs to win to take it to tiebreak. So what do you think right now?
It's complicated, and there's only been a trade of one set of pawns. It's move 22. Also, with this King's Indian structure, I'm just having flashbacks to last month in the Oslo Esports Cup when Anish Giri beat Praggnanandhaa. One of the games was very much this structure. It was a King's Indian defense as well. So Prag does have the ghosts of those memories where actually getting past Anish would have won him the tournament. Anish has taken him down before in similar positions to this one, and there we go. Anish is breaking through, trying to go for the White King. Either this attack is very, very good and the White King won't survive, or if Prag survives it, then he will have the advantage. So it's, I think, definitely not going to end in a draw this game. Both players really going for it, and this trade of pawns, Praggnanandhaa has to get rid of as many pawns as possible because the White King is under heavy, heavy fire. Simon, oh, sorry. Jovanka.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks incredibly scary for Praggnanandhaa. I mean, this is the kind of position that when I look at the King's Indian model games, I see this and it's just terrifying to face with, especially when you only have 1.5 minutes on your clock. And when I was seeing a light squared bishop trade, and, well, to my eyes, all that Anish needs to do now is start throwing some heavy firepower towards the Black King, as David's highlighting.
Yeah, towards the White King, and the White King is unlikely to survive here. I think the only real defense you can go for, I mean, you can't allow the Queen to jump in with a nasty check. The Queen can check from this square or this square. I think you just have to throw your Queen in the way, offer a Queen trade, and we have seen that last move from Black. Is White going to offer the Queen trade by bringing the Queen the whole way across the board? The problem is, very minimum, a Queen trade here. Black can take this pawn or this pawn, I'm not sure which one, and for example, if Black takes your pawns, this endgame, normally endgames in the King's Indian defense are great for White, but here, suddenly, White's pawns are kind of not connected anymore. This pawn is loose, full of weaknesses. The Black Knight is going to jump forward at some point, start targeting these foot soldiers, and I don't think it's such a good position for White. That being said, maybe you need to. Process of elimination. How are you going to fend off this attack that is incoming? You have to offer a trade of queens. Maybe Anish is feeling even more ambitious. Maybe he'll keep the queens on the board. He'll take a step back with the Black Queen. The White Queen will stay, and then the Black Knight at some point will start jumping into the attack. It's just a very, very complicated position. But I think it is turning in Black's favour slightly. Simon, do you think he's going to defend this attack somehow?
It looks like a dream position for black. If you play the King's Indian defence, this is exactly what you want. You want your queen coming in, you want your pieces attacking. So I think so far a perfect opening choice for Anish, and things are going his way. And we should remember that, this is the Chessable Tour, and one of the prizes in the previous one was Gwaine Jones's course on the King's Indian defence. And if you want to learn about this opening, it is a really, really good Chessable course, and go and check it out. There's some great free stuff on Chessable as well. But it's a really exciting opening. I wish we saw Anish play more like this, right? Because he's having a great position here, and he should attack more, right? We need to see him do this more often.
I mean, it nearly worked in the last game. He nearly checkmated Prag in the previous game. Now he's going for checkmate again. The queen didn't offer a trade, and now the black knight leaping into the attack. Jovanka.
Yeah, no, I was just excited because of this knight move, and I can see that the knight, it's going to be very, very difficult for white to even think about defending that pawn. And, OK, he grabs material, but...
Fearless.
It is fearless, but this knight takes pawn. I don't get... OK, this is the big idea, to try to swap of queens, but...
Is it fearless or reckless? And there was actually a checkmate threat on the board on the last turn. We have to show this. Now, Anish Giri, again, he made a move with his hands on his head. Maybe a bit of a delay there once more, but here, checkmate was threatened on the board. The black knight actually cuts away any escape squares for the white king, so this was threatening checkmate. The white queen had to offer a trade. Of course, when you're attacking, never trade queens. When your opponent's king is the target, keep queens on the board. Black steps back, and suddenly the white queen under fire. If she moves, I'm assuming she does move, then it feels so close to a checkmate. For example, black can... Sorry, Jovanka.
Sorry. I'm just thinking with my hands. That's all I was thinking. Move the rook down. But OK.
First, he's traded a set of pieces. I mean, at some point, OK, now he's going across with his queen. This is really clever. You're threatening a checkmate, trapping the white king. If the white queen stops to block now you step back to this square, attacking the queen and simultaneously attacking the knight.
You're getting very excited, Jovanka, about this one, aren't you?
It's an attack.
I know, animated, yeah.
It's like it's like I'm half Italian, It's like the hands come out, and I need to start calculating. Oh, it's
just
incredibly
thinking about it, there is one trick in this position. If the black queen goes back to this square, I think Giri's just realised maybe we can keep an eye on the players, but
careful.
The white knight can actually step back. This is really sneaky, giving up the white queen, but counter-attacking. Prag, remember, is the master of the counter-attack. After the queen gets captured, the white knight jumps in with a knight fork.
Be so impressed by Prag's active defence.
How does he defend these hopeless positions?
I mean, he was completely lost against Anish in the last game. He defended by active, interesting play. Then also when he was playing against Wei Yi,
yesterday,
he did the same kind of thing. It was amazing defence, and he's found a resource here. This is not clear. I mean, if you have to take the queens off, there goes your advantage. Yeah. I don't think you'll have much of an advantage there, because White's got some trumps himself now with that white knight and the past ding pawn.
I can tell you 100% Prag is going to play this move, and Giri, previously at least, he's missed it. Maybe he spotted it now, but he missed this knight retreat. I missed it, to be honest, because after rook takes queen, this knight check holds things for white. Suddenly there's no time to capture the white knight because the black rook is under fire.
And look at the time as well. I mean, they're both very short a time at this moment, so yeah, it's not as easy for Anish as... Well, we assumed it was, and is it even better here now?
Good question. I mean, it's so unlucky as well that the black queen coming across giving a check is blocked by white's bishop. I don't know whether Prag has spotted this and worked it all out in advance. It's either very lucky and genius, or it's just pure genius. I mean, we have to show this one as well, because it looks like black is winning in several ways. We mentioned that after rook takes queen, this knight check is a fork, but instead maybe Giri thought that he could flick in a queen check from afar, and OK, we'll catch up with the current position, but this queen check is blocked by white's bishop, throwing the bishop in the way, attacking the queen, and if the bishop is captured, the knight falls. And wow, it would be game over there for Anish Giri. So if we go back to the game, and OK, in this position, he brought his king towards the centre. Really weird move, but stopping the knight check on this square, and white's knight jumping back to attack the black queen. a check now. I mean, this one is still crazy. Computer says 0.0, but surely this is not going to end in a draw. It looks like both kings are under fire.
I mean, how do you defend after the rook comes over? I mean, it's
you can actually
incredible.
push your pawn.
Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. I mean, it's just like some crazy defensive moves from the young Prag coming into this game.
Black rook's doubling up, teaming up against this white knight. The white knight about to drop, but as Jovanka says, you can push a pawn and defend it because this pawn is untouchable due to the pin along the f-file. Wow, he's playing on the edge, living life on the edge. Praggnanandhaa, but surviving, and time on the clock.
10 seconds, 10 seconds to move. And he's got to find something here. He's played it g3 immediately, bang, the queen comes over.
Okay.
He's threatening to take the knight again with the rook, which would win the queen. So, but rook takes pawn or something.
Yeah.
I mean,
how's it working?
What is happening after that move?
Yeah, so white has so many options here, but you can... I mean, maybe we have to show this on the board. There's just too many moves flying around.
The analysis board is coming out quite a lot today.
The big threat is rook takes knight. For example, if white just waits, this is winning because white now has to lose his queen. The rook protected by the queen. This is, of course, a pin. So that is the big threat in the position. And two big moves. Either rook takes pawn, as you guys suggested, but this one is complicated because the black queen will give itself up and black will win the white queen. Or what Prag has done. He's just run away with his king, and I think this one was the wrong move. Now suddenly, big attack. You mentioned the number 3, Simon, in the last game. 3 attacking pieces. White's king is about to come under heavy fire from all 3 of these. Prag, he was living life on the edge, we said it. He defended like a genius, but one slip and he's doomed. Now surely the black queen is just going to move. She's going to line herself up somewhere, either this angle or maybe this angle. The white king he's got no protection, no shelter.
So now he's losing.
Yeah.
We're heading into tie breaks.
9.5 in the evaluation bar.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is probably also good. I mean, for a moment, I thought the white queen could take the knight, but of course there's an intermezzo, which David lovely explained yesterday.
Yeah.
So
it would be a check, and when the king moves, then you take the white queen, and there's no more pin along this F line. And OK, it's just the final throws of this game now. I think black in the current position, if we go back to it, can just win by giving a check. And yeah, I mean, at the worst, at some point you can jump in with your knight. You have to be careful if jumping in with your knight that you don't allow any rook checks, but it does just look like one check. The king is going to move.
I mean, it looks like we're going to have a playoff, doesn't it now? It looks very likely unless Anish does something very silly here. He's played a brilliant game. He's attacking all over the place. He's got to put the ball in the back of the net, and we're going to have, well, very exciting playoff.
Yeah, and Praggnanandhaa with seconds left on the clock.
10 seconds.
Time is ticking. He has to try to keep the game alive. Not an easy task.
Yeah,
there are so many pieces.
Yeah, black knights are jumping in. Black queen is coming with a check.
Yeah.
Nothing else to do.
And this looks like a very nice checkmate with the two. I mean, oh, look at that. What a beautiful final position. That is one of them. That's actually checkmate. We've got checkmate. And look at Anisha's face.
He's just laughing.
But look at those two knights. How pretty is that? You know, we don't see a checkmate like that every day. So we don't see a checkmate every day. So it's lovely.
And
lovely
we don't see tie breaks every day, but we're gonna see tie breaks today because the big semi-final between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri, it has to be decided in tie breaks, winning 1 game each. In 15 minutes, they're going to start those blitz tie breaks. And we did come in quite late in this game, David. How did Anish win it?
I just want to show that checkmate at the end. Simon was full of praise for it, and it's very beautiful, a very rare type of checkmate with 2 knights. And it started here. It's black to move with a winning attack, of course. Several ways to win this game, but he did it in style. Anish Giri gave a check with the black queen. No sufficient way to block this check. You have to run with your king. And after one more check from the black rook, it looks like the white king is running to safety, but no, the door is slammed shut by the 2 black knights. One knight does the checkmating, the other knight keeps the escape square covered. And yeah, these 3 pieces trapping the white king, the poor white king. And Prag now forced to go to tie breaks after a difficult defeat. Full play, fair play though. 4 points to Anish Giri.
So in 13 minutes, We're gonna see blitz tie breaks. Anish Giri, he won the preliminaries. He can choose if he wants to start with the white pieces or if he wants to finish 2 blitz games. And if they are still tied, we will head into Armageddon. So we need to breathe a little bit. We're gonna have a commercial break. And in this one, you're gonna see one of the funniest aim chess videos you're ever gonna see.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I'm the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, all right? Jesus Christ.
Who doesn't want to get Chessable, Aim Chess and Chessable after seeing that video? We are waiting for blitz tie breaks in semifinals in Chessable Masters. And before that, we're going to head to New York and take a look at chess in an art gallery.
Hey everybody, Edward Rad here, and today I'm your roving reporter for Play Magnus and the Champions Chess Tour. As you can see behind me, we're at the new Art Dealers Alliance Fair in the Lower East Side, Pier 36. A lot of beautiful art inside, but we also have something special. We've partnered up with the Chess in the Schools program to bring you a tournament for kids with a special prize, an NFT participation trophy, perhaps a world's first. So, are you ready? Come on, follow me.
The event. I mean, I think it's just something that like Vlad and I have been talking about for a long time. Play Magnus has been a big supporter of Chess in the Schools, for many, many years, and we've always been trying to do small events with them, and finally, something like this can come together where the kids get exposure to the art world where often or many times they wouldn't be able to, and it's just a cool thing to do, and we love it, and we want to do more of this.
Well, again, I'm not an expert on chess, nor am I an expert on education, but I do really believe in giving kids a place to collaborate, a space to collaborate and learn and try something new, maybe excel more in school. I would feel like I was making friends. And so, just watching these students play with one another and get friendly, competitive, and having a great time.
I'm feeling really pumped. The people here are really good at chess, so yeah, I'm excited.
And you actually played a few games with international master Dimitri Schneider, who's also the CFO of Play Magnus Group. So how was that?
I got destroyed.
There's a saying that not every artist is a chess player, but every chess player is an artist. You play some chess, so what
Marcel
do you think?
Duchamp, yeah, that's a famous Marcel Duchamp quote. Of course, Marcel Duchamp is one of the most famous, if not the most famous artist that also devoted his life to chess. He talked a lot about the creativity inherent to chess. We're taking that idea and also the kind of energy and creativity of youth, of young people that are enriching their lives through chess, exhibiting like the enormous amount of power and creativity through the movement of the pieces on the board.
It's part of our mission to introduce more people to play, watch, and learn chess. And this is our duty to provide resources and support to nonprofits like this that encourage the learning of life through chess, and so we've been doing it and we're only going to do more of this.
I think in New York City, chess as an after-school program is kind of a really cool thing. I've always thought when I'm growing up that like being in the chess club was for geeks, nerds, that kind of thing. Or the kids in the chess club, they believe that they are the cool kids. And that's kind of an interesting thing. In New York City, you have kids like IS 318 in Brooklyn who are the national champions, right? For them, that's everything. They are more popular in their school than the sports stars now in some cases. Chess is kind of blown up in a lot of ways because of someone like Magnus Carlsen, right? Who made chess so popular. I think every school wants chess. Now we're in 100 public schools teaching chess and after school in schools, but there's a wait list of 200 other schools that want chess. Every principal wants chess in their school so their kids can benefit and receive the benefits of the program and add it to what they offer.
Looks like a really nice event in New York City. Oh, we love New York. And we're getting excited in the studio now in 6 minutes. Blitz tiebreaks. We'll start with Giri and Prague. And has momentum shifted now, Jovanka? Who would you call the favorite in Blitz tiebreaks?
I have to say I'm actually going to pick Praggnanandhaa.
Okay.
Just on the basis, I've been very, very impressed with his grit and resilience, but also because I've noticed that those people who have the lead and then play in the tiebreak after they've lost the lead, they tend to win because somehow their opponent maybe has put in all their effort into getting to that tiebreak. So, yeah, the 16-year-old is my favorite.
Ooh, anyone not rooting for, we're objective, but anyone think Giri?
I would say maybe Giri, just because he's got a bit more experience in tiebreaks than Prague. Last month in the Oslo Esports Cup, Giri played several tiebreaks. Most of them, actually, he lost, but he played several. Prague didn't play a single tiebreak. This is Prague's first tiebreak, I think, on the tour. Yeah. So it's just a different shift in mindset. And when you're 16, of course, you're flexible, you're quick and everything, but Giri, he's got the experience.
Does. And he has chosen the white pieces in game one, Simon. That means Anish, obviously, for winning the preliminaries, he could choose. So he's going to finish off with the black pieces. What do you think about that strategy?
I think it's a good strategy. I mean, there's pros and cons to everything. He's got to prove something as white now. So if he's able to win, it means he can go really solid in the next game. So maybe that gives him the opportunity of doing the same opening he just did. So if he draws, well, he can play solid. But if he loses, he can play the King's Indian defence and maybe a bit more flexible going this way, I feel. So, yeah, probably a clever choice.
Absolutely. Now, let's take a look at the results, you guys, so far in these semi-finals, because one finalist is ready. That is Ding Liren, winning that fourth and final game against Magnus Carlsen to make it through to the big final. So, David, we didn't even get to talk about it because we just had to jump into the drama between Anish and Prague. But how impressed have you been with Ding today?
Extremely impressed. Ding, he actually started the tournament quite well, but there were a few shaky games. He was getting lucky in the prelims a few times, but against Magnus it was so smooth, so controlled, and he's definitely at the top of his game. Magnus might have played it down, but I think he's the big favourite now for the candidates, especially if he plays like that, and I think he'll be the big favourite in the final, no matter whether he plays Giri or Pragnananda. Ding at the top of his form.
Yeah. In 3 minutes, we will find out who he is going to play in those Blitz tiebreaks. And we should take a look at the regulations as well. Coming up, what will regulations be all about? What will tiebreaks be all about?
So the tiebreaks will be decided in 2 Blitz games. That means time will be slashed, and it's only 5 minutes on the clock per player. They do, however, gain 3 seconds after every move. It's the best of 2 Blitz games, 1 white, 1 black for each player. But if it's a draw, if the score is 1-1, then we do go down to Armageddon chess, where white will have an extra minute. White will have 5 against black's 4, but white has to win. A draw will count as a black win if we go to Armageddon.
And they now have to shift from rapid speed to blitz speed. Anish did win that 4th and final game, so his heart will be pumping probably. He will be excited, Anish, Giri. But you think Pragnananda?
Yeah, if I'm going to choose someone, it will be him.
All right, Anish, Giri though, does he have a lot of experience in blitz chess? Does he have a lot of great results?
I don't think he was entirely lucky in the Oslo Esports Cup. I mean, but we have seen him have great tiebreak results. I'm thinking primarily in the tour final when he beat Hikaru Nakamura. So yeah, he does have some results, and obviously he had quite an intense tiebreak against Magnus Carlsen, I remembered. So yeah, mixed bag, but he's good. They're both sharp. What can I say? It's going to be an epic match.
I know.
Yeah, my one concern for Giri is that he has a lot of experience in Blitz, way more than Pragnananda, but most of that experience is bad. He's lost Vaikanze a couple of times in Blitz tiebreaks. He's lost many on the tour in Blitz tiebreaks. I've seen him maybe not quite at his best at World Rapid and Blitz Championships. But then again, Pragnananda is a bit of an unknown quantity in Blitz. We haven't seen that before from the youngster. I still think Giri's the favourite, but who knows? It's, at this point, a lottery.
Yeah, it feels quite open. And in 1 minute, it's going to start. And maybe Anish then has to zone in his inner, what is it we've been calling him?
Jedi.
Jedi, yeah, making moves with his hands on his head. We have still not figured out how that was possible, but we've seen it several times. 45 seconds to go. Prag is ready. He looks sharp. He looks ready. Do you think he's been talking now to his coach, Ramesh, to figure out a strategy for those Blitz games?
Perhaps if his coach is awake, because you have to remember, Pragnananda is playing quite late at night.
2 a.m. in the morning, I think, where Prag is. Yeah, and exams tomorrow for the youngster.
It's true, incredible stuff. But he looks ready, Prag, and we're waiting for Anish Giri. And Anish will have the white pieces in this first Blitz game. Yeah. Waiting for it. The winner in these Blitz tiebreaks will face Ding Liren in the big Chessable Masters final starting tomorrow. And I wonder what Anish is doing. Do you usually use like different opening strategy in Blitz?
Sometimes. I mean, a lot of players, myself included, we have different classical chess repertoires, different rapid play repertoires, and different Blitz repertoires. Blitz, you can afford to be a bit more tricky, a bit more risky. You don't have to play correct openings. It's all about forcing your opponent to burn time on the clock. So we'll see what Giri does. With white today, his success has been mixed. He did quite well in that 3rd rapid game of the day, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does push his king's pawn forward in the first game. It's all about speed, though, and who can adapt faster to this new time control.
You're correct.
Here we go. It's a king's pawn opening, the Italian game, just like the previous couple of battles where Giri had white and the main line. So both sides just bringing their pieces out, controlling the center. This rook move, very, very logical stuff. This is well-known territory. This last pawn push for black, designed to put the black dark square bishop back on the nice safe square. And what will Giri do? Will he move a knight? Will he push a pawn? Lots of options. Good choice, do you think, guys, in terms of openings for Giri?
I think so, because it kind of keeps, maintains flexibility. And one thing we've seen is that this is a common choice in this particular tie breaks because all the pieces remain on the board and the position is still tense.
Still very, very tense, and it will be for a long time. Geary, it feels like he hasn't quite adjusted. There's no real reason to think for too long in a blitz game in this position. It's still a well-known position. There's still plenty of viable choices for white. The problem with this opening the Italian game is sometimes too much choice. You can kind of mix and match lots of different plans. You just have to pick one and stick with it. Geary thinking for over 30 seconds. That feels like a rapid type of decision, not a blitz decision. Save those 30 seconds for later. He hasn't frozen on the webcam, no. Okay, pushes a pawn, gaining some space. And black does likewise. Losing a move. This pawn has now moved twice, but this is a well-known idea, I think, introduced by Alexander Grischuk.
Oh.
And, okay, the white bishop now putting some pressure on the black knight. I'm not going to try and explain some of these moves because I don't understand them, frankly. They're too deep and too sophisticated.
Okay. Well, clocks are ticking. This is blitz chess. Praggnanandhaa looking focused with the black pieces. A draw here is a good result for him, right?
Very good result. Despite losing with white in the last game, Praggnanandhaa, he's much more dangerous, I think, with the white pieces. And, okay, the black bishop retreating. I'm expecting white's knight, the knight sitting at home. If you look at all white's pieces on the left flank, they're still asleep. Need to bring them out. One of them has to develop. Okay, there we go. Geary spent a lot of time up to this point, though, and no trades yet, no real critical moments have been reached. So what is there to calculate?
Yeah. Is that a calculating face Anish is having here?
Looks confused slightly. Maybe just trying to get himself, motivate himself to speed up. And there we go, Geary speeding up. The white knight is destined to kind of sit in front of its own king. The two knights are going to sit together next door.
And the black knight presumably is also going to make a journey. Okay, it's done that. Make a journey to the right.
Yeah.
Trade of bishops.
Yeah. To trade or not to trade, guys, what do you think?
Trade. No, not trade. No trade. No trade.
Keep the bishops on the board?
Keep the bishops on the board.
Okay, he says you can exchange, you can trade off, but on my terms. And Geary's hoping that we see a light square bishop exchange so that white can take back with a pawn and open up a line for his rook, potentially. And Simon, who would you prefer to be in this position? It's very tense, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty even. I mean, normally it's the person with more experience in these kind of positions because it's going to be a manoeuvring battle. So I would say, you know, Anish is a lot older. Generally, I mean, at least 10, 20 years ago, you say the guy with experience, but nowadays it's all different. I don't know how many games online Prag's played in this situation. He could have played hundreds, thousands already. So it's really just, you know, anything can still happen, I think, at the moment, and expect some long manoeuvring before the position opens up.
One thing we could also mention from Geary is he said in a previous interview in this tournament, he's changed his mouse technique. He's no longer clicking and dragging, he's just clicking the squares because he had several mouse slips last month in the Oslo Esports Cup. And yeah, a mouse slip in a blitz game is, I mean, the likelihood goes up a lot. In rapid chess, you can slowly kind of take your time, make the move, you gain 10 seconds after every turn, but blitz chess, mouse slips happen all the time.
That's right. So he used to click and then drag the piece?
Drag the piece, yeah. But sometimes, I think maybe it's on the Chess24 Play Zone, it's different from others. Sometimes something might go wrong. Sometimes he's forgotten that he clicked on a piece like 2 minutes ago, and then he drags it, and a different piece ends up on that square. So he's definitely changed his technique. If you click and click, there's nothing that can go wrong.
Aha. Click and click.
Click and click. And there we go. Look at the knights. Symmetrical.
Yeah. Slow game so far, but it must explode at some time because clocks are ticking really fast in blitz chess.
Yeah. And this is a very typical type of position. Okay, white is the first to break in the center. This is a very normal type of position, and it's cost both players a lot of time, especially Prag. Prag is the lower one on the clock now, 1 minute down. He needs to decide. Do you trade pawns in the center of the board? Do you just maintain the tension? There's no right or wrong here. You just need to move.
Okay, well, there we have it. I probably would capture just because I like trades.
Yeah.
I mean, it's looking, I'd say, quite nice for Anish just because of the extra time. You know, he's now over a minute up. He's got 1 minute and 15 seconds, and that is important. There is increment, but not as much. If they get under a minute, it's going to be a lot quicker than even the rapid play. So more exchanges, though, occurring in the middle here.
Yeah, so now white has an isolated pawn in the center of the board. And we've talked about isolated pawns a lot. Simon's highlighted some ideas over the last few days. White's isolated pawn is a weakness long term, but black and black has good squares around that isolated pawn, but white's pieces are nice and active. That is the compensation. And okay, Anish just slowly improving his bishop. Yeah, this one is still very much rapid chess speed. We will see it become fast and furious very shortly.
Only 18 moves played so far.
And they've done half their time, haven't they?
Yeah.
So it's crazy, yeah. I mean, if they go like this, it'll be over by move 40, because one of them will lose on time. So it's like they've got to speed up, you know? I mean, it's they haven't adjusted, as David was saying, really, to the time limit.
Yeah. What is a good tip to adjust to faster time controls when you only have 15 minutes? Should you play a game of bullet with someone in your house?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Just move quicker, yeah. Just got to like get the moves out.
I mean, even just log on to Chess24 and play some bullet chess.
Exactly. I mean, they had the time to play one game, maybe 2 games, to just get in the rhythm. Obviously, you still have to stop, think, and calculate a little bit in Blitz, but there hasn't been much calculation up to this point. It's just been maneuvering, putting pieces on squares, choosing the pawn structure. And those decisions, you need to just trust your instinct. And I mean, these players are far better at Blitz than me, but yeah, either way, they haven't really found their rhythm. And I'm slightly worried about Prag's time usage so far. Anish, meanwhile, slightly more time on the clock, lifting his rook up the board. Interesting, he's getting ready to swing his other rook, the rook that's asleep, across and line up both of his rooks on the e-file. Interesting decision, hinting at an attack, but also quite provocative. This gives Prag a lot of choice, and I think that's quite a good thing in Blitz. If you give your opponent choice, then, yeah, they'll burn time on the clock.
Under 2 minutes now as well. I mean, you know, for 20 moves, they've really, especially Prag, has got to pick up the pace here, because it's not even a critical moment yet. And if he gets to a critical moment, he's going to need some time to work things out, and he doesn't have that time. And he's still thinking. He's just got to move, really.
I think he doesn't know what to do. I mean, there's some tricks and traps in the position, because this rook move, as David mentioned, you know, the rooks threaten to align with each other, but how are you going to break out? And Pragnanda redeploying his bishop to a long diagonal.
Yeah, and Giri, he's finding the rhythm. Look how he played his last move. Black's move, for sure, that wasn't on his radar. It was slightly unexpected, but he reacted instantly, and that's what you need to do. Save the time for later. The tricks, the traps, the kind of decision moment where this game does reach its climax, that's still far, far away. So, OK, we did see a trade. A black bishop traded off for a white knight. White's pawn structure around his king now slightly weird, but the black knight now having to retreat. Black is very passive, just defending everything, but long-term, black has the better pawn structure. OK, Giri, can he find something now?
You have been quite strict with Anish's king today in the last 2 games, doing weird stuff with his king.
Yeah, I mean, the last game I understood. The game before that, no idea. I don't think Giri will be able to explain that king maneuver either in game 3 of today. But maybe a good move here, for example, Kaja, would be to tuck the white king onto the h2 square, just behind those pawns in the corner. Just keep it nice and safe. Those pawns actually form a really nice shield towards any attack. I love this pawn structure actually in blitz chess, especially because white's king never comes under fire. But okay, he steps the rook up 1 square. Slightly mysterious. Simon, do you think he's going to go on the attack, swing that white rook across to the h-file, and go and sacrifice?
Yeah, probably not after this move. I mean, Black's bringing all his pieces around his king just to make sure it's super safe, and Prag is picking up the pace. But again, just keep an eye on the clock, because they're both down to about a minute. There's a lot of pieces on the board, and it's heating up, but there hasn't been any real tactics as of yet. Do you keep the bishops on the board now or not? I mean, I don't know. What would you guys do here?
Difficult. If the light squared bishops come off, white's attacking chances really disappear, right?
Yeah.
But then again, if you allow the bishops to stay on, black's bishop might become a strong piece.
Yeah, well, you have to take a decision. I personally, in light of the clock situation, would probably just keep my light square bishop on the board. But yeah, decision time.
I have a feeling Giri's going to protect his bishop with a pawn. Yeah, there we go. That's a very Giri type of move. Just maintaining the tension. He doesn't want to commit. If we do see a trade of bishops now, white's pawn will recapture, and he gains an extra kind of influence in the centre.
Yeah, what's a Giri type of move? Like just nice and solid and keeping things under control.
Yeah. Slowly improving.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And
under a minute now as well for Prag.
So it's not clear what black does, actually. Black has a whole bunch of moves he could try, but there are downsides to all of them. Also, look at black's A pawn on the side of the board. The black queen, the black rook are tied down to that pawn. There are targets maybe for white's army. Pragg, though, he's frozen. He spent half his time on this one move. He needs to decide. Worst comes to worst, move your bishop. Trade off some rooks. Good move, just cost him a long time. And Giri under 1 minute as well.
Yeah, it's really going to heat up now. I mean, they've got to pick up the pace. Something's going to happen very shortly, as in there's going to be some explosions, I think, on the board. Do you now take the bishop? Do you manoeuvre? I know you take 20 seconds to make a decision when you've only got a minute left. You know, it's they've got to go quicker. Can't believe how at the speed they're playing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's understandable they have been playing rapid chess the whole week, but yeah, they just haven't adapted. And okay, a trade of one set of rooks. That's a small gain long-term for Pragg, but short-term, the black knights are very passive. It's great to exchange pieces here, I think, for Pragg, just lessening the pressure. But, okay, Giri has an opportunity. Under 20 seconds, though.
It's incredibly slow. And he's trying to go on the offensive here, but now Pragg is picking up the pace. So.
Yeah. I was a little bit afraid about this knight move. Yes, it looks great, but the pawn in the middle of the board is undefended, and I really like Giri's last move. Safety first, protects everything, because you only got 15 seconds on the clock.
Yep, the white king is perfectly safe. That's the ideal formation around the king, having so many pawns around it. Meanwhile, okay, the players are starting to develop their pieces. Everything protected in the black camp, but Giri's going after some pawns maybe. I like this last move, shifting the focus of white's rook, of white's attack. As the black rook just swings across.
Black very nicely centralised right here. So it's... Is he getting ready to sacrifice for that one?
Good blitz move, at least. Giri is putting the fear of God into Praggnanandhaa, trying to hint at some sacrifices towards the black king, but Pragg, he doesn't care. He's cold as ice, attacking the white knight. And now the white knight getting booted around. Ooh, from Giri, this is a really risky move. The white queen defending her knight.
Can the bishop come and...
I think it blunders a piece, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, bishop comes to fork, is that what it's called? Yeah, this time of day, I'm not sure.
He finds the best move. We see the Stockfish moves. Bishop to e4, as Stockfish says, wins a piece. Double attack, simply winning a piece now. And Anish Giri leans back. He simply blundered. The queen and knight were under attack at the same time. He lost his queen there. He was about to emerge a piece down, and he resigns.
Wow, Pragg, with the black pieces, takes the lead in the Blitz tiebreaks. He is now a draw or a win in the next Blitz game, away from winning the semi-finals and going through to the big final to meet Ding Liren. It's dramatic for Anish Giri, but he has made a comeback before. He did so in the rapid portion. This is Anish. Very different face on Anish from what we saw after game 4. Then he was laughing. Here he is just angry with himself, or?
Yeah, he just looks a bit despondent. He just looks... I mean, it's hard to explain that defeat. He was doing okay for so long. He just never got in the flow, never got in the rhythm, and a one-move blunder is a sad way to end. But it follows Jovanka's kind of thought process. The player who strikes back in the rapid always seems to fall flat in the blitz. It's as if he spent all his energy and now there's nothing left.
It's a good point. He has to make a comeback, Anish Giri, in 4 minutes. This game, David, should we take a look at what happened?
We have to show that blunder because it decided the game in one move. It was actually an equal position. And here we see Giri with white, Praggnanandhaa with black. And here, yes, the white knight is under threat, but you can simply move it. Or, for example, you can trade a set of bishops in the middle of the board and then retreat this knight. A couple of safe squares back here, or maybe offer a trade. And here, personally, I prefer black because black can establish a nice strong knight in the center, but it's level material. Chances are roughly balanced, and it would all come down to who is quicker in the moment. Instead of this very simple, very safe continuation, Giri played a risky move. We mentioned it, the white queen stepping forward, defending her knight from afar, but when you have two pieces stretched like that on loose squares, sometimes one of the pieces will fall off, and this was a simple double attack. Simon spotted this very quickly, and the queen attacked, of course, and the knight under threat. The black bishop, meanwhile, guarded by its knight in the center of the board, and this meant that either the queen or knight would drop off. Giri threw in one final move. He dropped back with the white knight, tried to set a trap, but simply the white queen dropped off, and he resigned here because after the black queen is captured, black will just recapture with an extra knight in the position. hopeless, and that one-move blunder decided the game.
And now Anish has to make a comeback. And while we wait for that final blitz game starting in a little over 2 minutes, let's breathe and take a look at a tournament that Chessable sponsors in a paradise island.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. You can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gukesh, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island.
Chessable tournament in paradise, and this is Chessable Masters Blitz game number 2, must win for Anish. And here we go with the black pieces for Anish.
Interesting. Prag develops his knight first, so he goes for the reti. Remember that Anish won in the King's Indian defense and a must-win situation with black, so he's been here before, but Prag doesn't go for the same variation. Prag doesn't occupy the center with pawns. He's gone for what we call the double fianchetto. Look at the 2 white bishops on nice long diagonals, and this is regarded as a much safer line, a much less risky line than the one Prag chose previously. It's up to Anish to create something. He needs to win with black. Never easy to do so. And white's king, very, very safe in this formation.
I think this is following the game. Is it Magnus versus Jordan? I'm pretty sure that this in the last tour, which ended up in a draw, but A5 is the first new move, I think, being played by Anish. It looks like they're moving a bit quicker now as well, which is a good sign, because maybe they adjusted a bit after that first game. But black winning this is going to be tough.
Yeah, they're in the zone now. You can tell Anish is definitely in the zone. As Simon says, though, winning this position is tough because white has no weaknesses. And OK, Prag develops his knight, stopping the black A pawn from advancing further, but also getting ready to push more pawns in the center for white. It's just very, very simple, logical play now for both sides. And I think that suits Prag as white because he only needs a draw. OK, Giri gets ready to push a pawn in the center. I expect Prag to do the same. Maybe he'll push a pawn now.
It would be logical to do that, but he's taking his time before he makes that decision. And, yep. And, well, Pragnanda has a choice here. I think he should, if he wants to play it safe, probably the best thing is to capture the pawn in the middle.
Trade off a set of pawns in the center. Don't let any imbalances happen. We saw when it was really blocked up, Giri outplayed him in the last game. Giri also outplayed him last month in a blocked up structure. So I don't think Prag should try to be too ambitious here. Trade things off, as Jovanka mentions. Just make the pawn structure symmetrical if you can. I think that's a good rule in general for viewers at home. Just don't take any risks. If you feel that you're playing against an opponent who might outmaneuver you, or who has better nerves than you. And, okay, spending a bit of time now, though, Simon. Good moment to do that, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. He's got to try to decide what structures to go to, and I think I agree with both of you. Just this is the best move. You only need a draw, get a symmetrical structure. A draw becomes a lot more likely. Just put a rook on the open file, play some normal, natural moves. You don't need to really overthink this position quite yet. Again, I did say it's going to be hard for Anish to win. It looks, these kind of positions, you need to play extremely well to get any advantage in. And much better opening choice, I think, this time for Pragg, rather than going into some messy, complex structure. He only needs a draw with the white pieces.
Yeah, it feels like he's definitely learnt from his defeat a couple of games ago. And I like this knight move. It looks a bit strange to bring the knight back to block the white queen, but the white knight is going to actually leap forward in front of its other knight. And those two white knights together will control a whole bunch of central squares. So Giri also remanoeuvring his pieces. And, okay, Pragg blocks things up. You don't want to allow your opponent to gain too much space with their pawns, so you have to block with your pawn sometimes. And here we go, Giri trying to confuse Pragg, attacking the white queen. Will the white queen move? There we go. A pawn could also have blocked, but then white would have maybe loosened his own pawn structure. So the white queen safe and simple on this square.
Remember, Anish, he has to win his game to take it to an Armageddon tiebreak game. Pragg, he needs a draw, and now the bar goes up for him.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's gone up that much. I quite like white's position, but it looks roughly balanced still for now. The one thing I think that is really not great in Anish's position is the black knight on the left side of the board, because it can't jump anywhere. And look at white's queen now. It's putting some pressure on that knight, not attacking it, but that black knight now ties down the black queen. It's on a bad circuit. I don't think Anish likes his position.
Yeah, and I have to say I'm really impressed by Praggnanandha's play. I love the way he's placed his queen on the third row, and now he's just manoeuvring his knights around. I was thinking that he actually might manoeuvre the c3 knight away. Let's move it somewhere to put pressure, but so far, model play by Praggnanandha.
Yeah, not taking any risks. And we talked about symmetry. This pawn structure, if you look at the right half of the board, completely symmetrical. Left side of the board, almost symmetrical. Simply no weaknesses in Praggnanandha's position. How is Giri ever going to win this game? He will need to hope that Pragg cracks under the pressure, under the tension later. Okay, black's now, his knights are remanoeuvring around, and it might be time for your idea, Jovanka, remaneuver the other white knight or the white dark-squared bishop. Or you could make an argument for kind of stacking up the white rooks in the central line on the d-file.
I think black was going to reroute his bishop, so this is also quite clever maybe, because now black maybe wanted to get that bishop around the angles, and you can just exchange off more pieces now, stopping black's bishop getting out. At the moment, black's dark squared bishop, the one in front of his king, is just looking at a pawn, so it's kind of blocked in. And this last move, it kind of indicates that Anish hasn't really got much he can do here. So this is, especially after that one, it's looking at the moment like Pragg is keeping everything really well under control here, and probably has a better position.
Yeah, that white bishop, that white dark square bishop is like a bone in the throat of Anish Giri's position. How is he going to remove it? He has to trade off later on. Here we go, just defending everything. Look at the two kings, symmetry again, because that is the safest square for them. Having a king on this square, Anish tried it in the last game as well. It's very effective. It's very safe usually. And I'm expecting Anish to, as Simon mentioned, at some point try to use the black dark square bishop to trade off white's very strong bishop there. But not easy to arrange, maybe. Black central pawn also under fire. It's all about Pragg in this position.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I actually see Anish Giri actually tweeted before the Blitz tiebreak started. He wrote "Grandpa fighting" after winning in Game 4. He definitely is older than Pragg, even if Anish is still very young. But the 16-year-old, it's looking good for him, I guess, then, to get that draw and get to the big final.
It's looking very good. Anish is only 10 years older than Pragg, but he's been around forever, Anish Giri. He's been one of the world's elite for a long, long time. Grandpa
fighting and grandpa thinking right now.
It's very hard for black to do anything here. That's the problem. While white has maybe some moves where he can improve. Like I think you mentioned just doubling the rooks here. White can take over that open file. So whoa, look at this. Whoa, this is a weird move. I mean, don't take the bishop is the first thing to avoid.
We can show this quickly while Pragg thinks. This is just a poisoned bishop, simply. This bishop's moved to this square willingly. Of course, it's a one-move trap. If you take it, the black knight jumps forward with a check and winning the white queen on the next move. So, of course, that bishop cannot be touched. But the problem is, it can just be ignored as well. Pragg happy to move his rook forward. Now he's going to stack up his rooks on the open file. Giri's whole idea is that after dropping his bishop back, the reason he got his bishop out the way is that his rook defends this central pawn. So now he's hoping to trade bishops, and at least if the white bishop disappears, he has much more room to breathe. Meanwhile, this black bishop is weirdly placed, and it will continue to be for the next few moves. We'll see a bishop trade on this square in a moment, and still Giri under some pressure. Pragg rock solid as white.
Clever idea, though. I mean, I think this is the only way that black could get this exchange of bishops off. So, you know, nice sort of thinking there, but must still be white with the advantage because of this open file and just the central squares that he controls here in the position. Maybe you can move your king back now and just make your opponent take your knight even. Something like this. Weird move, you know, get out. And he has. He's moved his king back, so...
There's still ball, Simon.
Just make that bishop move now, because you're threatening to take it in this position. So, but I don't see how Anish is going to win this at the moment, but they are both under 2 minutes, so it is possible.
There's so many pieces around and pawns and everything around that white king.
Yeah, that's, I think, exactly why Praggnanandhaa chose this opening, and a very good choice. When you only need a draw with white, why not just kind of set up this beautiful structure where you'll never, ever get checkmated? Meanwhile, I do like what Anish has done, at least to alleviate the pressure. Now, after these sets of trades, 2 sets of minor pieces have come off the board, and white's rooks are dominant, but there's nowhere for them to actually go. And sometimes there will be threats of breaking the connection between the 2 white rooks. And yeah, I'm expecting Pragg now to maybe retreat. He pushes Harry the H-pawn.
Oh, I'm normally a big fan of this move, but here I wasn't so sure about that. I actually expected the bishop to relocate to a better diagonal. And now Anish is doing what he should do, improve the placing of the knights.
Yeah, that black knight maneuver is actually going to be very strong. Watch out for that black knight to leap forward into the centre of the board and then into the d4 square. If you look at the d4 square, that's a dream for black's knights. Pragg, meanwhile, retreating. It feels like he's getting a bit nervous, though.
Definitely. I mean, it feels like Anish is showing a bit of his experience, taking over a little bit. He was definitely worse. And now, I mean... I was going to say, is he better? But I don't. I mean, he might be at least equal now. White's bishop is not a great piece in these positions, and I think Jovanka's idea of rerouting it also made a lot of sense. Maybe you could still try that at some point, but black's comfortable now at least.
Yeah, black's very, very comfortable. I think the main thing for black was because he was cramped earlier. We talked about black having a lack of space. He's traded stuff off, and he continues to do so. He offers a trade of all of the rooks. I mean, if I were in a must-win situation, I don't think I would have rushed this decision. This decision he could have gone for over the next few turns, but now, if I were Pragg, I would just hurry to trade off all the rooks. I would just be saying, thank you. You've made my plan a lot clearer. I'm heading towards the draw.
Yeah, Pragg has also ticked under the minute, so getting rid of pieces must be a great idea.
Yeah, for Pragg.
Yeah, it means that he'll get some extra time, but no, he chooses to take a step back with the rook.
Standing his ground.
Going very passive, though, isn't he, as well, with these moves? So it's, I mean, you don't, when you've got to draw, you know, don't go too passive, and they're both getting under a minute now, really, but it's Pragg who's much shorter time, 40 seconds left, and he's going the wrong way in this game. Things are going slightly wrong for him.
His track record with white against Giri is not good. He lost a couple of times in the tour last month, and now lost again a couple of games ago. Normally, Pragg is great with white, but against Giri, somehow not so easy. And, OK, a trade of 1 set of rooks. It's still roughly in the balance, but black is the one who has made progress over the last 15 moves.
Well, it is that problem, right? When you only need a draw, and then you play too much on the draw.
You get nervous.
Horribly wrong.
Yeah, you take negative decisions. And we praised his opening. His middle game was great as well. But after that, just retreating slightly, swapping the wrong pieces. Now the black queen inching her way forward. Interesting decision.
It is setting up a trick, is it? Or
I think a nasty trick in the position, maybe just while Prag... Oh, he's down to 20 seconds. Maybe we can show this quickly. Jovanka's idea, queen takes pawn. OK, it would have been a blunder taking this pawn, I think, because the knight jumps out the way, attacking the queen, but also attacking this bishop. And there's no real safe way you can defend. So, OK, of course, Prag dodged that. He dropped his bishop back to a nice safe square. But now the black knights are jumping in. This square could be used at some point. Now the two black knights are ganged up against this pawn. It's all about the knights and their dancing. Are they going to create enough for Anish Giri to win this game?
He maybe can even offer an exchange of queens, which generally you don't want to do when you're trying to win. But the black queen might be able to come down 2 squares. But look at the time as well. They're both now under 20 seconds. With black probably having a more comfortable position, but he's got to move. Yeah. He's going for some tricks. He's going for the mating ideas now.
So this black knight is threatening the f2 pawn. That white pawn on the f2 square only defended by white's king. OK, good move, I think, from Prag. Getting his knight out the way. The white rook now defends along the second rank.
Yeah, I think both sides kind of have to get into defensive mode. And, well, Anish carries on with manoeuvring the knight, and the knight is threatening to jump forward, and all sorts of attacks happening. Bishop comes to attack, knight is in the middle.
Yeah, there was a massive trick in the last position. White's rook was attacked. If white's rook had gone up to capture the black rook, the black queen would have come in with a nasty checkmate. But look at this. Every move from Giri is a threat. The white queen was attacked, stepped back, and now protecting his own knight, Giri. We do see a trade, however.
Oh, what's happening here?
Oh,
I think he's won a pawn. White's won a pawn.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible.
Giri, I think he attacked one move too many, and now he's just dropped the pawn. Not just that, the queens are off. Prag is almost safe now. He's almost home.
That was so quick.
That was so quick.
Blink and you miss it. It was like the speed they moved those tactics, incredible. And he's a pawn up in an ending now. This must surely be the end. And it's a very good pawn as well.
Look at this white A pawn. This white A pawn is running up the board, and Giri leans back. He knows this one is almost over, and he's given up. Prag takes it.
Wow! 16-year-old Pragnananda is ready for the final in Chessable Masters, knocking out Anish Giri in an extremely exciting semi-final match, winning both of the Blitz games.
The last one was agreed a draw, but the same as a win there for Prag.
And look at Anish. This was not how he pictured this match to go at the start of the day. Very unhappy, Anish Giri. But Prag must be so excited. And now, you guys, we're going to have a final between the two big Asians. I'm going to, the big Chinese, world number 2, Ding Liren, and then the super prodigy, Pragnananda. How exciting is that?
I'm very excited. I mean, Prag, it feels like we've got a front row ticket to just watch him blossom every month, getting stronger. Commiserations to Anish, he put up a fight, but Prag deserves it. And also Ding, we talked about. 2 really on-form players.
Wow. What do you think about Prag today, Simon? The way he's been able to play against Anish?
Well, I think David summed it up well there. Just watching him blossom. It just seems like he's doing it every tournament. He's getting stronger and stronger, and he's playing really well. He's keeping his nerves under check, and I didn't think he'd be this good in this tour, I'll be honest. And he's done it again, so it's incredible. So we're in for a real match tomorrow against the world number 2, Ding. That's going to be fascinating.
Oh, wow. And he did get his revenge, as he called out yesterday, Jovanka, against Anish after losing in Oslo Esports Cup. He had such a good performance in that tournament, but here he is now, tournament after it, in the big final.
I know, and I have to say he's shown great versatility. He's shown grit when he's needed to. He's been defensive, he's been attacking, he's been great at calculation. He's kind of like a great all-rounder. He's been lucky, yes, but then a great player always gets luck because he's given his opponent the chances to go wrong. And just played fantastic, adrenaline-filled chess.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wow, I'm already looking forward to the big final, and we are hoping to get a comment from Pragnananda after winning against Anish. While we were waiting for him, should we announce another winner today, the winner of our question of today?
Yeah, we had a very exciting quiz of the day where there were not just 1, but 2 prizes up for grabs. It was Sam Shanklin's Semi-Slav Lifetime Repertoire on Chessable, and also an Air Things Review Plus. And the winner of this It goes to Jessica, who gave us a great tip. She says her best tip would be to learn the basics about the opening. If it's theory heavy and sharp, how safe it is, what position it gives, then just practice, practice, practice. See how natural the positions feel in the middle game. And most importantly, this is the best, have fun.
Of course. I like that tip. And congratulations, Jessica, for winning not only that very cool Chessable course, but also the AirThings device. And now we're joined by the big winner of the semi-final match against Anish Giri, Pragnananda. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
What a day and what a match. How are you right now?
Yeah, I'm just relieved. When he came back on game 4, I was just so upset. But I think it's just normal in these knockout matches that someone will come back in a must-win game. So I just wanted to keep my calm in the blitz and see how it goes. Luckily, it went by my way.
Definitely did. And what did you do in between that final rapid game and the first blitz game?
Yeah, I was just trying to relax and just didn't do much really. I was just walking around and just doing that.
And what is it like to now be ready for your first final in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour?
Yeah, I didn't expect to come to the finals. It will be an interesting match, and it's 2 days, right?
It's 2 days. It's a 2-day final. So 4 rapid games tomorrow, and then 4 rapid games and potentially tie breaks on the other day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Match against such a strong player, and I also get to play 2 days, so it's going to be very interesting and fun.
Yeah, and obviously you're going to play Ding. So what will that be like? How much have you played Ding before?
I think I've played only 3 times, or 3 or 4 times, and most of them were on Champion Chess Tour. So it'll be an interesting match. I haven't had any much ideas about playing with them. So we'll see how it goes.
But you have an interesting day tomorrow, I guess, Prag, because you have to do exams before the final starts.
Yeah, actually, I have to be at school around 8:45, and now it's 2 a.m. So I have to go and sleep, and try not to sleep in the exam.
Wow! And what kind of exams is it that you have tomorrow?
Yeah, it's actually a board exam, and I have to give my board exams it's must. And tomorrow I will have commerce, I guess. And I hope I will pass. Yeah.
Wow! So so tomorrow you can both pass your exams, and you can win a match against Liren. Could be a very good day coming up for you tomorrow, then.
Yeah, that would be an ideal day.
Where do you want the best result? If you could only choose one, would you prefer winning the match against Ding or passing your exam?
Winning the match is much more nicer than passing the exam.
We love to hear that, Prag. I think we're all just going to say best of luck, first of all, in your exams tomorrow morning. We hope you have a good night's sleep. And then, of course, best of luck in the final starting tomorrow against Ding.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think I will have a great sleep tonight, definitely. I'll be thinking about this match.
That is very understandable. But, Prag, thank you for joining us. And best of luck in all the exciting stuff you're doing tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
How impressive is that, you guys?
Don't know how he does it, simply. That is, that's another level of dedication.
Yeah, but he said what we wanted to hear, right, Simon? You know, the chess is the most important. Winning the match tomorrow.
Definitely, just give up on the exams. Have a lay-in. Have a little rest. Get the computer about 10 o'clock and win the match. So but it's quite phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, he's only going to get a couple of hours sleep, and busy day for him tomorrow. Yeah.
I'm just stunned. What a 16-year-old. He has today won his semi-final match against Anish Giri, and he also then won the quarterfinal match against Wei Yi And we do see Ding Liren starting out with a quarterfinal win against Shakhriyar Mamdaro, knocking out the world champion in the semifinals today. So we will have an all-Asian final between Praggnanandhaa and Ding Liren. So all of you, who is the favorite, David?
I'll say Ding just because he's more experienced. He's the world number 2, and to defeat Magnus Carlsen, it shows that he's at the top of his game. But yeah, so hard to call. I'll say Ding.
What sort of speaks in favor of Praggnanandhaa, Jovanka?
His chess.
Yeah.
It's just phenomenal. I'm just mind blown, absolutely incredible performance from the 16-year-old. And he's just a teenager. The best is yet to come.
And a 2-day final is to come, starting tomorrow between Ding and Pragg. It's going to be exciting, you guys. So we hope you will join us again tomorrow, starting at 5:45 CET. Hope to see you then. Bye.